Okay, folks, strap in. It is time for the shocking sequel. And this one's going to be pretty long. You don't have to watch all of it because this one I'm going to be going over every single Pokemon from Tier 1 and Tier 2, maybe Tier 3, and depending how long it takes, I might go over Tier 4 and Tier 5, but I don't really know as much about those Pokemon because they're all kind of garbage, so I won't know, it won't be as comprehensive, I suppose. And so obviously you're not going to want to sit through me talking about every single Pokemon. Look, I don't want to sit here and talk about every single one, but imagine listening to that, would be awful. You want to look at the ones specifically, the ones you're interested in. So the way I'm going to do this is, when I talk about a Pokemon, I'm going to pull up their sprite, and you're going to see it on the screen. And if you want to, let's say you wanted to hear about Ferrothorn, right? You'd look up what Ferrothorn looks like, and then you'd scroll through this video till you see it, and then you stop there and then you listen. Because I'm not timestamping every single one of these. It's going to take way too fucking long, and that's the best solution I can think of. So yeah, I'm going to try and spend all my time hovering onto the sprite section, not ADHD switching back and forth, so that'll be clear to see. So without further ado, let's get started with the first Pokemon, Aegislash. So Aegislash is kind of interesting, and that has a defense form and an attack form. The defense form is a lot of defense and very bad other stats, and the attack is the same thing, but the other way around. And the way it switches, when it uses an attacking move, it switches from defense and attack form. It's also a Steel Ghost type, and when it uses a defensive move like Protect or King Shield, it switches back to its shield form. And so how can you use this? There's a couple of sets this Pokemon can take. First of all, you can use a defensive one, which uses Substitute, Toxic, Protect, and Shadow Ball. Basically what this Pokemon does is poison out the Pokemon that protects itself, and you substitute its defense form to basically sit there and be annoying for like as long as possible. In addition, it uses Shadow Ball to get any sort of damage it needs to do. And it's a pretty good set. It's very annoying to deal with, and if someone's unprepared, then they can really get messed up by that. You can wear down Pokemon really quickly, especially with the combination of shielding. The other thing you can do is run a Choice Spec set, because it's got a very powerful special attacking stat, which means it can take advantage of shooting Shadow Ball. Ghost type moves are the most effective offensive moves in the entire game, so basically shooting off Shadow Ball is a really, really strong way to just bust through a lot of really bulky Pokemon. The Choice Spec set is also pretty good. Finally, some people run a mixed attacking set that runs Sword Sense as well. Sword Sense has a setup move, which increases your attack by 2 stages, and when you're running that set, when you're running the Sword Sense set, you're usually going to want to have like either Shadow Sneak, which is a priority move because it's pretty slow. You have Close Combat, you have Iron Head, maybe Shadow Claw. Those are all moves that Aegislash gets access to. Those are Fighting, Steel, and Ghost type moves respectively. And you can also run Shadow Ball if you want as a secondary move. Often people run Shadow Ball and Close Combat to break through bulky, especially defensive Pokemon, because Close Combat's a physical move. So for example, if you're fighting Blissey, which is a normal type, use Close Combat, which is a fighting type move, to get rid of it because your Ghost type moves can't hit it. That's about it for Aegislash. Next Pokemon is Azumarill. So let's go to Azumarill. Alright, Azumarill has a couple of things it can do. First of all, Azumarill is is infamous for the move Belly Drum. Belly Drum is a move that halves your HP, but increases your attack to the very maximum it can go, which is 4 times your normal attack stat, which is really, really strong. In addition, it gets an ability that doubles its attack, so that makes it even stronger. By default, it already has about 436 attack, and that becomes astronomically high once you boost it. So the problem is, of course, this Pokemon is really, really slow, and Belly Drum takes away a lot of your health. So it's really kind of risky to use. Often people run a berry to heal it after that will heal it after using Belly Drum, so that it's able to recover. But the thing is, it's also really slow, again, as I've said, so it needs to run Aqua Jet. Aqua Jet is a priority water type move that always goes first, and combined with +6, or that means 4 times attack, Aqua Jet can do a lot of damage. The other moves it runs are usually Play Rough, and there's also like Knock Off as well for neutral coverage. That's generally what Azumarill runs. The other thing is, Azumarill can also run a trapping set with its other ability, Sap Sipper, which makes it immune to grass type moves, giving it only 2 weaknesses, which are Poison and Electric. Once it does that, it can trap you with Whirlpool, which means you can't switch out, and then it uses Perish Song, which is a move that if you stay in for 3 turns will kill you. So basically, Azumarill will trap you, use Perish Song, and switch out on the last turn so you're forced to be killed. This is a more unreliable set, but it's used for defensive ones, and if you want to take out a super defensive Pokemon that can't really fight back very strongly, that's a good set. So those are 2 main Azumarill sets. There's some other things you might see, like Choice Band, taking advantage of its really high special attack, but beyond that, those are the 2 most important ones I think was important to highlight. Next, let's move on to Blacephalon. Okay, so Blacephalon is sort of, the cephalon is a fast fire type and ghost type. I think I demonstrated in one of the other videos as a high special attack set, a high speed set, and it's very, very, very frail. So what it mainly runs at their choice specs or a choice scarf set that takes advantage of high special attack. It can't run defensive sets and almost never runs any relevant setup sets. So really all you need to know is choice specs or choice scarf depending on what you need. Either a fast Pokemon or like a really, really strong Pokemon. It's still pretty fast either way, but choice scarf makes it astronomically fast, like really, really, really fast. And it's got 150, I think 150 special attack. It's really, really strong. Alright, moving on. Celestila. Whoa. Okay, we're back. Sorry, I had to do a couple errands, but the next Pokemon. Whoa. The next Pokemon is Celestila. This Pokemon's pretty interesting. It's pretty bulky and it's got pretty decent special attack. Really, it's only lacking attacks or attack and speed. So it can do a couple of different things. First of all, its most common set is a defensive set where it uses Leech Seed, which is a move that heals you and takes the opponent away, and takes health away from the opponent. It uses Protect at the same time. This allows it to gain a lot of health back while also stealing health from the opponent. It uses some moves like Heavy Slam and Flame to get coverage, and then Leech Seed and Protect. That's a general set you'll see. And that spread is usually mainly defensive. But then the other thing it can do is it gets an interesting move called Meteor Beam. And what Meteor Beam does is like it's a 2-turn charge up move. The first turn you get a special attack boost, the second move you launch a 120 power rock move. But you can use an item called the Power Herb, and basically what that'll do is it'll make the entire thing complete in one turn. So you can use that in combination with a move called the Atomize, which makes you faster. So you can use the Atomize and Meteor Beam to get a boost to your speed, a boost to your special attack, and then you can use other moves to try and sweep an entire team. You can get a lot of kills that way. And also Celestila could be it has an ability called Beast Boost, as do all the Ultra Beasts, which basically means highest stat gets boosted after every kill. So if you make its special attack high enough, you can keep boosting it over and over and over again. This allows this Pokemon to snowball, can make it pretty strong. Next Pokemon is Clefable. Clefable is an interesting utility Pokemon. So Clefable can take a defensive set or a slightly offensive set, but in general what it does is two really useful abilities. Magic Guard and Unaware. Magic Guard makes it immune to any secondary effects from moves or like for example Toxic, like that sort of thing. It won't hurt it, burns, it can't be burned, and it doesn't take any damage from Stealth Rock or other hazards. And it's important because it allows it to switch in with impunity and basically come in whenever it wants. It also acts as a good check to a lot of really strong physical attackers, can shoot off Moonblast to kill things like the Dragon types, Pokemon with bad special defense, so it makes for a good glue Pokemon. Its Fairy typing is also very good defensively. You can opt to run a more offensive set that uses Life Orb with Magic Guard. That combination means you can use the Life Orb's effect of boosting damage without the negative side effect of losing any health. So you can use moves like Flamethrower or Thunder to hit other common Pokemon. Or you can use Unaware. Unaware is an ability that basically ignores all stat changes. So if Pokemon has boosted itself up, you can use Clefable to ignore those stat boosts, and basically that means it won't take any extra damage. Or if they've got defense boosts, Clefable will do the same amount of damage regardless. So Clefable is a pretty interesting Pokemon because it takes mainly a defensive role though. Very annoying to deal with, I don't like it. So next is Corviknight. I think I've probably demonstrated this. Corviknight is a very, very popular Pokemon. It's highly physically defensive while also having a really good typing of Steel Flying. Steel Flying is good because Steel is the best defensive typing in the game, and Flying offers it immunities to ground, which is what Steel is weak to, and Flying also deals with fighting weakness. So basically it's only weak to electric and fire, which means there's a lot of defensive uses. In addition, it's high defense in combination with Defog. Here, I'm going to microphone closer. Its high defense in combination with Defog means that it makes for a very, very good hazard blocker. It's one of the best removers in the game. In addition, it can Roost, it can U-turn. It's a great physical sponge. Again, another great Gloomon that holds a team together. It also gets U-turn to gain momentum, which beats its other brother Skarmory, because Skarmory doesn't get U-turn. Next Pokemon is Dracozolt. Sorry. So Dracozolt is also another interesting one. Dracozolt is really only good on sand team because it gets an ability that doubles its speed in sand. It has a special move called Bolt Beak, and you may know, I don't know if you know this one, but it doubles the attack's damage if you move first. So basically, as long as Dracozolt's faster, its signature move Bolt Beak is doing a lot of damage, double, which boosts its power to like 170, which is ridiculous. Plus, it's got a pretty good attack stat, so in combination with Sand Rush, it makes for a really, really good sand Pokemon. If you don't want to use it in sand, you can slap a Choice Scarf on it. Use other ability Hustle. Hustle boosts attack at the cost of accuracy. So if you're willing to lose the accuracy drop, you can do a ton of damage. This Pokemon is kind of flaky. Like sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But when it does work on sand, it's really, really strong. And you need sand because Sand Rush is an ability that boosts speed in sand. I think I've mentioned that. Next is Dragonite. Signature Pokemon. You probably know this guy. Dragonite has a couple different sets. First of all, it gets an ability that means if it has full health, it takes half damage from all attacks, which means that it gets basically one free turn to do whatever it wants because it takes no damage. Its most common set is Dragon Dance. It'll use Dragon Dance, Roost, and 2 attacking moves to try and sweep through a team. And you can really customize the Dragon Dance set to whatever you need. For example, if you know it has a lot of ground and like a ground type Pokemon, you might want to use Ice Punch. If you know they have a lot of like grass type Pokemon, you might want to use Dual Wing Beat, a flying type move. You know, you can basically change the attack moves to whatever you want. Very, very customizable Pokemon, high attack, very bulky. The other thing you can do is run a defensive set. It gets access to Defog, multi-scale is a great ability. As I said, it halves damage if it's at full health, and it gets lots of like great moves like Earthquake and Ice Beam that don't need to be strong. They prey on weaknesses, so you can use those as like a way to stop common checks from Dragonite killing it. So you could run a defensive set. And then if Heatron comes in, which is a common stealth rocker, you use Earthquake to get rid of it. So, nifty little Pokemon, Dragonite. Next is Excadrill. Excadrill is also really best on sand. Sand is one of the weathers, and you can like DM me for information about sand. But sand is like, whoa, sorry, brain fart. Sand is basically certain Pokemon switch in and they create a sand stream, which lasts for a couple turns, and a lot of Pokemon get boosted in it. Excadrill is another example. It's got a high attack stat, it's got access to Rapid Spin, which is a pretty coveted move, and it does a lot of damage with its Earthquakes. And in addition, the speed boost you get from Sand is also double, sending this Pokemon from something like 300 speed to 600, making it one of the fastest Pokemon in the entire game. It's almost impossible to outspeed. So Excadrill is really also good. It's really great in that regard. Another great Sand Pokemon. If you don't want to run on Sand, it also takes a specially defensive role because it's got a surprisingly high HP stat. So if you crank up its special defensive speed, it can make for a great utility Rapid Spinner to get rid of hazards. I wouldn't recommend drafting it just for that purpose, but you know, something to think about. Next is Ferrothorn. This is a very iconic Pokemon. Very, very annoying to deal with. Ferrothorn has high defensive stats on both sides, a great defensive typing in Grass and Steel, and its signature move is Leech, and its signature ability is Iron Barbs, which means if you use a contact move on it, which are a lot of physical moves, the opponent will take 12% damage. In addition, it gets access to moves like Spikes and Stealth Rock, which are hazards, it gets Knockoff, it gets Leech Seed, you can slap leftovers on it, and it'll stick around for a while with Leech Seed healing it. Body Press, Gyro Ball, Fighting type coverage, Steel type coverage, Power Whip. There's so many moves this thing can run. It mainly runs a defensive, again, utility set, and it is one of the greatest defensive mons you can get. I would highly, highly recommend taking a look at this, because Steel types, I mean, they're great. They patch up so many holes in teams, and Ferrothorn especially. Rain teams are practically reliant on this Pokemon because of how great it is defensively. So, really great pick. Next we have Zapdos. So I'm on a picture of Galleon Zapdos. I'm just gonna have to here 1 sec. Here, this guy. Galleon Zapdos is an interesting one. It's basically a Zapdos form. It's one of those Galarian forms of the legendary birds, and actually takes a physically attacking role. And this Pokemon can either take a Choice Scarf or Choice Band, and it gets really, really. It also gets an ability called Defiant, which means if you defog on it or drop one of its stats, basically defog also has a secondary effect of dropping evasion. So if you defog this Pokemon, it'll boost its attack by 2 stages. So it's a really, really great way to counter defog. In addition, it's already strong by default. It's got 130 attack, gets access to Close Combat, Brave Bird, which are fighting and flying type moves that are really, really strong. 120 power. It gets U-turn, so you can run Choice Scarf or Choice Band. Either way, it's doing a lot of damage. This Pokemon is really, really great. The one problem is it doesn't get any recovery, it can't get Roost, and it gets chipped down really easily. So because it uses so many contact moves, things like Iron Barbs, like Rocky Helmet, which is an item that'll take your health away if it's if a contact move is made, means that this Pokemon takes a lot of damage. Next is Garchomp. Okay. Garchomp, this is a very, you probably know this guy from Cynthia or whatever. Garchomp is a dragon ground type, which is a great utility typing. As I've told you, ground types are really good. And in addition, it's got a lot of natural bulk. It's got a high HP stat. It's got a high defense and special attack stat. Defense and special defense stat. But then in addition, it's got a high speed and high attack. A lot of people said Garchomp is basically the closest Pokemon, comes to being a perfect Pokemon. Not that it's the best on this list for sure, but it's really, really good. So it can run 2 roles. First of all, it's one of the best Stealth Rockers in the game just because defensive pressure means that it keeps Stealth Rock up very, very easily. It can also run a Sword Stance set with like Fire Fang, Scale Shot, Earthquake. Fire Fang is to hit birds like Corviknight. Earthquake is just a ground type move, and Scale Shot increases speed while also doing damage. So you can see here, it can make a very potent Sweeper. Sweeper is a Pokemon that can get rid of a whole team at once. It's pretty. It makes for a very potent Sweeper, but in addition, it's also in a defensive role. As I said, it's got good natural defense, got good natural defensive typing, it's got good defense as well, and it has an ability called Rough Skin, where if you make contact with it, it takes 12% of damage, same as Iron Barbs from Ferrothorn. So because of that, it makes for a really, really good defensive Pokemon as well. It can run Earthquake, Toxic, Stealth Rock, Protect, for example, with leftovers and a high defense stat to really sponge physical hits, and you can also punish physical attackers because each time they hit it, they're going to be taking a lot of damage. 12% is quite a bit, especially when you add Rocky Helmet. That's almost 30% just for hitting the Pokemon. That is a high price to pay, and definitely punishing. You can also run like Fire-type moves to deal with Ferrothorn, because that's one of the most common Pokemon that runs into Steel types are one of the biggest issues for Garchomp, because a lot of Steel, all the good Steel types basically have a secondary typing that negates their weakness. Next is Glyscore. This is an interesting one. This Pokemon is only found in it isn't actually in Gen 8. It's a Gen 7 Pokemon that was unreleased, but because we're playing national decks, it's Pokemon that's in there. Glyscore is basically a second Landorus, which Landorus, if you ever played any Pokemon, is like a huge icon. But anyway, Glyscore is really good because it also gets Stealth Rock, it also gets Defog, it gets U-Turn. It's got an ability called Poison Heal, so if you give it a Toxic Orb, it'll poison itself, but because of Poison Heal, heal itself by 12% every turn. 12% passive recovery every turn is a really, really big deal. And this Pokemon also gets a great defense as well. Its defense is super high, its health is pretty good, and its attack is respectable as well. So you can fire off pretty strong Earthquakes while setting up Stealth Rocks and defogging. Really great utility Pokemon, and also a really great defensive wall. This Pokemon is basically like, this Pokemon, before it wasn't released in Gen 8, was one of the best Pokemon in Gen 7 OU, which is the highest tier. This is definitely something worth considering. It's too complex. It can run Swords Dance sets as well. It's less common. It's too complex to completely go over here. Again, always the small win page is always there. For Gen 7, you can see great Glyscore sets. Next, Hawlucha. Hawlucha is an interesting one because Hawlucha kind of has to be drafted in tandem with a Pokemon that's with a Tapu. So you'll see the Tapu. If you look at this Pokemon, you might want to look at a Tapu to draft as well. There's Tapu Lele, Tapu Coco, Topofini, and Tapu Bulu. Basically, this Pokemon's gimmick is that when it's drafted, it's not really strong by itself. Its stats are pretty underwhelming, but it has an ability called Unburden, which means when it uses an item, it doubles in speed. So basically, each Tapu, the ones I mentioned earlier, they summon a terrain when they come into battle, and there's items that get consumed upon entering a terrain and also boost a defensive stat. So what Hawlucha will do is wait for a terrain to get set up, and it'll use that item to boost its speed. Then it'll use Swords Dance, and in combination with Fighting and Flying, which is really, really good typing coverage, it'll try and sweep an entire team. This is really good for cleaning up teams late game, but you kind of, honestly, it's kind of complex to draft because you're gonna have to draft one of the Tapus as well. It's really only up here because like it's abusable if you know how to use it, but if you don't, I wouldn't recommend using it. You can always talk to me about this, drafting Tapus. You're gonna have to draft around it, but it can be really strong if teams are unprepared, because like some people probably aren't gonna watch this, they're not gonna know about it. Next is going to be Heatron, iconic Pokemon, I already mentioned it. Heatron, first of all, gets an ability, it's Fire Steel type, which means it's neutral to fire, but it gets an ability called Flash Fire, right? And what Flash Fire does is Flash Fire stops any fire type attacks from actually hitting this thing. Flash Fire instead boosts its special attack by boosts the power of fire type moves by 1.5 times, while also rendering it immune to fire type attacks. This is really, really good because it gets another immunity on top of its immunity to poison types as well, and it's great defensive typing in fire and steel. It's also got high defense stats and a high special attack stat. This Pokemon is a real all-rounder. It gets Stealth Rock, it gets access to a really nice move called Magma Storm, which does a lot of damage, also traps opposing Pokemon. By using Magma Storm and Taunt at the same time, you can shut down defensive Pokemon, because Magma Storm traps them and Taunt doesn't allow them to heal. So you can slowly whittle them down that way, and in some cases even kill them outright. So Heatron is both a very good defensive Pokemon, because it can set up Stealth Rocks, as I've shown you in the other video. It's specially defensive, so here on a specially defensive or physically defensive set. It can even run an offensive set with max speed using its 130 special attack. And there's a move called Eruption it gets, which decreases in power as it loses health, but at the highest health, it does 150 damage, which is really, really, really high. It's like Hyper Beam levels. So if you keep it at its full health and use like a Choice Spec set or even a Choice Scarf set, Eruption can do a lot of damage. It'll kill some specially defensive Pokemon in one hit. So Heatron is really, really strong on both sides. It's very modular. It can it's very modular. It can fit on a lot of teams. Definitely something worth considering. Next, we're gonna move on to Hoopa Unbound. So I must confess, I'm not. Okay, this is just normal Hoopa. Because I don't know. I don't think it really forms here. So I'm gonna look up Hoopa Unbound real quick. This is what Hoopa Unbound looks like. So Hoopa Unbound, I must confess, I don't really know too much about him. He's like a Pokemon that was in Gen 7, but it's got really bad typing, it's got a mediocre speed, but it has 160 attack and 170 special attack. The one thing is it's got a 4 times weakness to bug type moves, which means it's weak to all U-turns. U-turn is a really common move. I mean, like I don't know if you guys will be using it, but most teams will always have U-turn on them, at least once, and U-turn will kill this thing in one hit. So it's really risky to use. However, it has 170 special attack and a signature move that's 100 base power and dark type, which is pretty good. It's like the strongest dark type move in the game, which means it can do, like, in combination with the choice band or choice spec set, I don't really know which one it is, but both those can, like, kill really strong walls in just 2 hits, which is super good, because that means you can get over moves like recover. So 160 attack, 170 special attack, definitely nothing to sneeze at. I'll check out the small gun page for movesets. It also gets psychic type coverage, it gets grass type moves, it's got a lot of moves. This is basically an all-out offense Pokemon. It's basically designed to kill stall Pokemon, which are Pokemon that, you know, just sit around and don't do anything and don't attack, to try and wear you down. Next is Hydraelon. Hydraelon is a Dark Dragon type, and it's got a couple of sets as well. Hydraelon has Levitate, which means it's immune to ground type moves, which makes it one of the few non-flying types that can fulfill a team's need for ground type immunity. And it's also got pretty good defense. It's a very well-rounded Pokemon. It's got high special attack, about the same level as Zapdos, 125. It's got like 90, 95 defenses, and 99 speed as well. So its stats are all pretty well done, but its special attack is definitely the best to look at. One thing you really often see with there's a couple sets. First of all, sometimes it'll run specially defensive sets with leftovers. That's a counter Pokemon with strong special attacks, ghost type special attacks, which are really hard to deal with for a lot of the metagame. It gets moves like Dark Pulse, which are really useful in Earth Power. Earth Power is to shut down Pokemon like Heatron. It's always nice to have ground coverage. Dark Pulse is a great neutral move that hits a lot of things and also deals with ghost types. And then other sets, and then Roost as well, because it gets Roost. And then another set people run is Nasty Plot. Nasty Plot's a move that boosts special attack by 2 stages. That 2 times special attack basically means you're doubling your special attack in 1 turn. You can fire off Draco Meteors, which is a dragon type move that has 130 power. That's really strong. Plus 2 Draco Meteor will kill almost anything in the entire game that doesn't resist it or is immune to it, except for Blissey. Blissey is like crazy. Anyway, but beyond that, even then, it's super strong. It was very common earlier in this generation. It kind of fell off, but it's still a great Pokemon to use. You can use either defensive set, Draco Meteor, Nasty Plot, whatever. It's also really cool. I like them. Next is Jirachi. So Jirachi is kind of Jirachi is kind of an asshole Pokemon, right? Jirachi is well known for having this ability called Serene Grace, which means the secondary effects, the chances of the secondary effect happening are doubled. The thing is with a doubled secondary effect chance, it all gets a move. The thing is with a doubled secondary effect chance is that it also gets a move called Iron Head, right? And Iron Head is a move that's a 30% chance to flinch. Flinching, what it does is if you move first and you flinch them, it means they can't move that turn. Basically, fast Jirachis can Iron Head you and have a 60% chance to flinch you, which means they take your turn away from you. This is a massive cheesemon that makes you very angry because basically luck-based. I love this guy. He's really cool. Beyond that, beyond the cheat, he'll also run like ice moves to try and freeze you, fire moves to try and burn you, body slam to paralyze you. Jirachi can do plenty of things. Often runs Choice Scarf to like take advantage of that speed flinching, and then also gets a move called, and then it can also run a defensive set as well. It gets Wish, which is a move which heals the next turn, which means you can switch out and heal other Pokemon with it. You can run a specially defensive set. As a mythical Pokemon, is 100 in every stat, which means it's very bulky, will also retain a decent offense. Very bulky will also retain a decent offense, yeah. So that means that you can run like specially defensive sets with still using Iron Head to rely on the flinch chance. It has U-turn as well. Wish and Protect are often when you run there as well. So you Wish and you Protect the next turn to heal yourself, or you switch out to heal another Pokemon. So it's really unique mon. Very interesting. I like this little guy. Next is Cartana. Cartana is another mon I mentioned before. It is very iconic for being one of the most broken Pokemon in the game. It's very min-maxed, right? So it's got high speed, bad HP, but an attack of 181. To put that into perspective, that is like there are legendary Pokemon with less attack than this thing. Like there are only, I think, 2 Pokemon with more attack than Cartana. That is how insane it is. 181 is an insane number, and the damage it does is absolutely astronomical. And Cartana has 3 main. It's also, the one caveat is its special defense is so bad, like it's 30 or 40. Basically, any special attack will kill this thing in 1 hit, even if it's resistant. So its defense isn't bad, but its HP is kind of middling, so it's very paper frail. It's not a super bulky Pokemon. Sorry, yeah, okay. I got interrupted in the middle thing. But Cartana is very frail, right? It has 3 main sets. First is Choice Scarf, with its high attack, choice, and its pretty good speed, it hits like 348 speed, which outspeeds a lot of the game. It can make for a really, really good choice scarf sweeper, because once the enemy team has been cut down, you can use choice scarf to be faster than everything else, and you can use one of its 4 strong moves, Sacred Sword, Knockoff, Leaf Blade, Smart Strike. You saw in the last video if you watched it, and so you can use those moves to basically cut through an entire team. And it also gets a beast boost, which means that its attack will get boosted after every kill, so it snowballs really, really quickly. The other thing is choice band. Choice band just does ridiculous levels of damage. It boosts its attack to something like, what, 761 by default, something like that, 691, which is really, really high. It means I can bust through walls at 2 hits. It's great for wall breaking, basically cracking through like the armor of a Pokemon team. So choice scarf is more of a cleaning set. Choice band is more of a wall breaking thing. If you want to go for full wall breaking, you can use a sword stance set. Sword stance is a setup move, you probably know it. It costs a turn to use, but in combination with the life orb, you can achieve like actually ridiculous levels of damage. Like after one sword stance and a life orb, there's almost nothing left in the game that will survive an unresisted hit from Cartana. It is that strong. So it's really something to watch out for. Like in when I was building for Gen 7, which is like the generation this came out, the last one, probably something like 4 or 5 years ago, I wasn't that good at the time, and this Pokemon was a bane of my existence. I hated this thing. Next is Kelvio. Kelvio also... Whoa. Kelvio hasn't been relevant for like a while. I think it's pretty good in natural decks, but I've never really liked this thing, to be honest. It's got a high special attack and high speed, almost just a 1 point slower than Cartana, I think. And it's water fighting type. It has this cool move called Secret Sword, which is a special attack that hits the physical defense, so you can deal with Pokemon with high special defense. It gets like good water type coverage, a choice spec. The 2 most common sets are choice specs, which is a lot of immediate power because special attack is high, so you can bust through things with like strong Hydro pumps, especially using a rain team. Rain is a weather that boosts water types and activates certain effects. I might make a separate like small video on weather, to be honest. It's pretty important. But anyway, so yeah, it's pretty strong. The other thing to do is run a Calm Mind set. Calm Mind is a boosting move that boosts its special attack and special defense. So it uses Substitute, which is, you know, I think I've explained Substitute before. It uses Calm Mind, and then it uses that to try and boost up through a team and sweep it. The cool thing about Calm Mind is it also boosts special defense, so it makes it harder to break through as well. So you can snowball quickly with it, and you can use like Secret Sword and Scald as well. That's pretty good coverage. It hits almost everything. The one thing is it takes a while to boost, so it's kind of vulnerable to Pokemon that reset boosts. For example, like there's a move called Haze, which resets all stat boosts, and that kind of like is the bane of Kelvio's existence. So this Pokemon is not too great, but it's totally draftable if it fits for your team. Again, as I always say, it's like you can pick what you want. It all depends on your team. Next is Kommo-o, and Kommo-o is a really, really unique Pokemon. In Gen 7 it was super strong because it had a Z move, which is a move that, whatever, it doesn't matter. Anyway, so it has a really unique move in this generation where it cuts 33% of its health, but in exchange it gets a boost to every single one of its stats, so an Omni boost if you will. And so people will run that coupled with a sound move, and it gets a lot of sound moves like Boom Burst, which is a 140 power normal type move, pretty strong. Clanging Scale is a 110 power special move. A 110 power special move, Dragon type. So that's really strong, and it can use an item called Throat Spray, which is basically when you use a sound move, your special attack is boosted by a stage. So Kommo-o is really, really good in that regard. It can become a really strong special attacker very quickly. A late game cleaner, you could say. It also gets access to Stealth Rocks, so you can run a defensive set that sets up Stealth Rocks. I've seen that before, it's very common. It's Dragon fighting type, so use like one fighting type move, Stealth Rocks, maybe Toxic, and then you know, that sort of set. More defense oriented. Finally, it's a really special one. I don't like to tell people about it because this is like my trick. I really like drafting Kommo-o, but I'm not in this one, so I guess I'll tell you. If you run Substitute and Belly Drum, and then a Salak Berry, right? Okay, so Substitute takes away 25% of your health, and then Belly Drum takes away another 50%. The Salak Berry procs when you're at 25% health or less. And so basically Salak Berry increases your speed by 1 stage. Belly Drum increases your attack by 4 stages. So what Kommo can do is boost to maximum attack and get a speed boost. And then it can use Drain Punch, which is a move that it's a fighting type move that heals you, and then a random move like Ice Punch or something, which means it's able to heal itself, and then it's also, it's able to heal itself, and then it's able to also like use really strong 4 times boosted attack moves. And the spread you want to use is 52 HP, 204 attack, 252 plus speed, and minus special attack. So don't tell anybody I told you that. Anyway, this Pokemon is really, really good defense. This Pokemon also has good defense. So it's another well-rounded Pokemon. It's kind of like Hydraelon, except it doesn't have any reliable recovery, and it's a little bit more offensive. It also gets access to Stealth Rocks. By the way, yeah. Okay. Next is Kyurem. Honestly, I don't even know why Kyurem's here. It should be banned, but whatever. Kyurem's really strong. It's got high special attack, and it's also got a really great typing in Dragon Ice. Not a good defensive typing, a great offensive typing, because Ice is probably the best offensive type in the game, right? It also gets this move called Freeze Dry, and so basically water type moves normally resist Ice. What Freeze Dry does is it's an Ice type move that is also super effective against water, and so that means that water types that normally check Kyurem can deal with. So it has a couple of sets. First, it can run Choice Specs, which is like again the standard set like Ice Beam, Earth Power, Freeze Dry, Draco Meteor, which means it can deal with basically anything it wants. It runs Ice Beam and Freeze Dry because Freeze Dry is weaker, by the way. So it can deal with like ground. It can deal with fire types that want to try and wall it. It can deal with like ground types with Ice Beam. It can do a lot of just general neutral damage with Draco Meteor. So it's really, really good. It actually got banned for the OU tier, but I think it's still in National Decks, which is what we're playing. It can also run a PP stalling set. So every move has PP, which is like an amount of times you can use it, power points, and it gets an ability that doubles the amount of power points they use. So if you use a substitute set with Roost and then like Freeze Dry and Earth Power, which combined hit almost, Freeze Dry and Earth Power alone combined hit almost like the entire game by itself, neutrally or super effectively. It's a really great combination of moves that non-many Pokemon get access to. So having that combination makes Kyurem really, really strong, and you can just sit behind substitutes, throw off Freeze Dries, try and PP stall. It can even run Dragon Dance sets with Icicle Spear and Freeze Dry, or Dragon set with Icicle Spear, Earth Power, that sort of thing. So it has a lot of options. It's very modular. It can use both its high attack and special attack, but usually special attack is used. So I'd recommend just sticking with Choice Specs if you're using this, or the PP stalling set, because sitting behind a substitute and throwing off Freeze Dries is very underestimated. If they're not prepared for that, this thing can sweep your entire team, just like, and not even without boosting. Next is Landorus Therian. This is not the Landorus we're talking about. That's the other form. This is the one we're thinking of. Wait, this is probably the most infamous Pokemon in all of competitive Pokemon. It got released in Generation 5, and ever since then, it's been a completely over-centralizing force in the game. And that's because, like, Landorus is basically the perfect Pokemon. First of all, it's ground flying type, and that means that ground flying type means it gets an immunity to both. It's immune to both electric type moves and ground type moves. Every team needs an electric immunity and a ground immunity, and with Landorus, you can get that all done in one fell swoop. Secondly, it has decent speed, it has a really good offensive stat of attack, 145, but then most importantly, this one's most important, it gets an ability called Intimidate. Intimidate is pretty well distributed, but it's a very coveted ability, because just by switching in, it decreases the attack stat by one stage, which means 1 times attack will turn to 0.67 times attack just for this Pokemon switching in and existing on the field. It only does it once every time it switches in, but even so, the fact that it can do that every single time it switches in means it can be a great physical check, and in addition, it also is like, it's great defensive typing, means it's not going to be hit super effective by a lot of things as well. Then, it gets U-turn, a great move. It gets Stealth Rock, all again, when you need hazard. It gets a Defog, if you need hazard removal, it can do that. It gets Earthquake, which is again a great neutral move to use. It can even run a Sword Stance set because it gets Sword Stance. And remember, it's 145 attack. The funny thing is, this thing is 145 attack, but nobody even uses 145 attack because it has so many good defensive stats. Currently, the most common set you'll see on this is especially defensive set, because Intimidate can deal with physical attackers, while it can also have a very, if you maximize its HP and special defense, it can actually get really high special defense. In addition, it can threaten out a lot of common special attackers. So, that's another example, I think I mentioned this, of its utility makes it a defensive Pokemon, even though it could also be a great offensive Pokemon. It's sort of like Zapdos in that regard. Anyway, this Pokemon, probably the most iconic Pokemon in all of competitive. Anybody who's played will know it. Serious considered on this one. Latios, okay. Whoa. So Latios is interesting. It was really good last generation. It's still super strong now, especially since there's no Dragon Ball in this. So it's one of the best dragon types because it gets a really high special attack and speed, but then also is a great move pool. So it gets Draco it's a dragon psychic type, so it gets Draco Meteor, I think I mentioned this, it's a really, really strong dragon type attack. It gets psychic, it gets water and fire type moves that deal with what it can't bust through with what site with those two types. So it is super, super strong. Sorry, I had to get a drink of water and turn on the air conditioner. As I was saying, this thing is a high special attack, high speed, great move pool. So you'll see two main sets. You've got Choice Specs and Choice Scarf. Again, you'll see this a lot with fast special attackers. One is Choice Specs, which means it does ridiculous damage. Draco Meteor will kill almost anything. Then you've also got Choice Scarf, which is still pretty strong, but you also get added speed control. This thing hits 350 speed, which is a really, really good tier to hit because it outspeeds a lot of common Pokemon, like let's say Cartana. So which is 348 speed, and it's also a really great Pokemon. So Latios can outspeed those sort of things with Choice Scarf. Another set you'll sometimes see pretty rarely is Calm Mind or Life Orb. Life Orb is like kind of Choice-Specs Light, where you want to be able to switch moves, so you use that instead. And Calm Mind is if you think you can get away with boosting and use a more defensive set. You can use a boosting set to make really strong psychics and such. It also gets Roost, I think, as a recovery move, so it's able to heal itself. One thing that's worth noting is it's weak to U-turn, so you have to be careful to that because it's a psychic type. Psychic's weak to bug, so yeah. Next is Manafee, and Manafee is a Pokemon I've never actually used before, but I know the general principle. It's another mythical type, and it's got 100 in every single stat, so it's pretty bulky, but its main appeal, you could say, is that it gets Tail Glow, and Tail Glow is a move that increases special attack by 3 stages, and it's one of the only Pokemon in the game that gets this move. Tail Glow is a very coveted move because it multiplies your attack to 2.5 times instantly, which means that even from that 100 attack stat, it can become really powerful really quickly. I don't know if it's going to be that good in this format because Manafee's main thing is using Water Z moves, and Z moves aren't in this because it'd be too complicated, but you can try it. It's definitely worth using. Some people won't know about Tail Glow. It can also if you want to run a rain team as well, it also gets an ability called Hydration, which means it loses all of its negative status effects when it's raining. So you can use Rest, which heals it to full, and then Hydration will take away the rest in the next turn. You can heal for 100% as long as rain is up every single turn. So it makes for a really great rain Pokemon because Surfs also do a boosted amount of damage, like a huge amount. So Manafee is pretty great. I've used it on teams before. You don't really need a Z move to make it function. You can just click Tail Glow and then run like Ice Beam, Surf, Energy Ball. Those are the 3 main moves it'll run, sometimes Psychic, but it's definitely workable. Next is Mew. Mew, pretty well-known Pokemon. That's Mew too. Mew is pretty famous. It's another mythical. It gets 100 in every single stat. Mew knows basically any single TM move, tutor move you can give this Pokemon, it can get. And so because of that, it's almost impossible for me to give you a moveset recommendation because Mew can do whatever you want it to. It's got Stealth Rocks, it's got Defog, it's got Healing moves, it's got Dragon Dance, it's got Sword Dance, it's got Nasty Claw. Whatever you want to think of, this Pokemon has. And it's a Psychic type that's decent enough. Its ability, Synchronize, it's ignorable. If you get a status effect, it'll transfer to the other Pokemon as well. 100 in every stat. So it can be a defensive wall. It can be a Pokemon that sets up rocks at the start of the game that explodes. It can be a Pokemon that sets up with Sword Stance or Dragon Dance at the end of the game. It can be a Pokemon that uses like only offensive or defensive moves. Honestly, I really don't know what to tell you with this one. The most common set is right now in OU, which is the general metagame, is a set with Cosmic Power, which is the move that increases defense and special defense, and then it runs Taunt, so it can't be statused if there's a slower Pokemon than it, and there aren't many Pokemon faster than 100 speed that run status moves, so it'll run Taunt, Cosmic Power, Soft Boiled to heal itself, and then Stored Power, which is a Psychic type move that does more damage the more boosts you have. So you can boost up to in the middle of the Mew section, I do normal people things like I do normal people things like eat dinner and talk to my family. So anyway, as I was saying, Mew's most common set right now is it runs Cosmic Power, it runs Soft Boiled, which are, healing move, defense move. It runs Stored Power, which boosts in power the more boosts it gets, and it gets Taunt, which means it can't be poisoned to whittle it down. So basically what that means is it can really quickly get to 4 times defense, and then it can use Stored Power with those boosts. So these are really powerful, like 260 power Psychic type attack. So even though its special attack is really low, it can still do a lot of damage. The biggest counter to this is Dark types, because Dark types are completely immune to Psychic attacks. But beyond that, this is a really, really strong set that I would totally recommend checking out, especially because your little chump enemies probably on this, unless they get my help, nobody on this server is going to expect that. So, yeah. Next is Regieleki. Regieleki is a pretty awesome Pokemon. So, here's the thing about it. Regieleki gets only Electric type moves. Well, I say only, but gets like 2 normal type moves, but they don't do any damage because it's only got 100 attack and 100 special attack. But here's the thing. First of all, it has 200 speed. That's a lot of speed. That's super fast. That is the fastest thing unboosted in the entire game. By far. Like, if this thing is faster than most Choice Scarf Pokemon. To put this into perspective, Latios, which I mentioned earlier, is a fast 350 speed Pokemon. Choice Scarf hits 525. Regieleki's maximum speed is 548. That is absolutely ludicrous. Now, the other thing about Regieleki is in normal Pokemon why you need a ground type, because Regieleki has an ability called Transistor, right? And Transistor boosts all electric type attacks by 1.5 times damage. So that means that if you have no ground type, it can just keep firing off Thunderbolts, Volt Switches, which are a move that attacks and then switches. So it can Volt Switch you for massive damage, then switch out to a Pokemon to tank your attack. It can do this over and over and over again throughout the entire battle. And because it's got 200 speed, you never have any hope of intercepting it and hitting it first. So Regieleki, but the great thing is, Regieleki is completely walled by ground types. So until you get rid of the ground type, Regieleki is almost useless, or it's really hard to use because you have to play around the ground type. But once you get rid of it, Regieleki is a force to be reckoned with. This is a really, really interesting Pokemon. And if you want to use it, I'd love to watch a battle with somebody using Regieleki. So that's pretty cool. Next is Rillaboom. Rillaboom is a cool guy. I think I showed him in my team building video. I didn't entirely explain why I wanted to use him, because Rillaboom is unique in that it is one of the only Pokemon that, even though it's not a Tapu, it summons a terrain when it comes into battle. So when Rillaboom comes into battle, it summons Grassy Terrain, and it also has a move that gets +1 priority in Grassy Terrain called Grassy Glide, which is a respectable 70 base power, which is really high damage for a priority move. So coupled with the damage boost from Grassy Glide, Rillaboom gets this move that goes first in most situations, and is also super strong because it's got 70 power, plus it's got a high attack stat in general. So using this Grassy Glide, this Grassy Glide was the move's name, and then Grassy Surge was the ability's name, using that strategy is really, really powerful. Some of the best priority in the game. It also gets access to strong moves like Knock Off and Superpower. You can either run a Choice Band set that uses moves like Wood Hammer and Grassy Glide, or you can use a Sword Stand set that uses Grassy Glide, Knock Off, and Superpower. Those are the two common sets of Scan Rillaboom, really the two only ones I would say are worth using, unless you want to customize it for a specific task. Also, the Sword Stand set uses a Life Orb to further boost power. This is a Pokemon I've used in so many of my teams. It's the only one I'm using currently. It's on the one I used for probably like 6, 7, 8 months. Highly recommend Rillaboom. Not as popular as before, but still definitely very, very strong. Superior is another grass type, and this Pokemon is really, really interesting because at first glance you think it's awful. It has 70, its defenses are mediocre, its only good stat is its speed, and even that it's not that great. Its offenses are also mediocre, so why is there any reason to use this Pokemon at all? Well, here's where its ability comes in. It's called Contrary, right? And Contrary is the ability that when you drop a stat, it actually increases the stat. And when you increase the stat, it drops it. So basically, it flips the effects of any stat changes right around. And why is that good for Superior? Well, let me tell you. Superior gets a move called Leaf Storm, right? Leaf Storm is a 130 base power grass type move with 90% accuracy. However, the caveat is, once you use it, it lowers your special attack by 2 stages, so you can't use it over and over again. But you see where I'm going with this? Superior can reverse that and make it 2 times boost to its special attack. So instead of losing damage, each time you use a Leaf Storm, it doubles damage over and over again. So that way, this weak, frail piece of shit Pokemon can all of a sudden become super, super strong really quickly. It can snowball out of control. In addition, it also gets access to a move called Glare. Glare is a coveted move because it can paralyze any Pokemon except electric types. The other paralysis move in the game, Thunder Wave, doesn't work on ground types, but this does. So you can use Glare and Substitute to wait for you to miss a turn. And you can use Leech Seed or Leaf Storm, and it can just Leaf Storm through you. And that's a really, really powerful combination because once you got Leaf Storm, even if grass type moves on the best, they're going to be hitting for up to 4 times damage. That is insane. And you can run like Hidden Power Fire or something to deal with like Ferrothorn and other common grass types that might try and check you, or Steel types. So Superior's got a lot of options. Definitely a really interesting pick. I also like this one. We're getting to some of the cool Pokemon. Slowbro. Slowbro is just a great defensive Pokemon. It has high physical defense. It has a pretty decent defensive typing in Water and Psychic, and as the name suggests, it's really, really slow. What that means is it's best used for a bulky set. Use max HP, max defense. That's the most common set on Slowbro. It also gets access to a nice move called Teleport, and Teleport plays on the concept of momentum. So basically, what you do is you switch your Slowbro in, and you teleport, and Teleport basically makes you switch, but it guarantees that you switch last. And what that means is that Slowbro can sponge a hit and then safely bring in an attacker. The other thing is it has access to this nice ability called Regenerator, and Regenerator heals your health by 33% every time you switch out. It's a very, very strong ability, which means Slowbro can come in, take a hit, teleport out, and then switch you into a good Pokemon. In addition, it also gets access to a move called Future Sight. Future Sight is a Psychic type attack that hits 2 turns after the move is used. So if you use Future Sight and then teleport, you can switch into another Pokemon, and you can hit something with a combination of an attack and Future Sight, and not many Pokemon are able to stand up to that. Pokemon have been banned because of their synergy with Slowbro. And I'm going to go over Slowking as well, but This is also a really strong. Slowking is basically the special version of this thing, but it's really strong. So this is another great pick. It also gets access to nice utility moves like Scald, Slack Off, which is a healing move. You can use Psyche type moves. This thing is very modular. Well, not really. Next is Tapu Fini. Tapu Fini is a great support Pokemon. That's its main role. Tapu Fini has high defensive stats with pretty mediocre special attack, bad attack, like, you know, speed is nothing special. But it's a water fairy, which first of all it's a great typing. It also gets access to moves like Defog, which means a great hazard remover. It has a high special defense. It gets Scald, which is a good move. Scald is a good move because that 30% chance to burn, and burns have physical attack and damage. So burns are super strong. Burning is a very useful tactic to use against many physical attackers. It gets access to strong fairy type moves like Moonblast. Fairy typing is always nice to have. Fairy is super unresisted, and Fairy on the other hand as an attacking type is also pretty good. Really only resisted by Steel. And Poison and Fire. Poison, but that's kind of irrelevant. It also gets moves like Taunt. It gets Calm Mind. You can run a Choice Scarf set to surprise your opponents. Running Choice Scarf and high special attack gives things surprising damage output, and you can actually, if you want to get rid of the Choice Scarf, you can trick the Choice Scarf and force something that doesn't want to be Choice Locked into being Choice Locked. So you can cripple Pokemon that way. Tapu Fini is one of the most popular Choice Scarf users right now. It's got a ton of sets. You can also run Calm Mind Taunt, which lets you Calm Mind up and then taunt opponents to try and get rid of your boost or try and boost with you, or boost themselves up to try and match you. And you can use Draining Kiss, which is a fairy type move that heals you for a lot, even though it's not very strong. So you can use that to snowball out of control pretty quickly. Tapu Fini's kind of like... Tapu Fini's a cool Pokemon. Next is the other one, Tapu that's allowed, Tapu Coco. Actually, Tapu Bulu is there somewhere, but he's garbage. Lele is banned, Tapu Lele is banned because Tapu Lele is really strong, like too strong. Anyway, Tapu Coco is also a really nice Pokemon. I think I demonstrated this in the very first video, but Tapu Coco's move pool is kind of lacking, so it's kind of forced to rely on its mediocre special attack, but other than that, it's really good. It's got nice electric fairy typing, and it gets electric surge when it switches in. Electric surge boosts the power of electric attacks, so all of its electric attacks are going to be doing more damage. And then in addition, it's really fast. It's got 394 speed, along with a decent enough special attack. Means a really good pivot. You can switch it in. You can use a fast Dazzling Gleam, which is its fairy type go-to attack, maybe to wear down a ground type or a dragon type. Then you switch out with U-turn. It gets Roost. You can use Defog if you want, though I wouldn't recommend it. It gets electric type attacks as well, Thunderbolt, Thunder, whatever you want to use with electric type, Tapu Coco has it. So it's a great pivot Pokemon. Its electric typing and fairy typing is also pretty unique. It offers a lot of cool resistances. You know, it's in a pinch, you're not weak to Steel, though it's kind of frail. I wouldn't recommend using it as a defensive Pokemon. The concept of a pivot is a little bit hard to understand if you've never played the game, but basically it means that it can come in after something dies, or it can come in on a move it resists, heal, Roost, or U-turn, throw off a strong Thunderbolt, and get out. So it's not meant to stick around for too long in the battlefield. It's like an in and out kind of Pokemon. Next is Thunderstereo. To be honest, this is Thundurus normal. I'm gonna pull Thunderstereo real quick. To be honest, I actually have no idea why Thunderstereo is on this. I don't know why it's tier 1. It's a cool Pokemon, I guess. It's got high special attack, same level of Landorus. It's really fast, 331 speed. 331 speed is what it hits. So that's something like 100. It's 100 something. But it's kind of weak to Stealth Rocks, and its move pool is pretty barren. It doesn't get any flying type moves. It gets an electric type move, and it gets like random coverage, or Focus Blast, fighting type moves, psychic type moves. But I think the reason why it's here is because in national decks, which is what I don't really play much national decks, it's really strong on rain teams. So it can use Thunder and stuff, or it can... I think if Z moves weren't banned, then this thing would be really strong. Honestly, I wouldn't really recommend drafting this. Out of any Pokemon I give you, I'm just giving you like a straight up, probably no draft order unless you really know what you want to do with it. Unless you're drafting with the rain team, I wouldn't even consider this thing. Like, it's a decent enough pivot, I guess. But there's so many better electric types out there. It gets Volt Absorb, which is pretty cool. It's immune to electric type moves, so it can satisfy your electric and flying thing in a pinch. But if you want something to do that, I don't know why you wouldn't just draft Landorus or Glyscore. So yeah, I don't know about this one. Definitely a whack pick. Next is Toxifex. This is also another Pokemon that is the bane of a lot of Pokemon players' existences. Nobody likes Toxifex because this thing is a piece of shit. It just sits around. This thing is, ever since it was introduced in Gen 7, would have been the most annoying Pokemon in the game. Let's go over this. First of all, its HP is mediocre, right? But it has a massive 150 defense. Most Pokemon don't even have that much attack. So 150 defense is insane, and it gets another 140 special defense. All its other stats are garbage, but it doesn't matter, because the thing sits around. It's got a great defensive typing in Water Poison. So all this thing does, it'll come in, it'll sponge your attacks, it might scald you to burn you, might knock you off and take your item, it just recovers, it might put up toxic spikes, which are spikes that cause poison instead of damaging you. It can do whatever, it can do a ton of things. It has Haze, which is a move that resets your stat boost. This is one of the go-to Pokemon where if something's about to sweep you, it's boosted all of its stats about to kill your Pokemon. You switch your Toxifex in, you press Haze. Now, really the only downside to all these super defensive Pokemon is that they lose momentum. Basically, they kind of just sit there, they don't do much. So, beyond, like, that's so, like, if you're a clever player, you can take advantage of it, you can substitute, you can try and, like, set up stealth rocks, that sort of thing. You have to play around it, but it's like a huge stopgap, because if you don't have something super effective, or something really strong that can kill Toxifex in 2 hits, then your entire team is going to be walled by this thing. Either that, or you have to use stealth rocks to try and wear it down. That is super obnoxious. You can kind of see why these defensive Pokemon become, like, such an annoying thing. Oh, and to add to this, Toxifex also gets Regenerator, and Regenerator is an ability which, as I told you, 33% healing every time you switch out. So even without pressing recover by itself, just coming in and switching out already is giving it 33% of its health back. So it's a real pain in the ass. I mean, draft this Pokemon if you want to be a dickhead. Next is Tyranitar, and Tyranitar is really cool. That's his big thing, he's awesome. And Tyranitar is unique in that he is one of the 2 Sand Setters you're probably mainly going to be drafting. Sand Setters are basically Pokemon that set up they have an ability called Sandstream, right? Which means when they switch in, they cause a sandstorm. What does that mean? First of all, sandstorms damage any non-rock, steel, or ground types by 6% by every single turn. They slowly whittle down other Pokemon. But in addition, it boosts the special defense of rock types by 50%. Tyranitar is a rock type, which means that just by existing, it has a really high special defense stat. It has a base 100 special defense. This makes it a really good special defensive wall. The only bad thing is its defensive typing is really garbage. Rock and Dark is not a good typing. So it's great offensively, but Tyranitar is kind of slow, so you can use it offensively, but it's kind of a risk. The best use as a Sand Setter is especially defensive Pokemon. Also, it gets Stealth Rocks, so that's something worth noting. You can use it to set up Stealth Rocks, that's pretty useful. What else? Yeah, so that Sandstream is most useful for Pokemon like Excadrill. I've mentioned this, Dracozolt. You can go back to their sections if you want. These are Pokemon that all benefit from sand. There are a multitude of them, but they actually get boosts from being in sand. Like, they get faster, they get stronger. So, definitely worth... I'm going to turn the music down. Okay. Anyway, yeah, so they get boosts in sand. So, definitely a Pokemon worth looking at if you want to draft a sand team, or even if you don't want to draft a sand team. It's pretty alright. Next is going to be Urshifu Rapid Strike, and Urshifu Rapid Strike is this is Urshifu Normal, but Urshifu Rapid Strike is basically the same thing. Urshifu Normal I should have banned, but basically Urshifu Rapid Strike, it's a water fighting type, despite what this says, but Urshifu Rapid Strike is, it's got this cool ability called Unseen Fist, which means it breaks through Protect, like you can't protect against it. And in addition, it also has a nice signature move called Surging Strikes. It hits 3 times, and each time it hits, it's guaranteed to be a critical hit. Each one only does 25 damage, but because it's guaranteed to do a critical hit, it's doing more like 110 damage. It's a really nice move. And it also gets a really strong close combat. It's got 130 attack coupled with like it's got 130 attack coupled with 120 base power move. It gets access to U-turn and a couple other moves, but mainly it's U-turn, close combat, maybe Ice Punch if you want to hit a Dragon type, and Close Combat. That's the move sets you're going to see. And this Pokemon has 3 main sets. Firstly, Choice Band, just because it hits 322 speed, which is pretty fast, which means Choice Band is basically a huge boon to it because attacks are doing so much damage. This thing is ludicrous in its damage output. It can run Choice Scarf as well, because its attack is still respectable even without a Choice Band, and Choice Scarf allows it to be pretty fast and revenge kill some things. It's bulky on the physical side, not so much on the special side, enough so that it can make for a decent Choice Scarf for him to take a hit or 2. The last thing is, the problem is with all of its attacks, they're contact moves, right? So they trigger things like Iron Barbs, like Rocky Helmet. So some people run Protective Pads, which is an item that protects you from being damaged by contact moves, and it also allows you to switch moves. So Protective Pads is also something you might want to look at if your opponent has like a Ferrothorn, or if you anticipate Rocky Helmet coming. Common Rocky Helmet Pokemon are like Slowbro, Ferrothorn, basically any defensive, Garchomp, any defensive Pokemon can run a Rocky Helmet. Next is Victini. Victini is another mythical Pokemon. It gets 100 in every single stat, but Victini's unique in that it's almost entirely an offensive Pokemon because it gets a really nice move called V-Create. V-Create is an 180 base power fire type move. 180. That means that, like, coupled with stab bonus, it's doing 270 damage. That is absolutely ridiculous. Basically, like, if you took close combat, it's close combat from Shifu that we just mentioned earlier, multiplied by 1.5, or the Shifu that came right before, multiplied by 1.5 times. The point is, this thing is really strong. Even with 100 attack, just the V-Create alone is doing so much damage. And so, it also gets a really wide move pool. It gets electric type moves like Bolt Strike, it gets U-Turn to pivot, it can get ice type moves. Hell, you can even run a special set because it gets Blue Flare, which is a 130 power fire type move, which is still very respectable. And physical moves are often a little bit more unreliable. Hell, if you want, you can even run a mix set. You don't even need a huge amount of attack investment because you can just have so many moves. You get super effective coverage on everything. So Victini's a really nice Pokemon. Its main weaknesses, if it's not using V-Create, it can be kind of weak because 100 attack isn't that much. Heavy duty boots, it's weak to Stealth Rock, obviously. Choice Banded means that you're going to be weak to Stealth Rock unless you're running heavy duty boots, and Choice Banded locks you into a move. But Choice Banded V-Create really fries things, so it's worth using. Choice Scarf is a personal favorite of mine. It's also kind of weak, but the speed bonus from Choice Scarf and the fact that we're playing Draft means that the V-Create, often that doesn't matter, and since V-Creates are still going to hit really hard. This Pokemon's really cool. I like him as well. It's like a victory Pokemon. I win a lot. So, definitely consider Victini. Very unique, if nothing else. Volcarona. Volcarona is a very... Honestly, it's a bad Pokemon to draft, but because your opponents don't know it's a bad Pokemon to draft, it's a very good Pokemon to draft, if that makes any sense. So Volcarona gets a really nice move called Quiver Dance, which boosts special attack, special defense, and speed, right? It's also got a high special attack, respectable special defense, and respectable speed. Its defense and attack are pretty frail. So, what this Pokemon do will basically is it'll come in, it'll Quiver Dance, it'll make itself immune to special attacks basically because it's so bulky, and it'll start using like Fire type, and start using boosted moves. So, sorry, water break. As I was saying, as I was saying, Volcarona gets a really nice setup move and has high special attack, which means it can snowball out of control really quickly. An unprepared team will get absolutely swept by this thing because it's really strong fire type attacks. It has 135 special attack, so coming off of that, any fire type attack coming from this can kill a lot of things in one hit after a boost. After 2 boosts is unbeatable. If you want, you can also run a more defensive set that invests some in exchange for some initial damage potential and speed, and invest a lot of points into health and defense. That way, even if somebody does manage to survive your hit, they're likely not going to hit you. Volcarona are not going to kill you. Volcarona also gets a nice ability in Flame Body. What Flame Body does is it burns anything making contact with the Pokemon, or there's a 30% chance it will. So, a lot of physical attackers will be dissuaded by that. Really, its only checks are like bulk some specific special Pokemon, or if you bring in a physical attacker that's bulky enough and can kill it in one hit. For example, if it's not carrying Psychic, or Shifu can come in and one hit it with its water type moves. You have to be really careful around this Pokemon. It's often based on matchup. If they don't have a Pokemon that's able to kill this thing like quickly, then you can win. So this thing in normal draft isn't good because people can prepare for it, but you can definitely get a lot of cheese out of, like, in this draft league, which is where you're playing against chumps. All of your chumps, obviously. You get a lot of cheese factor out of this. So, nice Pokemon. Finally, okay, one more, Zapdos. So this is normal Zapdos. We've already seen Galar Zapdos, so here's his nicer cousin. So Galarian normal Zapdos, I showed this, but Zapdos can run both in the other video as an example, but Zapdos can run both an offensive and defensive set. It has a nice ability in Static, which paralyzes things that hit it sometimes. It's got Electric Flying type, that's good. It gets a lot of resistances, immunity to ground, fighting type moves, grass type moves, or like shrugging off, that sort of thing. Gets Roost, it gets Defog, gets electric coverage, which is good because if there's no ground types around, electric type moves hit hard. And it can use flying type moves to bust through ground types as well. Gets Hurricane, which is a 110 power flying type move. It misses a lot, but it's really nice to have. And so yeah, it just makes for a great defensive Pokemon. Its really only weakness is knockoff, because once it's knocked off, it loses its heavy duty boots, and then it becomes more difficult for it to switch in because Stealth Rocks will hit it. The other thing is its offensive set. It gets 125 special attack and really nice offensive moves. So it makes for a great Rain offensive Pokemon because Rain makes Thunder and Hurricane, which are really powerful electric and flying type moves, fully accurate. Normally they only have 70% accuracy, so it's strong in Rain. It's strong in Outrain in general. I've seen some people run Choice Specs with it just because its Hurricanes will wipe things off the face of the earth. So you can do whatever you want with this Pokemon, actually. It can fit onto a lot of teams. And now for the final tier 1, Zeraora. The Zeraora is what I mentioned Zero Aura is one of the best pivots in the game, and I've already explained this with Thunders and Tapu Coco, so you can look at their sections if you want. But a pivot Pokemon is a Pokemon that basically comes in, so usually switches out immediately, or comes in, drops one hit, and leaves. So they're not designed to stick around a lot, designed to constantly be switching. They're not really super bulky. So Zero is another good example. Electric types make really good pivots because they get Volt Switch, which is a switching move that also does electric damage. The one weakness of Zero Aura is that ground types completely fuck this thing up. It cannot break through Landorus at all, which is what stops it from being a really good Pokemon. Because once Landorus is gone, it has such good coverage, it hits practically everything. It gets fighting type moves, it gets dark type moves, it gets electric, it gets fire type moves. The only thing it doesn't get, and I wish it did get, was ice. It's also super fast. It hits 142 speed. It's the fastest thing, I think, in this entire list. Yeah, besides Regieleki. It's the fastest Pokemon you're going to get unboosted, besides Regieleki. It also gets Volt Absorb, which means in a pinch it can also fill in for your electric immunity, because it can't be hit by electric type moves. The one thing is, it's kind of weak. Like, its attack stat is not very high, but neither is its special attack, but it also gets Bulk Up. So if you want to run a more offensive set, you can also run Bulk Up, which increases attack and defense, and you can try to set up sweep with this. And this is better for more fragile teams, because there's certain really like keystone defensive Pokemon like Landorus that'll always scare away Bulk Up Zero Aura. But sorry, I'm eating something. But beyond that, it's a pretty good offensive Pokemon. And so we managed to finish all of Tier 1 below the 1 hour mark. So next we're going to go on to Tier 2. I'm going to go a little bit quicker for these Pokemon because they're less important than Tier 1s, and that's going to be a general trend. So let's start. Okay, sorry, my voice, I don't know if you guys or watch this part, but if you are, my voice died because I've been speaking for an hour straight. So I've just recovered it, so now I'm going to go back to explain it. So this is the first Pokemon in Tier 2, Alakazam. And so Alakazam is a pretty strong Pokemon. It's 120 speed, which is a good tier to hit. It's about 372 speed. By the way, when I say speed, I'm either talking about the base stat or the bigger stat. You'll probably be able to figure it out based on what the numbers are. But otherwise, yeah, that's like the how it's working here. Anyway, Alakazam is good. It's also got 135 special attack, which is a very, very respectable stat. 135 is like, I mean, it's up there. It also gets Magic Guard, which I think it's a great ability. It protects you from Toxic, Burn, it protects you from status effects. And if you're going to use a Life Orb, which is an item that increases your damage but does damage to you when you attack, it'll protect you from that secondary effect, so you get extra damage basically for no cost. So Alakazam also gets Nasty Plot, which is a really nice move because it increases special attack by 2 stages. Really the biggest downside with Alakazam is that it's really, really frail, and it's also weak to U-turn. Like, one strong U-turn will kill it, one weak U-turn will kill it. Basically any move that's super effective against it will kill it, and even then some most neutral physical attacks will also kill it. So you have to be really, really careful how to use it, and for that reason, a lot of people opt to use Focus Sash instead, and sometimes you can run sets like Focus Sash and Counter, where you use a Focus Sash, a Focus Sash guarantees you survive at least one hit if you get hit from full to low health, and then they use Counter, which is a move that returns physical damage. So they use that to try and get cheese kills on physical Pokemon. That's a strategy you can do with Alakazam. I'm gonna move a little bit quicker because I've got more of these Pokemon to go through. Whoa. Okay. Next is Muk. Yeah, Muk. And this is only a Alolan form, but Alolan Muk is the one that's shown here. And Alolan Muk is a really good special wall. It's able to use Curse, which is a move that boosts attack and defense while sacrificing speed. It's got high special, it's got decent attack, and by using Curse, it buffs its defense and attack. In addition, it's only got 1 weakness in ground, and if you keep buffing with Curse, it can also use a Figgy Berry, which is a berry that heals itself, and Recycle to keep repeating that berry over and over again, which means it's got a way of healing itself as well, like sort of semi-reliable recovery. It can boost up to like 4 times, use Doghouse. It's a very good setup mon, good glue mon in general as well. I don't know why it's so great here though. Ninetales, this is a Alolan Ninetales, so I'm actually going to pull this one up real quick because there's a huge difference between Ninetales and Alolan Ninetales. So, Alolan Ninetales is really good because it's able to set up Hail, and Hail is another weather condition, and it boosts. It has certain effects, like it makes moves like Blizzard 100% accurate. Certain Pokemon get faster in Hail, so often you'll see this Pokemon drafted when you want to use other Pokemon in conjunction with Hail Pokemon. Some common Hail Pokemon are Alolan Sandslash, Arctozolt, that kind of. But in general, it's a pretty like iffy weather. Arctofish as well. The other thing is, it gets this move called Aurora Veil, which means that if Hail is up, it can set up a veil that protects you from physical attacks and special attacks. You take half damage from each of those. So this is really good. They work in conjunction with each other. you can use an item called Light Clay that extends that effect to 8 turns. You can come in, you can use Aurora Veil, and you protect yourself for 8 turns. You only have to run Rest of Hailmons. This Pokemon is really good if you want to let a Pokemon set up to sweep, because you can give them that Aurora Veil support, and that really helps. Okay, so the next we're going to go on to is Amoonguss. Yeah, this is a hilarious name, guys. Have your chuckles now. Yeah, very funny. It says Amoonguss. I had a good laugh at this. It's been years. Anyway, so Amoonguss is a great Pokemon as well because it gets access to Spore, which is a move that is 100% guaranteed to put an opponent to sleep. Now, you can only put one Pokemon to sleep at a time, but even so, having 100% accurate sleep is really, really important. Plus, it's Grass Poison type. It's decent enough defensive typing, got like okay bulk. Also, it has Regenerator, which is a great ability because, as it says, it heals 33% every time it switches out. Gets a lot of nice moves like Knock Off, Giga Drain, Stun Spore, Paralyze them. You can use Hidden Power Fire. It's a great Pokemon for sponging hits from a lot of things. So yeah, you can use it as a Grass Poison type. Next is Azelf. Azelf is a interesting little Pokemon. It's part of a trio of 3. I'll mention the other 2 if they're here. And so basically, it's more offensively minded, and it's very strong offensively, and it's a really deep move pool. It gets moves like Calm Mind, and it gets like Dazzling Gleam, Psychic, so it gets Fire, Grass, Fairy, Psychic coverage, so it can hit a lot of different types. In addition, it can also use a set where it sets up Stealth Rocks at the start of the game and then explodes, so that's like a thing where that's for like super offensive teams where they want to get Stealth Rocks up and then explode so they can get a new Pokemon in as quickly as possible. Azelf fulfills that role well because it's got a high attack stat, it can use a strong explosion, plus it has moves like Psychic and I think Taunt as well to support itself, so it's able to stop other hazards from going up. So yeah, it's pretty useful in that regard. Never really used it. Next is Barraskewda. Barraskewda, here's an example. Also an incredibly offensive Pokemon, basically only got speed and attack. Its defenses are very frail. Barraskewda is best drafted on Rain teams, and Rain is probably the best weather, to be honest. Rain will double this thing's speed and boost the power of its water type attacks by 50%. So this thing that's already super strong with a choice band already gets, like, with Rain, hits like something like 700 something speed, something ridiculous. 679 speed, I think, something like that. It's insane. And it also becomes strong enough to like kill super bulky threats with 2 hits with its water type attacks. Like the only things that it can't kill in 2 hits are things that resist it. So it's really, really strong on Rain. And again, if you don't like have some sort of grass type protection for it, Rain teams can really take you off guard. So that's definitely something to watch out for Barraskewda. But you need to draft a Rain setter as well, and you have to draft your team around having a lot of water types. So Rain is kind of an investment to make. Next is Bisharp. Bisharp is also pretty cool, Dark Steel type. He's got a nice ability in Defiant, which I think I've already explained this if you've looked at the Galar Zapdos page, but if you haven't, then Defiant means if you have a stat drop, its attack increases by 2 stages. And what that means, if someone defogs you, your attack is going to go up by 2 stages, because defog also decreases stat changes. So it's a nice way to keep hazards up, because if they want to defog, they have to increase your attack. Also, it gets access to Dark type, and Dark type knockoffs are really strong, because knockoffs are already a strong move, but having that Dark type same type attack bonus means that you're going to end up having a really, really, really strong knockoff. So Bisharp is really nice in that regard. In addition, it can use Sword Stance, it can use Sucker Punch, which is a move that goes first usually. It goes first if they attack you, so that means that unless they're using a status move, you can bypass its relatively slow speed. It gets Iron Head to do with Fairy types. So Bisharp is a really, really nice mon. Again, I've used it on one of my main teams for a couple of months now. It's super nice to have. Very, very threatening if you're not careful with it, because you give it a Life Orb, it can kill things in one hit that you never expected to. So you have to be really, really careful around this Pokemon if you're playing against it. Next is Blissey. And so Blissey is one of the 2, basically, the big pink blobs. And these Pokemon are infamous for the fact that you cannot put special attacks past them. This thing has 255 HP, which is the maximum possible value the game can store for HP, and 135 special defense. Its defense is like 10, but its special defense is so high, you don't even need to invest in it. It'll literally shrug off most attacks. For example, like a super effective Choice Specs attack from a Gengar, which is 130 special attack, or Alakazam, for example, is only going to do at 44% to Blissey. It's a 70% accurate, 120 power move. So Blissey's an incredibly reliable special check. You're almost never going to break this thing down with special attacks unless you continually wear it down with Stealth Rocks. However, there's one big caveat. Blissey is useless beyond that. It is a big pink blob. I mean, it can set up Stealth Rocks, I guess, and it can teleport board. You use Seismic Toss, which is a move that like does damage based on your level, but it really all it does is sit around. It doesn't have a lot of presence. It can't fight back, so people can take advantage of this Pokemon. In addition, physical Pokemon, I mean, it's got some physical bulk, like you can survive a physical hit if you fully invest into physical defense, but unless you're fully invested, it's still going to be very, very frail, because even if you're fully invested, it's still going to be kind of frail because you're going off of 10 defense. That 255 HP can't help. So Blissey is very passive, that's the issue. So it's like, it will take away the momentum from your team, but if you really like an insane special wall, this is one of the best ones to have. And in addition, it uses heavy duty boots because its brother, I'll explain this in the Chansey section, but its sister Chansey can use a Violet, which is an item that boosts the defense of non-fully evolved Pokemon, but it means it can't use heavy duty boots. Blissey really appreciates heavy duty boots because it's constantly switching in and out of the battlefield, doesn't like getting worn down by Stealth Rocks. Next is Breloom. Breloom is a fun little guy. He's got a very high attack stat. He's got Technician, which is a move that, an ability that boosts the power of like low power moves, and he also gets access to Poison Heal, which is an ability that heals you if you get poisoned. You can hold the Toxic Orb and heal yourself, or you can use Technician with Choice Band, and you can do a lot of damage with moves like Mach Punch, which is a priority move. You can boost that up. Bullet Seed, which is a move that it's a multi-hit move. Each hit does 25 damage, and you have a chance of hitting 2 to 5 times. You can boost that damage up to like 37.5 per hit, which makes it really, really strong. So Breloom is deceptively powerful. It also gets Spore. You can use Substitute and Spore to stall things out, with Toxic Heal to heal yourself, and then use like really strong fighting moves behind that Substitute. You can use Sword Sense even, I'm pretty sure it gets that, but I never see that. Choice Band, again, as I mentioned, is really strong with Technician. So Breloom has a lot of options that I would consider exploring. Definitely very multifaceted Pokemon. Next is Buzzwole. Buzzwole, first of all, he looks crazy. He has really high attack stat in 139, but more than that, he also has a very high defense stat, right? And what's important to note about that defense stat is that it means that it can function as a physical wall while also retaining a pretty good attacking stat. You don't really need to fully invest into attack, and vice versa. It can be an emergency physical check even if you fully invest into attack. However, its special defense is really bad, its speed is middling, so that's something to consider. Like, one good special attack is going to flick this thing out of the water, even if you fully invest. And I wouldn't recommend fully investing in special defense, because that's not what this thing does. But as a defensive Pokemon, it has a lot of key resistances. Like, for example, Cartana is completely shut down, almost completely shut down by this thing, unless it's running super niche moves just to deal with Buzzwole, which you might see in draft, but in normal Pokemon, not often. If you're on Rocky Helmet, for example, it gets Roost, which is a reliable recovery move, and usually runs a fighting type move, an ice type move, Roost, and Toxic on its defense set. Or you can even run a Choice Band or a Choice Scarf. I usually see that or Choice Banded, which makes, like, with its 139 attack stat, does a lot of damage. That's even stronger than like Shifu, which is one of the strongest attackers already. The point is, it's really strong, and its defense is super high. So those are its two main appeals. Bug Fighting is also a pretty unique type, so it's something cool as well. Next is Chansey. Chansey is Blissey's younger sister, I guess, and Chansey has worse stats in every way, so you might think, well, why do you want to use it? The answer is an item called a Violite, or Eviolite, and basically it means that not fully evolved Pokemon can hold this item and get 50% increases to their defense and special defense, which sends Blissey's already like still pretty good stats to astronomical levels. Like, it becomes much bulkier than Blissey, or Chansey's bulk gets much better than Blissey's. But the one caveat here is that because of that, you don't get to hold heavy duty boots, and if you can't hold heavy duty boots, it means you take Stealth Rock damage every time you switch in and out, and also you get knocked off. You're now a weak Blissey with no heavy duty boots. So Chansey is generally considered to be slightly inferior with the advent of heavy duty boots, but your opponents probably won't be using hazards as much because they're all chumps. So Chansey is definitely definitely can hold its own against Blissey. Next is Cinderace, and Cinderace, if you're using this Pokemon, you cannot use the ability Libero. You will be banned and kicked, and 10 million years Caulk Torture, because Libero was just that strong. It's such a good ability. So you just get Blaze, and by itself, Cinderace is already a great Pokemon. It makes for a good pivot because it has a strong fire type move in Pyro Ball. It moves like high jump kick and U-turn. It also has a nice move called Court Change, which is one of the most unique hazard removal options in the game. Basically, if they put hazards on your field, using Court Change will switch the hazard onto their field, and vice versa. So it's a nice option to pinch, although I'd recommend having a defogger as well, because if you want to get rid of hazards, you won't be stuck with like hazards being on your side of the field as well, if it's on both sides. So yeah, it's fast. It's pretty strong as well. Pyro Ball is a really great move. It gets access to nice coverage as well. Gunk Shot. You can even use Bulk Up, Psychic moves like Zen Headbutt to get past some of its checks. So Cinderace has a lot of moves to use. It's not as strong as it would be as if it had Labro, but Labro is just such a good ability that you can't have that. Cloyster. Cloyster's kind of a cheesemon. Cloyster has really high defense and not much else. It's got decent speed, decent attack, very bad special defense, like no, piss poor. Special attack is fine, HP is fine. So what it does basically, it gets a move called Shell Smash, which is one of the most coveted moves in the game. Because Shell Smash, what it does is it decreases your defense and special defense by 1 stage, but it increases your attack, special attack, and speed by 2 stages, making you really, really powerful because it doubles all of those at once. And so basically, Cloyster, Cloyster uses that in combination with its ability called Skill Link, which means multi-hit moves that can hit 2 to 5 times, but like in exchange are pretty strong. Usually will always hit 5 times. So Cloyster will Shell Smash and it'll use like Icicle, Spear, and Rock Blast, which are multi-hit moves, and it'll do a lot of damage with them. In addition, because it's got a high defense, it means it can Shell Smash on most physical Pokemon, because most physical Pokemon will be able to kill it in 1 hit. Once a team has taken some chip damage, you can really sorry, I don't know why I'm speaking improperly right now. You can really use Cloyster to clean up a team, but the one issue is with Cloyster is that it won't always kill something in 1 hit, and in return, if you don't kill something in 1 hit, it's kind of frail after the Shell Smash. So yeah, you can also use Focus Sash to guarantee a setup, but that fails if they've got Stealth Rocks up, so that's something to consider as well. You can't use King's Rock if you're using this mon, by the way. I don't know if any of you know about the King's Rock strategy, but you can't use it. Next is Conkeldurr. Conkeldurr is a pure fighting type, and its main gimmick is that it gets an ability called Guts, and Guts boosts your attack if you have a status effect. So it'll use an item that gives it a burn, a Flame Orb, and it'll basically boost its really strong attack, which is something like 130, so that gives it like 400 attack, and then it'll boost it back 600. In combination, it also gets, it's now gotten really strong moves like Close Combat, 120 power, Mach Punch, a priority move, Knock Off, and Facade. That's usually the main set. Facade does more damage if you've got a burn or something, so you're ending up doing like, which turns into a 140 base power move normal. So it has an array of really, really strong moves and a really high attack stat. It's also pretty bulky as well, but it's really slow. That's why it needs Mach Punch. So Conkeldurr can end up being a super powerful, potent wall breaker because it can get through a lot of super bulky Pokemon. It needs some support as well, but it's not weak to Stealth Rocks. The other option you can take is if you don't want to take the burn damage, or if you want a Choice Band or something, it gets an ability called Iron Fist, which boosts the power of punching moves. So if you want to use Thunder Punch or something to hit flying types, just as a niche option, then that's also there as well. It can use mainly those 2 sets. There's not much else worth considering. I think it gets a Defog. I don't know why you'd ever want to use Defog on this Pokemon. It's not a reliable Defogger. Next is, where was I? Crawdon. Crawdon is slow and it's got a pretty bad defensive typing, but don't let that fool you. It gets a nice ability called Adaptability, and what that does is it doubles the same type of attack bonus. So its stab attacks will do 2 times damage instead of 1.5 times damage. So that already makes it really strong. You basically only want to use Water Dark type moves on this, and it gets 2 main sets, which are Swords Dance and Choice Band. So both those are wall breaking, because Swords Dance boosts attack to high levels, while Choice Band already gives it a lot of initial power. I prefer Choice Band, to be honest, because setting up with this thing is kind of difficult. You need to find a passive Pokemon to set up on, or a Pokemon that resists its hits, because it's kind of frail. But if you do manage to find that, then Swords Dance can also be really good. It also gets access to a really strong knockoff because of the Dark type. So you have a really, really almost unresisted knockoff that is double the damage, in addition to same type attack bonus. In addition to the bonus you get for knocking an item off, you have Aqua Jet, which is a priority move, which kind of makes up for your crappy speed. You have Liquidation, which is a strong water type move. You can use like a fighting type move in the back or something. So Crawdon can also make for a really, really strong attacker. It's sort of like Conkeldurr, but stronger, but higher risk. Also, it's got better typing. Like a water is a more useful offensive type, you could say, than just pure fighting. So it gets 2 stabs, so something to consider. Next is Cresselia. Cresselia kind of sits around. It's good for setting Trick Room. I don't know if you'd ever drafted Trick Room team in draft, but Trick Room is basically a terrain that when you set it, slower Pokemon start to move faster than fast Pokemon. It lasts for like 5 turns. And this allows really slow Pokemon to suddenly shine. For example, Crawdaunt, the Pokemon I just mentioned earlier than this, if you want to rewind a little bit, is a really great Pokemon in Trick Room because it's quite slow. Beyond that, Cresselia is really fat. I think it gets Stealth Rock, I'm not sure, but it gets Calm Mind as well if you want to try and sweep with it, but its attack is really low. Both of its defensive stats are super high. It's very passive as well though, so it's prone to being taken advantage of. Like you can whittle it down with Toxic, Stealth Rock, and its healing move, Moonlight, is pretty good, but it only gets 8 uses, so it's not as reliable as say another Pokemon with healing moves. So it's alright. This one's kind of like, I don't like this Pokemon. I mean, it's good, but it makes me angry because it's hard to deal with. So yeah. Next is Deoxys Defense. Now, this is Deoxys Normal, but we're talking about Deoxys Defense, which looks like this. And this is actually a legendary Pokemon. Deoxys and all of its other forms are banned to the Ubers tier because they're that good. But Deoxys Defense is kind of garbage, so it's down here. And you can see it's even in tier 2, that's how bad it is. But it doesn't really get any attacking moves like at all, and it's not really good for attacking. But it's got 160 in both defenses, that's pretty nice, even though its defensive typing is garbage. It gets Stealth Rock, it gets Spikes, it gets Taunt, and it gets Recover. It's just basically a hazard setter and a wall that can place Toxic down. And it's very specialized for that role, so if you need like an extreme hazard Toxic, like roll compression setter, then I would recommend using Deoxys. Beyond that, not many teams are going to fit on it. It's kind of a weird Pokemon. Diggersby. Diggersby, on the first glance, you look at its stats and you're like, wow, its stats are garbage, right? But it gets an ability called Huge Power, right? And Huge Power doubles its attack, basically just straight up. So even though it's got bad stats, it gets a really strong Body Slam and Earthquake, it stabs, it gets access to Sword Stance as well. So, and 280 speed, which is what it gets, is definitely not bad. It also gets Quick Attack for priority. Again, not the best, but it's totally workable. You gotta use a Choice Band or a Sword Stance set. I think I've said this so many times at attackers, but it can bust through holes. Body Slam is super strong. If you let it set up and you don't have enough faster Pokemon, you've got to be careful. And one archetype it does work really well on is Sticky Web, which is a team type where you place down Sticky Web, which is a hazard that lowers the opponent's speed. And I don't think I've really mentioned this in depth, so I might cover it really quickly at the start of the next video. But that's a really important for slower attackers. It's a great way to turn the tables. Diggersby especially really appreciates its support. Ditto. Ditto's a really simple Pokemon. It gets an ability called Imposter, which means when it switches in to another Pokemon, it'll take on their exact form, but it won't copy their HP. So it's basically an instant transformation. You don't need to click transform manually anymore. And people use Ditto in conjunction with a Choice Scarf to steal the boosts maybe another Pokemon, and then try and sweep through their team. Or if it's like a one-on-one scenario, you'll switch into that Pokemon and you'll copy them and you'll have a Choice Scarf and you can move first and you can try them kill in one hit. So Ditto's like kind of a no-you Pokemon, I guess, you know. A way to turn the tables. I don't know. It's a very deceptively simple Pokemon. So, yeah. Sorry, I did get some water. There's really not much else to explain about Ditto. It's kind of the simplest Pokemon here. I don't even know why I spent so much time on it. Now here's Slowking, but this isn't the Slowking we're talking about. We're talking about Galarian Slowking. So, I'm gonna pull it up. Galarian Slowking is a really nice Pokemon. It gets, and honestly, tier 2 is fine for it. It's Poison Psychic type, which means it really only gets one weakness, I think, and that's Ground. And as Poison is a really great typing for defense if you only want Ground as a weakness. It does, and it gets Future Sight, which is a nice move. As I've said, it hits 2 turns after, so you can make some nice combinations with that. It's also really specially bulky, so you can fit it with an Assault Vest, which is an item that it's an item that doesn't let you use status moves, but it increases your special defense by 1.5 times. So you can use that in combination with a lot of great moves. It gets like Ice Beam, Ice type coverage, Water type coverage, Fire type coverage, hell, even Earthquake if you want to try that to catch like certain Pokemon. So it does a lot of great attacking moves, and it also gets Regenerator, so when it switches out, it heals 33%. If you don't want to run that, you can always run Black Sludge and like your Leftovers or something, just a passive healing item, and you can Sorry, I don't know why I brain fart there. And it gets Slack Off, which is 50% healing move, but it's not as bulky on the special side, so that's something, there's a trade-off there. Sometimes you can run Calm Mind sets with it, but I mostly see Assault Vest as a great special wall. That's really only weak to a couple types. Next is Galleon Wheezing, so I'll head back to the lookup here. Galleon Wheezing is a Pokemon that kind of pisses me off, because I always have to deal with it, and all my teams are weak to it. But you never really see it, but when you do see it, it's very annoying. It's a Poison Fairy type, and that leaves it with, I think, only one weakness, which is Steel. It's also weak to ground, but it gets an ability called Levitate, which means, you know, it floats off the ground and it's not weak to ground. You can either use that or Neutralizing Gas, which is also another really good ability that neutralizes other abilities. So you have to pick off a trade-off whether you want to be weak to ground, but get more utility out of the ability. It can use Will-O-Wisp, which is a move that spreads burns, which have so burns, you know, they're good. You also get Strange Steam, which is a nice fairy type move. It's very physically bulky. Pain Split, which heals you and does damage to them to a certain extent. So it has some semi-reliable recovery, and you can just use it as like a nice stopgap for a lot of physical Pokemon. And Poison Fairy offers it a lot of defensive utility for Dark type moves, for Dragon type moves, for a lot of things you can think of. So, it's also weak to Psychic, I forgot. But it's kind of got a weak point on special attacks, so that's the best way to get through it if I was you. So, yeah, it's alright. Again, Poison Fairy, a very unique typing if you want to consider this Pokemon. Whoa. Sorry, I know what happened there. Next is Gengar. Gengar is a personal. I was using him earlier. He's a cool guy. Let's see. He's got a high special attack and high speed. He hits 110 speed, same as Latios, 350 speed, or if you want to say it that way. And he's also got a high special attack. He's very frail. Like, Gengar used to be a lot better, actually, because it got this ability, it got Levitate, so it was immune to ground. It's not anymore. It's still pretty good, but it's definitely not what it used to be. That's why it's tier 2. But tier 2 is still respectable. 130 special attack is nothing to sneeze at. And it gets access to Shadow Ball, of course, or just being a ghost type is a great offensive typing to have. Sludge Wave is also a great poison type move. Poison type offensive coverage is also pretty coveted, especially when it's coming from a strong attacker like this. And to patch up the holes, it can always run a fighting type move. Although the fighting type move is kind of inaccurate. So you'll see like Choice Spec sets or Nasty Plot sets. A Nasty Plot boosts special attack by 2 times. So you can end up getting really powerful really quickly. And with that, you run a Life Orb or something. Those are the 2 main Gengar sets I see. I usually run Choice Specs. And of course, the moves are customizable. It has a really wide move pool. You can use Trick to get rid of your Choice Specs if you want. You can use Destiny Bond as like a final last ditch measure. By the way, Destiny Bond is a move that if they kill you while you've got it active, it'll kill them as well. It's got its like limitations. You can't use it multiple times in a row, but if you do get the prediction right, it can be really great. So yeah, Gengar's got a lot of neat tricks up its sleeve. You can encourage you to check it out. Goodra is, I don't even know why it's in tier 2 to be honest. This Pokemon should be like tier 3 or something. Don't draft it, but if you, sorry, I'm being shithead here. It's alright to draft, I guess. It's a Dragon type, it's pure, and it's got really high special defense, and often it's got a really good move pool, so often people run Assault Vest on it, and that'll boost its special defense to astronomical levels. It's also immune to grass type moves, so if you use its ability Sap Sipper, and then it gets a lot of like nice like Dragon, Ground. You can use a mixed attack to set Fire, Electric, Water. Basically, you name it, this Pokemon has that attacking type. But I really don't see why it's in tier 2. In fact, I might move it down to tier 3 after this, in which case it'd be a lot more worth drafting. Whatever. Yeah. Grimmsnarl. Totally get why this is tier 2. This Pokemon doesn't look like much to see that initially. It's got good attack but low speed, right? But as an ability called Prankster, it's one of the best abilities in the game. It basically means status moves will always go for, I have +1 priority with this Pokemon, which means it can use moves like Taunt priority, which means it can stop any sort of like sweeping or something to go unchecked by taunting immediately. You can use priority Reflect and Light Screen with Light Clay. Reflect and Light Screen are moves that have the damage of incoming physical and special attacks respectively, while Light Clay increases the duration. So you can use this to set up Reflect and Light Screen so other Pokemon on your team can set up Sweep afterwards, like they can use stat boosting moves without fear of dying in one hit. So Grimmsnarl's really great for that kind of team. It also gets nice utility moves like Thunder Wave, and if you're really new to it, you can also run like Play Rough and stuff to hit people. You can also run a great like physical attacking set, but in general I think the most relevant one is the Screen set, which is the one I just mentioned. Gyarados. Gyarados is alright. Definitely a Pokemon that is only in this tier because Z moves were normally allowed. Sorry, cut it out, whatever. Gyarados has pretty good attack and pretty good speed, but its move pool is kind of barren. It gets Waterfall as a water type move, it gets Bounce for its flying type, which is a 2-turn move. It's really not worth using. It gets like Earthquake and Power Whip and such. So actually, its move pool isn't bad. It gets Intimidate or Moxie, which are both really nice abilities. Intimidate lowers attack of the opponent upon switch in, and Moxie boosts your attack by +1 stage every time you get a kill. So it can snowball if you let it, but by default it's pretty weak because it kind of has to run heavy duty boots for Stealth Rocks. I might move this thing down to tier 3 as well, in which case it'll be more worth drafting. Yeah, I should probably do some tier changes since I cut out C moves, whatever. If you see this thing in tier 3, you can draft it. If not, don't draft it. Probably. Yeah, it can make for a nice setup if they're not careful, because it's just a lot of Pokemon take neutral damage when this thing hits, and if you take neutral damage from Gyarados, you can resist it pretty easily. It's really only Pokemon that are weak to it that you have to be careful for. This is Hatterene. Hatterene is really slow, but Hatterene also, Hatterene is great at setting Trick Room. I think I mentioned this, but Trick Room, terrain that switches your, switches the speed order around, so faster Pokemon go last and slower Pokemon go first. It also has pretty good special attack. It gets access to Calm Mind, boosting move, boosts special attack and special defense. It gets fire type coverage, it gets psychic type coverage, it gets fairy type coverage. That's pretty good types. It's a great Trick Room setter because it can use Trick Room and then use a fairy type explosion to immediately bring in a slow Pokemon. So you kind of need this as a Trick Room setter. It also has Magic Bounce, which is a really, really nice ability. Basically, it means that any status moves that are directed towards this Pokemon will be bounced off. So if you switch this Pokemon in on Stealth Rocks, they'll get bounced to the other side. If you switch this Pokemon in on Toxic, it'll get bounced to the other side. That's a really handy ability to have. So Hatterene has a couple of niches that give it a place on tier 2. Hippowdon. Hippowdon's a nice one. Hippowdon has two things. First of all, it sets up Sand when it switches in at Sandstream. If you want to run a Sand team that supports Dracozolt and Excadrill, Sand, I think I mentioned this on the Tyranitar section in more depth, but Sand makes them faster. Sand gives a boost to the special defensive rock types. Certain Pokemon get buffs in Sand, so Sand is like a pretty good weather. I would say it's probably second or third best. I haven't talked about Sun yet, but when I talk about Sun, yeah, that's probably the second best, and Rain is the first best. In addition, it's also got a really high HP and defense, and it also gets access to Stealth Rock. It kind of suffers from sitting around syndrome, but it gets Toxic and it's got a pretty strong Earthquake, so it's not entirely passive. And then it's also got Slack Off to heal itself, which is a reliable recovery move. That's pretty nice. Yeah, it's another really good defensive ground type. There's a lot of them out there, but Hippowdon, if you don't want to take one of the tier 1 ones, definitely worth looking into because its defense is higher than Landorus's actually. Next, Infernape. Infernape is pretty cool. He's the same once. He's 346 speed. That's what, like 107 base, I think. It gets access to firefighting moves, which are a really nice combination. Again, this Pokemon's probably better in a Z environment, but I think it's strong enough. I'm actually gonna leave it in tier 2. He's cool. He's got decent attacking stats. He can run physical and special stats. It also gets access to Swords Dance, which is like a nice boosting move that's always great to have. Its Flare Blitz is super strong, fire type move. It's got a strong close combat as well, so it's got 100 Tony Power, Fire, and Fighting type moves. Gets access to Iron Fist, which is an ability that boosts its punching move, so Mach Punch gets stronger, Priority Fighting type move. So you can run a pretty good setup sweeper set with this. Beyond that, I mean, the special set with Choice Specs is a little bit more redundant. You don't see that as often. And then you can also run Choice Scarf, because this makes for a really fast Choice Scarfer, while also retaining a lot of power with Iron Fist. And then you can run, like, for your fourth move, a punching move that, like Thunder Punch or Ice Punch, that gets boosted. So that's really nice. It's probably not as great as it would be with if there were Z-moves in here, but beyond that, I think it's still strong enough to justify being drafted in tier 2. Latias. Latias is Latios's little cousin, and the thing about Latias is that it has a lot of bulk, basically. It's a bulkier version of Latios. It switches out its special attacking strength of Latias, sorry, Latios has more special attacking strength. This thing is more specially defensive strength and defensive strength in general. So it can fulfill the same role as a Choice Scarfer. You won't see Choice Specs on this, but you can see a support role with Choice Scarf with like fire type moves that deal with Therathorn. Maybe Healing Wish, which is a move that kills it but heals another party member to full. It's got it can still use Draco Meteor and Psychic. You'll see Latias using more setup sets like Calm Mind, you know, because which is a special setup move that, because it's bulkier, so it's able to take more hits by default, and its defensive side is higher, so it's not as weak to U-turn, because Psychic type's, weak to U-turn, but while Latios struggles with that, Latias struggles to a lesser extent. So it's a less used, bulkier cousin of Latios. Personally, I think they're about the same strength, but whatever. Magnezone. Magnezone is one of the best anti-meta picks out there, because it has a really nice ability in Magnet Pull, and what Magnet Pull does is it traps any steel types with it onto the field. And combined with that, it can use Body Press, which is a fighting type move, or Hidden Power Fire, which is a fire type move. Body Press, what it does is it calculates damage based on your defense, so you can crank this thing's defense up, trap a steel type, take a hit from it, and body slam it. So if you think about the steel types I mentioned earlier, Corviknight gets trapped by this thing, it's a flying type, so it gets roasted by its electric moves, it can do a ton of damage, and they can't switch out until they take a ton of damage if they want to use U-turn. That's the only way they can switch out, since U-turn bypasses Magnet Pull. Let's see what else. Cartana, if you've got an Iron, it can also use Iron Defense to boost its defense. You can use Iron Defense and Body Press to trap a Cartana if they're not careful about what move they use. If they don't use Sacred Sword, Magnezone will kill it. It can deal with Bisharp if this thing's using max speed. It can deal with basically any steel type. Ferrothorn, you can use Hidden Power Fire, Body Press to get rid of it. So if steel types are really good defensively, and if you want to get rid of one of them, then Magnezone is probably your best bet. Outside of that, it can run a Choice Spec set, but I think Magnet Pull is basically its most renowned characteristic. So in that regard, it'd be kind of one-dimensional. But regardless, I think it's really important to consider if you have a teammate, for example, that really appreciates steel types not being around, then Magnezone is probably a great partner to have. Memo Swine gets some of the best offensive coverage in the game. Memo Swine is an Ice Ground type, and Ice Ground is a really awesome combination, because when you think about it, Ice and Ground really support for each other's weaknesses. There's almost nothing that resists. So yeah, if you think about it, Ice and Ground really support each other's weaknesses very well. So Memo Swine makes for a really good offensive Pokemon. It also gets access to Stealth Rocks, but yeah, with 130 attack and a Life Orb slapped onto it, it can do a ton of damage, break through a bunch of teams that basically breaks through any team. Honestly, there's not much that can resist it. Really, your best way of preparing for it is having something that's faster than it, and or having or being able to whittle it down enough, because that's the best ways to get rid of it. It also gets fighting type moves for whatever Ice and Ground can't hit super effectively, even Dark type if you want to go that far, and Ice Shard, which is a priority Ice type move in case something's faster than it. Ice Shard can get rid of a lot of those Pokemon. For example, Landorus gets cooked by this thing's Ice Shard. Really, really strong Pokemon. One of the best tier 2s, I would say. Yeah. Mandibuzz. Mandibuzz is a defensive Pokemon primarily. It's a dark flying type. I don't think it gets knockoff, or it does not a very commonly used move, but it can it's got high defense, pretty good special defense as well, and high HP. What it does is it stays in, and it can use Defog, so it's a hazard remover first and foremost. It also gets U-turn, which is a nice pivoting move, so you can switch it in on attacks and then pivot out with U-turn. Primarily used for defogging purposes though. It's also got a unique typing. Dark Flying means it has a lot of resistance not many other Pokemon do. So certain teams are going to really, really need Mandibuzz. So I would say it's definitely, if you know you need a Dark, for example, a Dark is one of your Ghost Resistance, for example, or you need another Flying type to patch that up, then Mandibuzz is definitely something worth considering. It also gets a nice move in Foul Play. Mostly defensive Dark types use this move, but Foul Play is a move that uses the target's attack in calculation. So if your opponent has set up something really, really powerful and you use Foul Play will take that setup damage and use it against the opponent. It's also a 95 base power Dark type move. So it's a really strong Dark type move that uses the opponent's attack. That's a really nice way to turn the tables. Next is Mimikyu. Never been a huge fan of Mimikyu, but it's apparently, according to people who use it at least, a great setup sweeper. Basically what Mimikyu does is it's got an ability called Disguise. The first time it's hit, it takes 12.5% damage from any hit guaranteed, and this doesn't include status, but nothing will do more than 12.5% to it. Basically, it'll pop its disguise, it'll take a little bit of damage, and that's it. And this doesn't count for Stealth Rock, so it always gets one free turn to do whatever it wants. And usually what they'll do with that one free turn is use Swords Dance, and it's got off 322 speeds, that's not bad at all. Once it Swords Dance once, it can use like Play Rough and Shadow Claw using its Ghost and Fairy type coverage. It can use Shadow Sneak as a priority move, or even Drain Punch if it wants to heal. To be honest, this Pokemon is pretty weak. Like, even after a Swords Dance, it's not doing that much damage. So I've never really used it because I've never lost this Pokemon ever. But it could be good on draft because draft Pokemon aren't as bulky because, you know, you're only using one tier 1. Even so, not a big fan of this Pokemon. I know a lot of people are. It's pretty cool. So, you know, take it out what you will. Whoa, I still have so much to fucking go. Oh my god. Okay. Courage. Moltres, nice Pokemon. Fire. I'm going to speed up a little bit. Moltres, nice Pokemon, fire flying. It's a pretty good defensive typing. I think we talked about this before. Good offense. One thing is weak to rock. You need heavy duty boots or it's going to get fried by Stealth Rock. Primarily runs defensive sets. I almost never see offensive on this. This because it has a really great ability in Flame Body. Any contact moves will burn the opponent with a 30% chance. So burning is really good because it means those contact moves, which are almost always physical, will be halved in damage, so it makes for a good physical check. It's not bad on special moves either, but it's sort of similar to Zapdos. It's kind of like a worse Zapdos, honestly, because the fire type coverage is less important. But if you think you need that for your team and you don't want to draft tier 1 Zapdos, Moltres is always out there. Alright, next is Necrozma. Necrozma, I've really only seen one set with Necrozma. It's a Psyche type, and it runs Meteor Beam. I'd go to, if you want to hear about the scan, go to Celestila, but Meteor Beam, rock type move, takes 2 turns to charge up. First turn, boost your special attack. Second turn, boost your, second turn is a strong 120 power move. You can use a Power Herb, which is an item, to expedite that into 1 turn, and you can use that to sweep. So it'll do the same thing, use a Totemize, which is a move that's boosted speed, and then it'll use Meteor Beam to boost its special attack. Then, once you've done that, you can once it's boosted speed and special attack, it can use that to snowball. It gets Heat Wave, which is another move. You can always use Calm Mind, which is like another setup option for its special attacks. It gets a really nice psychic attack and Photon Geyser, which is exclusive to this Pokemon. So that'd be a reason to pick it. It's a pretty good setup sweeper, but you know, psychic type. Nidoking, next one. Nidoking looks like a really underwhelming Pokemon at first glance, but I've talked about this before. Its ability Sheer Force is really great. It uses special attacks like Ice Beam, Earth Power, and Sludge Wave, which all have secondary effects, and they all get multiplied by 1.3 times power. The other thing is, if Sheer Force Pokemon are holding a Life Orb boosts your attacking powers but takes HP away from you. Sheer Force means you don't get HP taken away from you. So this thing gets plus 1.6% damage, 1.6 times damage on basically all of its moves for free. So even though it's not that fast and not that strong, all of its moves are like inordinately powerful for almost no cost. The amount of damage it does, in addition to the ability to switch moves, makes Nidoking deceptively powerful. However, it is kind of frail and is kind of slow, so that's what holds it back. Regardless, still a great mixed like attack breaking Pokemon. Also, always loses to Blissey. Next is Nihilego. Necrozma like 2 sections in front of this, so I'm not going to explain this fully. It uses Meteor Beam. It's a Meteor Beam sweeper. Skip back if you want to know more about that. Meteor Beam also, it also gets Stealth Rock, and it also gets Toxic Spikes, so it can set that up. It can set those hazards up. It gets nice coverage moves like Thunderbolt. That's all I'm going to say about this. Obstagoon has the ability Guts, which means when it gets a status effect, it gets stronger. So when it gets burnt, then it can boost its power by 1.5 times. It also gets Facade, which is a normal type move that gets boosted to 140 power when you're burnt. But because it's got a normal stab, that becomes 210 power. And then it also gets Dark type Knockoff, boosted by Guts. So Obstagoon becomes really, really, really strong. And it also got decent speed at 317. The one thing is, it's kind of weak to U-turn, weak to fighting type moves, so common offensive moves will deal with this thing, but if you find a team of slower Pokemon, for example, Obstagoon will really just chop through them because of the strength of its moves. I'm pretty sure it gets Bulk Up as well, that's an option. Pelipper is a Rain setter, uses Rain Pokemon, Bearskewt is one of them. That's all this Pelipper does. Pelipper can either run a defensive set with Damp Rock, which extends the duration of Rain, or it can use Choice Specs to use its own Rain to become stronger. I recommend using a Choice Specs set on teams that don't want to fully commit to Rain and just want one or two Rain Pokemon. Use like Pelipper, Bearskewt, and nothing else, or like one other Pokemon that appreciates it, like Zapdos maybe. But if you want a full rain team, you want to use a defensive set like max HP and max defense, recovery moves. It also gets access to defog and U-turn, so it's nice pivot moves. So those are the two options you have. You're either going to use like this choice select set or a defog set. This one I look at Smogon for. You need this Pokemon. This Pokemon or Politoed if you're drafting Rain. It's very, very important. What's next? Next is Porygon Z. Porygon Z. Whoa. Porygon Z gets adaptability. Adaptability is a nice ability. Whoa, that's weird as fuck. Adaptability is really nice because it boosts your stab attacks from 1.5 times to 2 times. It's also got a really good special attack, and it's got an ability called you can also use download if you want, which will boost its special attack when it switches in. Usually, sometimes it boosts attack. It's kind of unreliable, but regardless, it gets strong normal type coverage. You use Hyper Beam or Tri Attack. Really strong special moves because it comes off like 130 special attack. Speed is decent. Coverage is alright. So you can run either Choice Scarf or Choice Specs. That's almost always what I see. Choice Scarf, still pretty strong. Choice Specs Hyper Beam will kill pretty much anything. But, you know, Hyper Beam takes a recharge turn, so not often the greatest move. Now, Reuniclus. Okay, so Reuniclus gets Magic Guard and Regenerator. Magic Guard, it's like a great ability. It protects you from Stealth Rock, protects you from burns and toxic, and Regenerator, every time you switch out, heals you by 33%. In addition, it gets Calm Mind, it gets Acid Armor, which is a move that boosts defense, so it can boost both stats, and it also gets Recover, which heals itself. This means you get a really unique boosting setup and get Psychic, Shadow Ball, and Focus Blast with it. So Fighting, Ghost, Psychic coverage, that's really good. In addition, you can also run an Assault Vest set where it runs 4 attacks and Assault Vest to boost its special defense. So Reuniclus has a couple sets it can run. Next is going to be... Here. What's next? Rotom Heat. There's a couple Rotom forms. So Rotom... this isn't here because Rotom's called multiple forms. So Rotom Heat. Rotom Heat is the electric fire version of Rotom, and this is really useful because Electric Fire has some really nice coverage that it hits. For example, Corviknight gets absolutely fried by this. In addition, it gets Volt Switch, it gets Overheat, which is a really nice move. 130 base power. 130 base power, although lowers your special attack. Then it also gets Nasty Plot, which is a way to boost its own special attack. So it can make its Overheats really powerful, and then it also gets moves like Will-O-Wisp, Toxic, and Defog. So it's a nice support Pokemon with heavy-duty boots and those 4 moves. One thing worth noting is I think the only Fire-type move it gets is Overheat, so because it's a form, so you have to be careful about that. You're not using any flamethrowers or anything. But again, really nice. Its typing is also pretty great defensively. Next is Wash. It also gets Levitate, so it's not weak to ground as it normally would be. Next is Wash Rotom. So Wash Rotom is probably the most infamous version of the Rotom forms because it used to have extreme prevalence. First of all, it gets Hydro Pump, which is a great water type move. Water Electric is an insane typing. Only one thing is all the Rotoms have great defenses. It's like 105, 106, 107 for each one. The HP is pretty bad, but the defense and special attack is good. Every Rotom form also this thing gets Volt Switch, it gets Hydro Pump, it gets Will-O-Wisp again, it gets Toxic, it gets Defog, so it has a lot of support moves. But then in addition, it's only weak to Grass type moves. So because it's only weak to Grass type moves, that gives it another advantage. Grass is not a super common typing, and it's Levitate makes it mean it's not weak to ground type moves. So this thing's really annoying to deal with because it can also absorb a lot of hits with Pain Split. It can run a defensive set, it can run even a Choice Scarf set if you want to with Trick. This Pokemon has a lot of modularity to it, and there's a reason it's like the bane of a lot of people's existences. This thing really annoyed me when I was a kid. Next is Salamence. Salamence is another Pokemon very similar, almost exactly similar to Gyarados, so you can search that if you want to go to it. But Salamence Dragon Flying is a little bit stronger because it gets strong Dragon type moves like Outrage, some Flying type moves like Dual Wing Beat. It gets Intimidate and Moxie, lowers attack when it switches in, or gets a boost when it gets a kill respectively. What else? It gets a Roost, which is a nice healing move, but then also gets a Wish, which is a really interesting move because Wish can pass healing on to other teammates. That's great. It also gets Earthquakes. It's got decent enough coverage. If you're really feeling spicy, you can also run some special moves. It has a great special move pool, but its special attacks are weaker. That's mostly to catch opponents by surprise, but you have nice moves like Flamethrower and Hydro Pump. So yeah, this Pokemon can be used in multiple different ways. Scizor gets Technician, which is, as I think I mentioned, it multiplies the damage of low base power moves by 1.5 times. Scizor has also got a really great defensive typing in Bug and Steel and a high defense, which means it can take on a defensive role. It gets Defog, and if you give it max HP, max special defense, it can form a role as both a special defense check and a defensive check as well because of how great its typing is. It also gets Bullet Punch, which is a nice move. It's a 40 base power priority steel move, but it gets boosted to 60 with Technician, gets U-Turn, and it gets Sword Stance as well, and Roost. So often you'll see common sets which either a fully offensive Sword Stance boosting set with Bullet Punch and like knockoff or superpower, or you'll see a set where it's defensive with Bullet Punch, U-Turn, Defog, Roost, or Sword Stance, Bullet Punch, Defog, Roost, something like that. So yeah, it has a lot of offensive power for its defensive prowess. The one thing is, it doesn't have super great offensive coverage. Unless you're running superpower, for example, it's completely walled by steel types. Next is Scolipede. Scolipede has a nice ability that boosts its speed every single turn, and it's already got a very high speed, so coupled with Sword Stance, it can become really fast and strong quickly, but it's only got 100 attacks, so it's not that great. Gets a nice move in Mega Horn, which is a bug type move, 120 power, but Bug Poison is not a great typing. It also gets access to Spikes and Toxic Spikes, so if you want to set up hazards with this thing, you can use it as a suicide lead at the start to get your hazards up, and you can use Endeavor, which is a move that brings the opponent's HP down to your HP. So if you're really low, you can run hazards with a Focus Sash, and you can you can bring the other Pokemon down. Skarmory is sort of like Corviknight. It's basically the inferior Corviknight. Basically, it's the same defensive, overall defensive stats, but slightly worse special defense. It gets access to Spikes, which Corviknight doesn't, and it's also got Defog and Stealth Rock and Roost, but it doesn't get U-Turn, so that's the difference. It's another Metal Bird, great defensive typing. The typings complement each other. Look for Corviknight if you want more information on that. Slowking. Go to Slowbro section. This is just special Slowbro. I'm not going to explain this again. Slowbro section is earlier at the start, but yeah. Snorlax is interesting. Very iconic Pokemon. High attack, high special defense, high HP. Obviously bad speed, bad special attack, bad defense. The thing is, its defense is bad, right? Its HP is good, so it's already pretty bulky. You can use Curse. That's a move that makes it slower, but boosts attack and defense. The thing is, this thing doesn't care about being slow. It's already the slowest thing on the field. So you can keep using Curse over and over again to basically free buffs every single time. Then you can use Rest to heal yourself, and you can use Sleep Talk, which is a move that attacks while you're sleeping. Rest also gets rid of status conditions, so you can't be worn down. Then you can use like either Earthquake and Body Slam as your attacking moves if you want to forego Sleep Talk, or you can just use Body Slam as a mono attacking move. Depends on what the opponent has. Either way, if the opponent doesn't have a way to shut this thing down, this thing can spiral out of control really, really quickly. Staraptor has two really nice abilities. It gets Intimidate and it gets Reckless. Intimidate, you've probably heard it before, I'm not going to mention it yet, but Reckless is unique. Reckless is a unique one that if the move causes recoil damage, I think its power is multiplied by something like 1.2 times, which means this thing can fire off 144 power Brave Birds before stab. That's really, really strong. Plus, it gets access to really strong moves, again, like Brave Bird, like Close Combat, like Double Edge, which is 120 power normal type move that gets boosted. It gets Roost as well, but I wouldn't recommend using it. Usually this Pokemon serves as an all-out attacker. The one thing is, it's really, really frail, and it's weak to Stealth Rock, so if you're going to run a Choice Band set, for example, which is what it normally runs, you have to be really, really careful, because the thing gets worn down super easily. Suicune's an asshole Pokemon. It usually runs a set with like Calm Mind, which is, boosting move, and Substitute and Protect to try and stall out power points. It's got pressure, and it's very bulky on both sides, so people run high defense, high HP, use Calm Mind to boost special defense, and then sit behind a Substitute and waste PP. And then it'll just run Scald as one attacking move, because that's like really all it needs is a water type. Usually you only need one attacking move, and you can use that to basically stall through an entire team. There's other sets as well, that's the main one I can think of. Sylveon has a nice ability in Pixelate. Pixelate turns all normal type moves into fairy type moves. It also gets access to fire type coverage and mystical fire. But you're only going to be using fairy type Hyper Voice, a normal type move that's going to turn into a fairy type move. It also gets Calm Mind, so it can boost itself. It's pretty bulky as well. Fairy is always a great defensive typing. It's very, very bulky, especially, not so much physically. But by using Wish and Protect, you can also heal yourself. Wish is, Wish is a move that can also heal your opponents, so it can serve as a way to help its teammates as well. So, it's a nice backup Pokemon. Tangrowth gets access to Sleep Powder, puts them to sleep, and also Regenerator, heals 33% every time it switches. Its defense is really, really strong. It's a very good defensive wall. Not so much especially defensive, because its special defense sucks. So people run 2 sets, either a fully physically defensive set with Rocky Helmet, and they'll run Knockoff, they'll run Sleep Powder, Sludge Bomb, maybe Focus Blast. It gets a lot of really good coverage moves, Poison Fighting type. But it can also run Assault Vest, which means it loses the ability to use Sleep Powder, but it manages to heal some of its awful special defense as well, and serve as a special wall. And if you put max special defense, max HP, and Assault Vest, it can become both a surprisingly good special wall and physical wall. So Tangrowth can run basically 2 main sets. Nothing else you're going to see. Tapu Bulu, the last of the Tapus, it's kind of bad because it's slow, and Rillaboom is a better Tapu Bulu, because this thing doesn't get Grassy Glide, but it sets up grassy terrain, and it gets Stone Edge, which I guess Rillaboom doesn't. That's really all you have to say about this. If you want to hear more about it, go look at Rillaboom. This is the same thing, basically. Terrakion has a really strong attack set in 130, and Rock Fighting is almost unresisted coverage. Plus, it hits a speed tier of 346, or like 108, I think 108 speed, yeah. And 108 speed is pretty good along with his attack stat. There's either choice, you can either run Life Orb, Sword Stance, or Choice Band. And Choice Band and Stone Edge is really strong because not many Pokemon resist Rock. And even Pokemon that dual take a lot of damage, and the ones that do resist Rock almost all get shredded by Choice Band in close combat. Sword Stancing can allow you to clean up entire teams. I wouldn't recommend using a Choice Scarf set, but if you had to, you could. This is another really strong offensive Pokemon. There's a lot of power straight up the rip, and a really great offensive typing. So if you need Rock Fighting coverage, consider it, of course. Thundurus, this is normal Thundurus. This Pokemon has a lot of uses. It gets Defiant, so that means that if it gets a stat decrease, then it'll get a boost. But it can also get Prankster, which is another great ability. Status moves get priority, which means you can get priority taunts, which stops them from using status moves. Priority Thunder Waves, paralyzing them. You can get it gets Knockoff and such. It gets electric type moves. It can be either support Pokemon or an offensive Pokemon depending on how you want to build it, because it also gets Nasty Plot. This Pokemon is very modular. Actually consider it unlike the other Thundurus, which sucks dick. Togekiss also gets Serene Grace, same as Jirachi. It doubles the chance of secondary effects, and it gets Air Slash, which is a move with a 30% chance to flinch. So you can turn that into a 60% chance to flinch, which means if this Pokemon moves first, it is a 60% chance of straight up denying the opponent from attacking. Really, really obnoxious Mon, only saved by the fact that it's got 284 speed or just 80 speed, which is pretty mediocre, but it's also got a nice special attack stat and access to Nasty Plot. So if you use Nasty Plot, and you've got a slow team ahead of you, or if you use Choice Scarf, this thing can be super, super annoying. It also gets Fire type coverage and Fairy type coverage off the top of my head, as well as Roost to heal itself. Volcanion is a Fire Water type, which is unique. It's the only one. It gets a really nice move in Steam Eruption, 110 base power Water type move with no drawbacks and a 30% chance to burn. In addition, it's also got 130 special attack and good bulk. Its weakness is that it's weak to Stealth Rock, and its coverage is kind of bad. It gets Fire, Water. Actually, its coverage is good. It gets Fire, Water, Poison, Ground, and then Ground type Earth power. So this thing is really strong. I guess its special side is kind of weak and it's kind of slow, but if you can get it to sponge a hit, this thing is like a really great special breaker. Pokemon that's slower than it, Steam Eruption cooks them. It kills everything, man. It's really, really good. Weavile is a fast, like nifty little mon. It gets Dark type knockoffs, that's great. It gets Triple Axle, which is a really good Ice type move. It gets Sword Stance, and it gets a bunch of other moves you can run for the last slot. You can run Low Kick to hit Steel types. You can run Ice Shard for priority Ice type moves to get faster. Its primary set is Sword Stance, but you can also run Choice Band with a funny little move called Beat Up instead of Sword Stance. And Beat Up does a lot of damage, but if you lose a party member, Beat Up does less damage. That's important to consider. So you can use this initially. So Beat Up can break through a lot of super strong walls initially just off its sheer power alone. You're going to have to read more about that move if you want to learn about it. I'm not going to explain it here, but beyond that, you can also use a Sword Stance set. Also, its defensive utility, even though it's really, really frail, is actually deceptively good, but it's weak to U-turn. So, yeah. Circuitry. Circuitry gets Tail Glow, which boosts its attack by 3 stages, which is one of the most coveted moves in the game. Plus it gets Hypnosis, which can put people to sleep, but it's really inaccurate. It only hits 55% of the time. So this thing's kind of like a gimmick Pokemon, but it's really cool. I used to use it a lot. I have a soft spot for it. And then beyond that, you can also, I see Choice Scarf. Sometimes these substitute Tail Glow sets that rely on Lockberry to boost its speed because it's kind of slow. It's also got 170 special attack, by the way. Just thought I'd mention that. Really, really high. It doesn't really have a great way of breaking through ground types, but actually we're playing draft with Hidden Power, so you can always use Hidden Power Ice to break through Ice type, break through ground type Pokemon. So Circuitry, definitely worth a consider. This thing actually, on second thought, is quite good. Now that I think about it, there's certain Pokemon here that Hidden Power would really, really benefit. I don't know, I might have written off a couple, but I'll mention that later. And the last is Zarude. After this, we're going to be going through these really, really quickly, because I don't have much time left. It's like 11:26. I'm recording for 2 hours. Anyway, Zarude is cool. He's got 339 speed. That's 100 on 5, I think. Dark Grass type. It gets a nice move in Jungle Healing, which gets rid of status effects and heals by 25%. It also gets Bulk Up to setup. And then you can have Power Whip, Darkest Lariat, which are strong grass and dark type moves respectively. So it gets that sort of thing. You can run Choice Band and you can run Bulk Up. That's basically about it. That's all you're going to see. It's also super weak to U-turn, double weak to U-turn, so I can't really recommend this Pokemon super greatly unless you really need it on your team. Okay, time for the Furious Tier 3s. This is going to be really, really quick. I'm going to try and make this one be a little bit quicker. I'm going to blaze through these and same with these because I don't have any time to like go through these with a lot of depth. Alolan Marowak. Alolan Marowak gets a nice, it gets an item called Thick Club, which doubles its attack if it's holding it. It's super slow, so it works well in Trick Room. Ghost Fire type coverage is pretty good. It gets a nice Ghost type movement Poltergeist, so running a Trick Room team or don't mind its slowness, it does a lot of damage. Poltergeist kills practically anything it doesn't resist, so really nice move there. Alolan Raichu. Alolan Raichu has this interesting ability that boosts its speed in electric terrain. That's unique to it, and it also gets Nasty Plot, so it's alright, I suppose. It's not that strong, but Psychic type coverage gets the job done. But unless you're drafting it with like Tapu Coco, which is kind of weird to stack so many electric types on top of each other, I wouldn't recommend it because there's no reason not to have it otherwise. Alomomola is another fat Pokemon that sits around. It gets a really high HP stat with Wish, meaning when it passes Wish to other Pokemon, it'll heal them a lot. It has Regenerator, so it heals every time it switches. Give it Scald, give it Toxic. It's another fat Pokemon that sits around. Tier 3 because it can be taken advantage of super easily. Araquanid. Araquanid is a super interesting Pokemon. Its ability is Water Bubble, which doubles the damage of all its water type moves. So it gets super strong even with only 70 attack. It can also set up Sticky Web, which is a nice terrain because it lowers the speed of anything switching in. Sticky Web is a really, really nice terrain to have. Beyond that, the bug type coverage is nothing special. All of its other stats are nothing special. So if you're running a Sticky Web team, or you're really doing these super strong water type moves for some reason, or you just think this guy's cool, you can always run him. Weak to Stealth Rock though. Arcanine. Pure Fire type, has Intimidate, so has defensive utility. It gets Teleport, which is super interesting. It also gets Morning Sun, which is a healing move. You can run with like Heavy Duty Boots as a pivot with Teleport. And then it gets Fire and Electric coverage, so you can take it that way you will. Rotom Heat's got great coverage. It's also Fire Electric, so it has that going for it. So it's kind of like, you never expect it to be a pivot, but it is. Arctozolt. Arctozolt's a Hail Pokemon. It's like the Hail version of Dracozolt. It gets a boost of speed in Hail, and it gets Bolt Beak, but the difference is the combination of Bolt Beak and an Ice type move. Electric Ice is one of the strongest combinations in the game. Nothing resists Electric Ice, I don't think, except for Magnezone. But then you can use a Fighting type move to hit the few Pokemon that either resist it or are hit neutrally by it. So the combination of Electric, Ice, Fighting, I think is unresisted, and most Pokemon are weak to it. But it's super slow and it's not that strong, so even in Hail, it's actually outsped by some Choice Scarfers. So you have to be really careful with this Pokemon, but drafting Hail can be strong, especially behind Aurora Veil, which is Alolan Ninetales' move. Scentiscorch. Super weak to Stealth Rock, Firebug type, gets knockoff. Can use Coil, which is a nice boosting move that boosts attack and defense. Has some fire type, grass type, you know, your random coverage. Not much to say about this Pokemon. If you need the types, always pick it. That's always what I say. Celebi, 4 times weak to U-turn. A mythical Pokemon though, so 100 in every stat, that's pretty good. Gets Nasty Plot, so it can boost its special attack with Leaf Storm, which is a strong move. It gets Psychic, which is a strong move. So it gets to take advantage of its 2 stabs pretty well. Gets U-turn as well to pivot. I think it gets Stealth Rock and Defog, so you can use this as your rocker if you want to use this like a surprise. A lot of people probably aren't going to have checks for this, so you can surprise people with Celebi definitely. Chandelure is like a worse Blacephalon. It is a worse Blacephalon actually. It's got less speed and less special attack, 140 special attack, 90 speed, but it's still really strong. It gets access to Infiltrator or Flash Fire. Infiltrator goes behind Substitutes or Light Screen, Reflect, Aurora Veil, which is, you know, the screens that block damage, or in Flash Fire, which means it's immune to fire type attacks, and getting hit by a fire attack will boost it. Weak to Stealth Rock, but again, can use a Choice Spec set, Choice Scarf set, or a Substitute Calm Mind set. Not much else to say about this Pokemon. It's basically just Blacephalon again. Chestnut is one of the few Pokemon I know almost nothing about. Check the Smogum page for this one. It gets Spiky Shield, I think, which is a nice Protect version that blocks that if you hit it while it's using Spiky Shield with a contact move, it'll take 12% damage. It gets Spikes, which is a nice hazard, and then Grass Fighting coverage isn't bad at all. It's also resistant to Stealth Rock. I think it might get Rocks, I'm not sure. Cobalion does get Stealth Rocks. Steel Fighting is some nice coverage to have, same as Lucario. It's actually not strong offensively, but close combat from it hits hard enough, and Steel and Fighting is always, like, you know, you can hit things neutrally, you can threaten out Clefable, for example, and hold rocks against it, which is a pure Fairy type. It also gets Volt Switch, which is really interesting, so you can use that for momentum if you predict a switch, or just to do, like, you know, some switching shenanigans to go for some chip damage. So it's an interesting rocker to have. You can also run Swords Dance if you want, but I wouldn't recommend it because it's not that strong. It's really better suited to a defensive role. You can either invest fully in defense or special defense. It does have very high defensive stats and a good speed stat, so it's a rare fast defensive Pokemon, so that's its niche basically. Comfey, don't know why it's here to be honest. Comfey has this ability called Triage, which means if a move heals it, it'll go first, like always. So Giga Drain and Draining Kiss will always go first, and you can use that with Calm Mind to get a lot of healing going and maybe get a sweep if their team is super unprepared. But that's really only if their team is unprepared, because this Pokemon is really weak. It also gets like Defog, I guess, U-turn, Healing Wish, sacrifice itself for party members. So it can be a Cleric Pokemon if you want. Don't know why it's that. In my opinion, it's a tier 4 Pokemon, but whatever. Copperajah gets Stealth Rock, I think, and it's also got Sheer Force, which means that its moves will hit really hard. In addition, it's really heavy, so it can use Heavy Slam, which is a Steel type move that bases on weight, which means it'll always do 120 damage as this. So that'll boost you'll have a base power of 120, which is super strong. Gets moves like Earthquake, Rock Slide. So yeah, you can use it as like a bulky Steel type. I think it's pretty bulky. Not entirely sure. Very slow, but the attacking stats something to sneeze at. Pure Steel type. Crobat gets access to a lot of support. It's a pivot Pokemon as well. It's kind of like a frailer, faster version of Corviknight and Skarmory. Brave Bird, U-turn, Roost, Defog, or Taunt. Taunt is exclusive to it, I think. I think it gets Taunt. I'm not entirely sure. Poison Flying is pretty good. It's weak to Stealth Rock, but it's very good for checking fighting types, for example. So if you know you're struggling with that, that's the thing you can do. You can always run Swords Dance on it as well, but it'd be a really whack set to run on this. I don't know why you pick Crobat to run for a Swords Dance Pokemon, but it's a tier 3, so do what you want. Cursula has a very high special attack, something like 140, but it's super slow, Ghost type only. It shoots off very strong Shadow Balls. It gets Stealth Rock. I don't know why you'd rock with this thing, but you can use Stealth Rock. It gets Water type coverage, I think. Yeah, Hydro Pump. You can run Ancient Power, but mainly it's just Ghost type move it's going to throw off. Also, it has Strength Sap to sap away physical attackers. To be honest, this is a really weird Pokemon to draft. It's kind of like, it's alright. It's kind of like Aegislash with rocks, but without the shield. So, if you need the Ghost type niche there and you haven't drafted a Ghost type for the first two Pokemon, you can always use it to deal with slower Pokemon that are vulnerable to Shadow Ball. Darmanitan. Now, here's one I'm a big fan of. Darmanitan, you've probably seen it a couple times, has sheer force. I've already demonstrated. I've talked about this on the Nidoking section. I've talked about this in the Culparaju section just a couple points away. Sheer force takes away secondary things and also makes Life Orb a better item. So, Sheer Force Life Orb Darmanitan is super strong. Its Flare Blitzes get buffed by 1.6 times. That's backed by an already really high 140 attack stat. So this thing is hitting like a truck. Plus it gets like Earthquake, U-Turn, Superpower, all these awesome moves that it gets. And you can also use a Choice Band or a Choice Scarf. I usually use Life Orb just because I feel like it's appropriate. But, the choice here is really its only weakness that's a weak to Stealth Rocks, and that it gets whittled down super easily because Flare Blitz is recoil damage. So it's not going to stick around for long, but this thing is like a nuke. It is really hard. Decidueye, a physical ghost type actually. Physical ghost and grass type. That's a pretty unique niche. It's slow, but its attack is respectable. Gets some nice ghost type moves. Can run Swords Dance. It has Roost, I think, and it can run Choice Band sets. I see Choice Band a lot with its strong ghost type attacks. One thing is, though, nice ability called Long Reach. Contact moves don't actually make contact, so you don't get the negative effects of making contact. That is really useful because contact moves get punished really hard in this game. Delmise is another ghost grass physical type. It's slower. I don't think it gets Sword Dance, but you can run Choice Banded. To be honest, I don't know why you'd run this, not run Decidueye over this. I think this is better attack, so if you want better upfront power and you're planning to run Choice Band anyway, Delmise is a better choice. Diancie can get rocks up, 115 both defenses, 100 both attack, pretty respectable. Rock Fairy means it's really weak to steel and kind of weak to ground, but beyond that, it's pretty decent enough defensive typing. Can run moves like Diamond Storm, which is a signature move. It's a really good rock type move. Gets Moonblast, Mystical Fire, Fire coverage, just a general shebang. So if you need a Pokemon, again, this fits on your team. Definitely something worth considering. One of the better tier 3s. Donphan. Donphan get rocks up. It also gets Ice Shard, which is really interesting because it's not an ice type and it's ground. Like, it makes no sense. Why is a ground type getting Ice Shard, but whatever. It's kind of like, it doesn't get bad reliable recovery. Some of the bulky ground type Hippowdon-esque Pokemon get Stealth Rocks up, get Earthquake up, get Toxic, maybe a couple of random extra coverage moves you might want to slap on there. I don't think it gets Rapid Spin. If it does, I'd be really surprised, but if it does, then this Pokemon's really good. Doublade is a Karna's favorite. Watch out for this guy. Really high defense, decent attack, kind of like Aegislash Part 0. It can run a Violite, which means it gets super bulky on the defensive side and decently bulky on the special side. And usually it would just run Sword Stance with like Iron Head, Close Combat, Shadow Claw, or Shadow Sneak. Its bulk is its biggest boon here. Yeah, it's a bulky setup physical ghost typer. Ask Connor for more information. He loves Doublade. Dragolge gets adaptability. Its stab becomes 2 times instead of 1.5 times. Dragolge is it gets adaptability. As I said, Poison Dragon is decent coverage because it deals with fairy types. It's slow, but it gets Toxic Spikes and Flip Turn, which means it can gain momentum, but it doesn't have reliable recovery, so it's not a super great pivot. It gets fighting type moves, so yeah, there's that. Focus Blast, I think. Beyond that, its moves are just really strong. Draco Meteors that fires off are pretty hard to beat. Special attacks alright, so you can run Choice Specs if you want. Duraludon is an interesting one. We're starting to get to the realm of Pokemon like almost never used. I've used Duraludon in draft once before though. It's really good defense, very lacking special defense, and it's actually got deceptively good speed. Fires off strong Draco Meteors, gets good coverage in Flash Cannon, which also deals with steel types, steel moves. Gets electric type moves as well, fire type, you name it, it's probably got it. Just another dragon type with great coverage that can patch a hole in a team if you need it. Empoleon is a water steel type that gets, I think Duraludon gets Stealth Rocks as well. Empoleon gets Stealth Rocks, it's Water Steel, which is great defensive typing. Really only weak to Earthquake and Electric. So those, and which means you can pass it up with other weaknesses. It's also pretty bulky. You can run Skull with defense. You can run Defiant to stop defog sets if you really want to. And yeah, Defiant's a really great defog blocking ability. And yeah, that's about all I have to say about Empoleon. Actually, can run Protect, I guess, Flash Cannon, normal, Stab, fair. Entei is a physically offensive Pokemon that gets a really nice move in Sacred Fire and Flare Blitz. Those are two great fire type moves. It usually runs Choice Band, or that's almost always what I've seen. It gets great fire type moves. It gets a decent rock type move as well. It can run Earth. It has a pretty mediocre ground type move. You want to run that, and it's Extreme Speed, which is a great priority move. It's an 80 base power priority move, which is pretty rare. Yeah, it's just Choice Banded Flare Blitz from this thing is always going to be hitting really hard. That's kind of like another Darmanitan with a little bit more longevity. Again, you have to be careful. It's weak to Stealth Rocks. You probably, if you played random battles, you know about that guy. Espeon has Magic Bounce, and that's basically all. Magic Bounce is probably the greatest ability in the game, I would say, one of them. Stealth Rocks and Toxics that are attacked towards you will bounce off you and hit and go to the other opponent's side again, but that doesn't mean it's immune to Stealth Rocks. That just means if someone uses Stealth Rocks while you're on the field, they'll be bounced back. So that's really, really strong, because it means you can basically deny all status moves while this thing's in. Beyond that, its special attack is good and its speed is good, so you can try and use like a Choice Specs or Calm Mind set. Usually I see Calm Mind because it's brought primarily for its Magic Bounce potential. So you want something that's got a little bit more longevity than something riskier like a Choice Specs set. It's very frail on the physical side and weak to U-turn, as a lot of Psychic types are. Feraligatr Sheer Force. I'm not explaining Sheer Force again. Go to the Darmanitan section if you want to understand why any of those Sheer Force Pokemon. Nidoking, Copperajah. So Sheer Force is really great on this Pokemon. It gets Dragon Dance, which is a really nice boosting move, as well as Dragon Dance is +1 attack, +1 speed. Plus, it gets a lot of great water type. I think some random coverage moves like Ice, get some punching moves as well. So this thing can become a really potent Dragon Dance sweeper if you set it up correctly, and it does more damage than you'd think for its like alright attack stat. So this thing can be actually quite good sweeper. Flapple. Flapple gets Hustle. Hustle is an ability that multiplies your attack by 1.5 times, but also multiplies your accuracy by 0.8. So it's a very risk-reward Pokemon. Coupled with a Choice Band, its Outrageous will kill basically anything, or even its grass type moves, but you have to be able to hit its moves because it's using Hustle, so it's a very risky Pokemon to use. You can also use Dragon Dance. One really interesting strategy is never mind, forget it. But yeah, it's kind of sort of similar to Dracozolt, risk reward. Do you want to risk Hustle happening? Also, I've never seen it used defensively, but Grass Dragon's alright. If you need that sort of offensive coverage, it's there, but it also is a more defensively minded brother. Where is it? Florges. Florges is a pure fairy type that is very specially defensive. It gets Wish, which means it can pass its healing on to other teammates. It gets Aromatherapy, which means it can heal its teammates' status conditions as well. It's got a pretty strong Moonblast, and beyond that, I mean, it's just a cleric Pokemon. It supports other Pokemon. It doesn't really run much offense for itself, but special defense is very good. Galarian Corsola. Galarian Corsola is super bulky because it can run a Violite, because it's not fully evolved. Yeah, Galarian Corsola is super bulky because of the Violite, which boosts unevolved Pokemon's defense by 50%. It gets Haze, which resets status conditions. Strength Sap, which steals the attack of other Pokemon and heals it, which is a good healing move. And they can run Stealth Rock as well. It gets rocks. Will-O-Wisp for burn attackers. Nightshade if you want to hit them, which does damage equal to your level, so it's guaranteed 100 every time. And so yeah, it's a pretty good defensive Pokemon. It's kind of reliant on its items, so you can get knocked off very easily. And Strength Sap can be unreliable if you're fighting a special attacker, but definitely a deceptively strong defensive Pokemon. So watch out for this guy. Next is Galarian Moltres. Galarian Moltres has an ability called Berserk, which means it boosts its special attack by plus 1.5 times. It boosts its special attack by plus 1.5 times when it's below 50% HP. And then it gets a nice move in Nasty Plot. It also gets Hurricane and Fiery Wrath. Fiery Wrath's an exclusive dark type move to it, so it can cover its dark flying moves pretty well, which means it can make for a great sweeper, especially when you use Agility, which doubles its speed. It also gets Rest if you want to, rest, heal yourself. And then you can use a Chesto Berry maybe to heal itself back up from sleep. Beyond that, yeah, it's also got good special defense. Its special attack is actually not great, but regardless, it still makes for a good sweeper. It's only 90, but the special defense is 125. Galleon Slowbro. This is a gimmick Pokemon. I don't know what else to say. It has an ability called Quick Draw, which means that it'll move first 30% of the time. So you can attach it with a Quick Claw, which also is an item that makes you move 20% first 20% of the time, and you can give yourself like, I think combined a 40-something% chance of moving first. So it's kind of a gimmick, but if you want to rely on that, it's pretty funny because it's pretty strong when it does. You can also use Nasty Plot and such to boost it. Quick Draw procs a lot more than you expect on Pokemon Showdown. This Pokemon's kind of a joke though. I don't know if you should draft it. Next will be Galvantula. Galvantula can set up Sticky Web. It's a hazard that reduces the opponent's speed when they touch it. It's also pretty fast. Electric Bug coverage isn't bad. It gets Volt Switch, Bug Buzz, that sort of awesome moves. Electric type coverage. Electric's always great to have, but it's mostly only used for its Sticky Web potential. If you're using it, that's what I'd use it for. Unless you need a fast pivot and you haven't gotten one yet that's an electric type, or you need some bug type coverage. Gardevoir. This Pokemon gives me a boner. It's got Psychic, Fairy, Fire type attacks. It gets Choice Scarf and Choice Spec. Sometimes you can run Calm Mind as well. It's got 3 different sets, to be honest. It's typical strong but frail Psychic type attacker, except it's not that fast, to be honest. But the Calm Mind set can work alright, especially since its Psychic type moves are pretty good. It's also... what else? Yeah, that's about it. Choice Specs, Choice Scarf, both usable. I don't see Choice Specs as much though. Gastrodon. Gastrodon's got great defensive typing in Water Ground. Leaves only 1 weakness in Grass, and it's also got great special defense. So you see this as a special wall a lot of the time. It can use Scald to spread burns, Earth Power to hit things with its ground type coverage. It's also immune to water type moves, so that's cool. It uses Toxic to poison things, and it can use Recover to heal itself. So those are the 3 moves you almost always see on Gastrodon. Really underestimated Pokemon, to be honest. I think it should be tier 2, but I'm not going to move it. Great defensive capstone Pokemon, especially when you consider that it gets reliable recovery with this typing. One thing is its defense is kind of frail, but you can always invest in it a little bit if you need to. Glastrier. This Pokemon's really slow, so it works well on Trick Room, but for Trick Room, see Hatterene or Cresselia. But it's really bulky. It's got really strong attacks, and it's got good coverage, and it's got Sword Stance. The problem is it's an Ice type, so it's weak to everything, and it takes Stealth Rock damage. So, it's kind of like a weird Pokemon. I would only run on Trick Room, or if you really need the Ice type coverage. Gligar. See Glyscore for this. This is just a smaller version of Glyscore. I don't know if it runs Eviolite or Poison Heal. No, it runs Eviolite. Just ground flying. I think it still gets Stealth Rock, that sort of thing. That shows you how good Glyscore is, that its baby Pokemon is able to be competitive. Greninja. Greninja, first of all, same thing with Cinderace. You have to use Torrent. You can't use Protean or Battle Bond or you're banned. 10,000 years tickling. This thing is really fast. It gets access to a nice move like Spikes. It's got good water type and dark type coverage. It's got really, really insane coverage moves. So if you want to run like a Choice Spec set, that's on. You can do that. You want to run a set that's like setting up Spikes or Choice Scarf set, that's on you, because Choice Scarf for Greninja is one of the fastest Pokemon in the game, even if it's not that strong. You can set up Toxic Spikes even, I'm pretty sure. So this thing is a myriad of options. You're gonna have to explore its whole move pool to understand, but Psychic type moves, even ground type moves, you name it, it's probably got it. Turn the lo-fi back on. Haxorus. Haxorus is another Dragon Dance Pokemon. Boost attack and speed by 1 every time you use it. It also gets Mold Breaker, which is a handy ability that basically invalidates other abilities from happening. So let's say you want to use Earthquake on a Levitate Pokemon. All the Haxorus can do that. And it's got like 140 attack, so it's hitting really, really hard with its outrages and its boosting moves. One thing is kind of frail. Heracross gets Guts, so if it gets burnt or toxic or something, you can get an item to do that. Boosts attack by 1.5 times. In conjunction, it gets a 120 power bug and fighting type move, both of those. And it's got some coverage as well, like Facade, 140 base power when you're burned, knock off, strong move. Using those 4 moves, Heracross is a huge threat. However, it's pretty fast, but its defenses are only alright, so it's a pretty good Pokemon though. Hitmonlee, don't know why it's here, to be honest. It gets high jump kick, I guess, which is a really strong fighting type move. Can run bulk up, I suppose. This Pokemon, I'm actually not sure why it's here, so you might have to smog on it, but this thing kind of ass. It's always been PU, so don't really get this. Honchkrow is Dark Flying, very interesting combination. And it gets Moxie as well, which means every time it gets a kill, it boosts power. It's also very strong in general. You can run Knock Off, it gets Brave Bird, it gets Sucker Punch. I think it gets a boosting move as well, so you can use it to boost, and it's sort of like Bisharp in that it can accumulate power very, very quickly. Dark type knockoffs are never anything to scoff at. I think it also gets Defog, so I would never use the thing for Defog, but it's worth considering. This thing got a lot better when Heavy Duty Boots came out, because now it's able to come in pretty safely. Again, it's always very frail though. So Hoopa is the Hoopa you saw earlier. It's kind of slow, but it's got 130 special attack. To be honest, this thing is just like a slower version of Hoop Unbound. That's probably worse. It actually is worse because the stats are all worse, but the typing's alright. Psychic Ghost is pretty unique. It doesn't really have any special moves. Hyperspace Hole, which is a nice Psychic type move, 100 base power or something. But yeah, that's about all there is for Hoopa. Not much to say. If you need this typing, then definitely worth using. Again, if you haven't picked up a Psychic or Ghost type by now. Incineroar. How close am I being done? Oh my god. Incineroar, fire dark type, gets Intimidate, so decreases attack. Fire, pretty bulky, gets access to Fake Out, which is a nice utility move. Flare Blitz, Parting Shot, which switches itself out while also lowering their attack. Darkest Lariat, weak to Stealth Rocks, but you can remedy that with Heavy Duty Boots. This is a really great pivot Pokemon, the most popular Pokemon in all of VGC, which is the doubles format, so this is really cool. Pretty good Pokemon. Indeedee is interesting in that it sets up Psychic Terrain when it switches in, and Psychic Terrain is a really strong terrain. Tapu Lele got banned for it, and it also gets a move called Expanding Force, which doubles in strength during Psychic Terrain. So this thing is a kind of one-man army when it switches in. It's not as strong as it would initially lead you believe, but it's still it's fast at like 95 speed, and one of its forms gets like 105 special attack. So especially when you combine with like Calm Mind or Choice Specs, you can get a lot of immediate power out of this Pokemon. It also gets the same standard coverage as Psychic type, so you get normal type coverage, you get Psychic type coverage, you get Fire type coverage. Yeah. Inteleon's kind of a lame Pokemon. It's fast and it's got high special attack, but there's practically always better water types that fulfill this role. Its coolest niche is that if you use the move focus, if you use the move focus energy, the ability, the item Scope Lens and the ability Sniper, it will guarantee critical hits every single time, and each critical hit will do like double it, like 250 times damage or something. It's really, really good. But beyond that, I mean, it's a decent enough Choice Specs user. That's about it. It's got that one niche, and then beyond that, it's fulfilled by other Pokemon better. Jolteon. Jolteon only gets electric type moves and like 1 or 2 normal and ghost type moves. It's pretty decent special attack and pretty decent speed. That's it. Go to electric type pivot if you don't have one already. Otherwise, you can skip this one. Kingdra. Kingdra's a rain Pokemon. It gets double speed in rain. It's got a nice Choice Spec set or Life Orb set in rain, because rain boosts the power of water type moves. And if you're running Choice Specs as well, it's Draco Meteors hit super hard. The thing to watch out for is if this thing's on a full rain team, which I recommend drafting if you're using this, a Hydro Pump for this thing will send something to smithereens. Hydro Pump will be insanely strong. So this is definitely worth checking out if you're on Rain. Otherwise, not really worth using. Skip. Klefki. Klefki is known for one thing and one thing only. It's Prankster. It gets Spikes, Hazards, Thunder Wave, Magnet Rise even to protect itself from grab type moves, and Prankster lets all of this go first. So Prankster in combination with Steel Fairy, which is the best defensive typing in the entire game, hands down, makes it really, really annoying to deal with. Also, you can even get screens if you want. This Pokemon is super modular as long as you're not using it for actually attacking anything. Crocodile. Crocodile can get Moxie or Intimidate. I've explained this in Gyarados or Salamance's section, so I'm not going to do it again. Which means it can fulfill both an offensive and defensive role. The most common thing you'll see with Crocodile is Choice Scarf, which allows it to revenge kill a lot of things with strong knockoff for Earthquake, and can even still a lot of control once you're at the end of a game. Lucario. Lucario is Steel and Fighting type. Steel and Fighting is super... I've meant this with Galleon, but Steel and Fighting is good coverage. It can also get access to Sword Stance, or even run a special set if you want with Nasty Plot. So it can do both of those things pretty well, since attack and special attack move pools are both similar and often the same strength. I've seen Choice Band once or twice, but usually you'll just see Life Orb Sword Stance or Life Orb Nasty Plot for this. It's pretty, you always see the same thing. Lycanroc, Dust. And that Steel Fight is pretty good. Lycanroc, this isn't the Lycanroc form I'm talking about. Lycanroc Dust is this Pokemon, but a little bit faster. And a little bit stronger, I think, and it gets a nice ability in Tough Claws, which means that if you make contact, you'll do 1.3 times damage. So, Lycanroc Dust is great because it gets like close combat, it gets Stone Edge, that sort of shebang. So, it's a pretty nice Pokemon to have. I think it also gets Stealth Rock, so it can work well as a Stealth Rock lead. So, yeah, you can do that. It's also, strong Stealth Rock lead's pretty rare. Magneton. This is Magnezone, but scaled down. It still has Magnet Pull, which means it can trap Steel types, and it's a little bit faster, but it's weaker because it's not the fully evolved version. So use this to trap Steel types and kill with Fire type, or you can use it to trap Steel and kill with Fire type or Electric type moves, trap Metal Birds like Corviknight or Skarmory, so that's its niche. Mantine. Mantine gets Defog, and also has really high special defense, and also Water Flying. It's a pretty good typing. Weak to Fairy, Electric, and Rock. Beyond that, pretty much nothing else it's weak to. Shrugs off special hits very easily, has a Roost for healing, has Scald to spread burn, has Toxic, normal defensive water type BS. Metagross. Metagross is really cool, first of all. It's Steel Psychic, it's got a high attack stat, which means it can use moves like Earthquake. One set I've seen most often of this thing is Agility Weakness Policy. So you'll wait for a super effective move to hit it, and because it's really bulky, it'll usually survive. Use Agility to boost your speed by 2, and then Weakness Policy boosts your attack and special attack by 2 if you're hit by a super effective move. So you can use that to try and sweep. Beyond that, if you need Steel Psychic defensive coverage, use this. If you need the offensive pressure it puts with like Meteor Mash, you can use that. It's not that fast, so think about that one, I guess. Oh, come on, my zoom reset, god damn it. 1 sec. Sorry, back to business. Okay, next is Mienshao. Mienshao gets Regenerator, 33% regeneration every time it switches. In addition, it's got really good offensive, it's very fast, and it gets High Jump Kick, nice offensive move, Close Combat, another nice fighting type offensive move, a U-turn to pivot, Knock Off, Stone Edge to hit like flying types. It's got a bunch of different options open to it. Often people run Assault Vest in order to boost its really poor defenses by special defenses, and they'll use that with Regenerator. So they'll constantly pivot in and out on moves it can tank with special moves and do that. However, it's kind of frail, that's important to remember. Even with Assault Vest, it doesn't take a lot, it takes a lot of damage. Melodic is another defensive water type. Toxic to spread poison, Scald, Recover, good special defense, alright defense. It's got Haze to reset stat changes, I think. So, another defensive water type, whatever. Nidoqueen. Nidoqueen is Nidoking, but bulkier. So, basically just Nidoking, but worse, I guess. It's slower and it's bulkier, but it does the same thing. If you want to read more about Nidoking itself at the very start, it's in section 2. Good Pokemon. Sheer Force, same BS. Noivern. Noivern is a flying type with Defog, Dragon Flying. Never seen that before, obviously. Special attacker. Gets a nice move in Boom Burst, which is 140 base power normal. That's really good neutral coverage. It'll hit a lot of Pokemon for strong damage. But its special attack isn't too great by itself, so makes for a decent pivot with U-Turn, Hurricane, Draco Meteor, Fire Blast, or maybe Boom Burst if you want. It gets a lot of really strong moves, but it in itself isn't too strong, so you might have to use Choice Specs to make up for its lack of strength. Pincurchin. Pincurchin summons Electric Terrain upon existing, so you can use this in conjunction with Lucha, I suppose. It also gets Rising Voltage, which doubles in strength when there's Electric Terrain around, so it kind of synergizes with itself. Beyond that, it gets Spikes and Toxic Spikes. It's pretty strong and bulky, but it's got like 20 speed, so it's kind of trash in that regard. Yeah. You can set up hazards, strong electric type moves. It also gets Scald if once it ground types. That's a fun surprise move. Beyond that, yeah, not much to say. It's best if you need the terrain support. Politoed. Politoed's the other rain setter of the gang. Rain is an important, rain is a really important archetype. So if you don't want to deal with drafting Pelipper, which is more expensive, you can always draft Politoed. Politoed's a little worse because it doesn't get defog, it doesn't get reliable recovery, but you can still set up rain with it, and it's pretty tanky enough that it can take a few hits. Also get some nice moves like Hypnosis, so worth considering. Poltegeist. Poltegeist gets Shell Smash, which is the best boosting move in the game. Plus 2 attack, plus 2 special attack, plus 2 speed, all for the low price of just 1 defense stage and 1 special defense stage. So it uses 3 main moves: Shadow Ball, which is the default ghost type attacking move; Stored Power, which increases in power once it gets boosts; and what else is the other one? Giga Drain, which is a grass type healing move. So Poltegeist is mainly used for sweeping purposes. Once the team is whittled down, use Poltegeist to break through the enemy team. Best seen on Screens archetypes, because Screens protect it from being damaged a lot. Most Pokemon will be damaged super hard from this Pokemon's kind of frail, so get damaged super hard by hits. You can run Focus Sash to alleviate that, but regardless. Porygon 2. Porygon 2 is a very defensive Pokemon. It can run a Violite because it's not fully evolved, so in conjunction with its high defenses and a Violite, it makes for basically a really, really strong defensive Pokemon. It also gets good offensive moves as well. You don't use it specifically for that purpose, but it gets like electric and ice type moves, which are good coverage. Electric and ice is a really good combination. Plus, it gets Teleport as a pivot move. It gets Tri Attack, which is a nice normal type move. Oh, and its ability is Download. Download will increase either your attack or special attack, and if you're lucky enough to get special attack, then this thing becomes even stronger. It gets Recover to heal itself. That could be even more of a nuisance. And it can also get Trick Room if you want to set up Trick Room with this Pokemon. So it's kind of reliant on its item, but it's not as passive as a lot of other defensive Pokemon. So it's a nice Pokemon to have around, especially when other Pokemon can't kill it in 2 hits, because then this thing becomes a real pain in the ass, because it can actually fight back, unlike a lot of other defensive Pokemon. Primarina. Primarina is more of an offensive Pokemon. It's so many things to other special attackers. You can run Choice Specs because it's really strong with its Moonblast. You can run Calm Mind to boost with Scald, substitute Calm Mind, Scald, Moonblast similar to Kelvio, or you can run Choice Scarf. This thing's slow, so I wouldn't recommend Choice Scarf, but if you want to surprise your opponent, it's definitely always an option. I've done it before. People never expect Scarf Primarina. Raikou runs Choice Specs or Calm Mind again, except this time it's electric or water type moves. Choice Specs, it has a lot of options for electric type moves, some extra coverage options. Never seen Choice Scarf on this thing. Just another special attacker as an electric type. I think it can also run a pivot roll as Volt Switch, but I see that less in random battles, which I mostly use as Pokemon, so I wouldn't say that's entirely reliable. Regidrago. Regidrago is Regieleki's brother. That stinks more. It's got 200 HP, 100 to each attack, and then 50 speed, I think. And then 50, whatever. 80 speed and 15 its 2 defenses. So it's alright, bulky enough. But its real awesomeness lies in its ability Dragon's Maw, which multiplies all dragon type attacks coming from this by 1.5 times, which is good because this thing basically only learns dragon type moves with a couple exceptions. Gets like a 1 fighting type and 1 fire type move, I think that's it. So, it also gets a nice move called Dragon Energy, which means that once it's at, if it's at full HP, Dragon Energy is has 150 base damage, which is really, really strong. It loses base damage as it gets weaker, as Regidrago gets damage. So this Pokemon cannot fight when there are fairies on the field. It has no way of breaking through fairy type Pokemon. But if there are no fairy types, a Choice-Specs set will absolutely tear through anything, even steel types. Which is like the only thing that could stand up to Regidrago. You can run Dragon Dance with physical moves because it gets one fire move and one fighting move. So you can run that if you want with Outrage. Yeah, those are basically the two main sets. Choice Scarf you almost never see. Registeel. Registeel is a nice defensive steel type, probably the best Reggie before the other two came out, because most of the Reggies stunk. What it does is it can set up Stealth Rock, Seismic Toss for offenses, Protect to let itself stall recovery with leftovers, for example, and then Toxic to spread poison. So it's really just a Stealth Rock setter, and it's alright at keeping them up, I suppose. It doesn't have a lot of passive recovery, but it's very bulky right off the rip. You can also use Body Press, I suppose, if you want, to use high defenses. This thing has something like 150 in both defensive stats, so it's something to sneeze at. It's pretty impressive. Rhyperior. Rhyperior is an interesting one, also gets rocks, but the main thing I see with this thing is it has a nice ability called Solid Rock, which decreases how much damage it takes from attacks it's weak to, which is good because it's 4 times weak to water and grass, so that's pretty embarrassing. And then it's also weak to ice, which are some common types, but often what you'll see is a weakness policy rock polish Rhyperior. Rock polish is a move that doubles its speed because it's really slow, and it'll use the weakness policy to pop its damage, and then it'll use like rock type moves. Either that, or just go with a choice band straight up. It's got a strong attacking stat, so Stone Edges and Earthquakes coming through this thing will be super strong. It also gets a nice bug type coverage move in Mega Horn, because it's got a big Mega Horn. So it's got a couple options, cool Pokemon, and again, if you want to keep rocks up and use a defensive role, its physical defense is pretty good. Ribombee is a fast bug fairy pivot. It's got decent special attack, but it's got really high speed. One thing that's really important though is get Sticky Web, lower speed when other Pokemon touch it. It's great for supporting, it's an entry hazard that's great for supporting slower attackers. It also gets like some utility moves like Stun Spore that paralyze the opponent, mostly known for Sticky Web. Roserade gets spikes and toxic spikes up, also has Leaf Storm, pretty strong, kind of bad. I mean like bad, like, yeah, she's kind of bad. 90 speed, yeah. Sludge Bomb is also a great move, it gets poison type and grass type. So it doesn't really get much coverage beyond that, but it does pretty well in its role. It's often used as a lead Pokemon. Brunerigus. I think this Pokemon set up Trick Room, I'm not entirely sure. Gets Stealth Rock, that I know. A nice Ghost type move and Ground type move. It's pretty bulky on the ground, on the physical side, but doesn't get any reliable recovery, so it kind of is crippled by that. Once you've heard it, it's gonna have trouble healing it off. It's got a pretty cool ability, I suppose, in Wandering Spirit. You're gonna have to look that one up for yourself. But beyond that, you know, whatever. Ground Ghost is a pretty cool type combo. Salazzle. Salazzle's cool. There's a nice ability that it can poison any Pokemon, even Steel types and poison types normally resist being poisoned. So that's really, really useful because it means it can sit around and poison things and stall everything. It's also got, you know, poison fire coverage and bad at all. It's quite unique. So that's Salazzle's niche. Definitely don't underestimate it because being poisoned and having to watch all your Pokemon slowly get whittled away by Salazzle is really, really depressing, especially since it's a very fast Pokemon. Sandaconda. Sandaconda gets access to Glare, which can paralyze all Pokemon except Electric types, which is a very coveted move because normally you can't paralyze ground types. It's also got Sand Spit, I think, so if you hit it, sometimes it'll cause sand to appear. It's unreliable though. Better ability is Shed Skin, which sometimes kills status effects. So it'll run Coil as a boosting move, and then to get rid of status effects, it relies on Shed Skin. You can run Rest, you can run Earthquake, Stone Edge, so it's like a slower boosting Pokemon. Another bulkier ground type. Next is Scrafty. Scrafty gets Dragon Dance and also Shed Skin, which I just mentioned in the last Sandaconda section if you want to listen to that. Fighting Dark is good coverage, although it's very weak to fairy types. Plus it can use ice type moves to get rid of common ground type walls. So that's how it usually boosts up. It also gets Moxie, so after it gets a kill, it gets stronger. It's kind of slow, but if you let it snowball, then it can be a bit of an issue. Great setup sweeper for the point cost, which is low. Or, sorry, tier 3. Seismitoad. Seismitoad is it's a Stealth Rock setter that's also immune to water, but the interesting thing is it can also be a rain sweeper because it gets Swift Swim, and it also gets like some great weather moves like Weather Ball as a high special attack. So it really benefits from rain, but it can also be a water absorber and it can be a Stealth Rock user. So the way you use Seismitoad is really up to you. This Pokemon has two very distinct roles, and when it's a Stealth Rock setter, it's often very, very like physically defensive. I'm gonna skip this song real quick, it's kind of loud. Shaman. It's a grass type, and I know it can heal other Pokemon on the team, I think, with aromatherapy, which is... Why is this so loud? Okay, we're back. Sorry about that. I have no idea what the fuck this Pokemon does. Sorry. Silvally can be any type you want, and it gets a move corresponding to every single type. It also gets Defog, Parting Shot, which is a move that switches you and lowers your stats, and a myriad of other coverage moves. I can't go over every single Silvally form. This thing can be whatever you want. It's got 95 in every stat. Surfetched gets a really strong close combat, and also gets a nice ability called Scrappy, which means its fighting type moves will hit ghost types. So you can't really get around its fighting type moves. There's nothing to stop them, which is kind of scary. Since on the top of my head, yeah, it's really difficult to resist it. It also gets some nice moves like First Impression. You can look at those for yourself if you want to. High attack stat, good value. Slurpuff is a belly drum sweeper. It's got an ability called Unburden, so when it loses its item, it becomes 2 times faster. So use Belly Drum, use Citrus Berry, that'll heal it after it uses Belly Drum, and then all of a sudden it's 4 times attack and 2 times speed. But it's kind of weak and its moves are kind of bad, so that prevents it from being higher up. Even so, it can sweep an unprepared team. Oh, it can also set up Sticky Web if you want. This thing can also set up Sticky Web if you want. Starmie gets Rapid Spin. It's pretty fast, and it gets water and psychic type coverage. That's about it. It can also heal itself, but it's kind of frail. But it's mostly known for rapid spins. If you need a spinner, then definitely use it. I've used it before. Sakatago works best under Trick Room. It can set its own Trick Room, actually. It's really, really slow, but it's really, really strong defensively and offensively, I think. It gets nice moves like Stone Edge and Gyro Ball. Gyro Ball is really good on this guy. And with Trick Room and Beast Boost, you can really send this thing over the edge. You can get it stacking up lots of stat boosts. So it's usable in that regard. Also just generally very bulky defensively and can set up Stealth Rocks if you needed to. Swampert has water ground typing, only weak to grass, very good. Gets Stealth Rock up, it's kind of slow, so you can use momentum with Flip Turn. Flip Turn is a U-turn water version. Also gets Earthquake, which is a nice move, and you can spread Toxic. So people often run specially defensive Swampert because that's what's most necessary. Or at least was most necessary. Now you often sometimes just physically defensive to check Pokemon like Bisharp, for example. You can do whatever you want with it on your team. I've even seen offensive sets running around because it's actually got quite a high attack stat. But Swampert's got a couple of uses. Cool guy. Talonflame used to be good, but now he sucks. He has an ability called Gale Wings, which makes you hit first, guaranteed with flying type moves if you're at full health. So you can use Sword Stance and then maybe Acrobatics or something, which is a flying type move. Well, actually, you kind of have to use Heavy Duty Boots. You need Brave Bird. Anyways, you can use Sword Stance and then maybe Roost to heal yourself and a Fire and a Flying move, which is pretty good coverage. It's pretty weak though, and its ability got nerfed, so this Pokemon's alright now. It gets Defog, I guess you can try and run a defensive set because it also gets Flame Body. Yeah, sort of like a worse Moltres. Where were we? Tentacruel also gets Rapid Spin, and it's Poison type, and it also gets Toxic Spikes, and it gets Haze. So it's another utility Poison type, Water type Pokemon, and it gets Scald as well. Again, utility Water type. You've seen this before. High special defense, decent speed, so that's what sets it apart. Tornadus Incarnate. The other Tornadus is banned. This thing can boost with Nasty Plot, and then uses Hurricane. It uses Heat Wave and Grass Knot, basically. That's its main thing. This thing just sets up and sweeps sometimes. I think also it can yeah, I've seen it use Agility Weather Ball. I've done this before on rain teams, so it's got a pretty workable special attack stat. Toxicity. Toxicity has an ability that boosts all sound moves, so combined with Throat Spray, which is an item that boosts your special attack if you use a sound move, this thing can end up getting a lot of sound damage out. It's got a pretty high special attack stat and a nice move in Boom Burst, 140 base power normal type move, so workable. I've seen Choice Scarf sets, I've seen Shift Gear sets, which boost speed and attack, then boost special attack with Throat Spray. I've just seen straight up Choice Spec sets. It also gets Volt Switch, which is a nice pivot move because it's an electric type. Serena gets Rapid Spin, so worth noting just for that. Queenly Majesty is a cool ability that stops her from being hit by priority moves, I think. She gets Power Whip, which is a nice grass type move. High Jump Kick, which is a nice fighting type move. A supportive grass type Pokemon that can also do a lot of damage, which is kind of unique. I think it also gets U-turn as well. So you can use it to pivot, a rapid spinner. Offensively, I wouldn't recommend it, even though it's strong. It's mostly used for those roles. Tyranitar. Tyranitar is a strong dragon dancing dragon Pokemon that gets a really strong rock type move in Head Smash. Combined with Rock Head, it means it has a 150 power rock type move with basically no drawbacks. So it can become really, really potently strong. Its weakness is that it's kind of frail. It's frailer enough, I suppose, and its speed is low. Yeah. So Dragon Dance, this boosting move, means it's only, even after Dragon Dance, still a lot of Pokemon are going to be beating it unboosted or with a Choice Scarf. That's how you shut it down. But if you let this thing get too many boosts or get out of control, it's a problem really quickly. Really, the only reason it's not higher is because priority moves right now are really strong against it, like Ice type priority, Grass type priority. They all deal with Tyranitar pretty handily. Umbreon. Umbreon is a Dark type defensive Pokemon. You probably know her. But it's pretty cool. It gets Wish to support its teammates. Foul Play, which is a Dark type move that uses the attack of the other Pokemon, so you can shut down sweepers by using their attack against them to kill them. Toxic to spread poison, and it just sits around a lot basically. It can heal itself, it's very, very bulky, it's hard to kill. So this thing is often the bane of, if you don't have a super effective Pokemon, this thing is really, really annoying to break. Especially with Wish Protect and leftovers. We're almost done. Uxie. Uxie is another defensive Trick Roomer. It's another Trick Room setter that also can get Stealth Rocks up. So sometimes it'll get Stealth Rocks up, then it'll try and get a Trick Room. It's got some utility moves. It's not very offensive, but you can use Psychic on, I suppose, for just one attack. Thunder Wave to paralyze. I'm not 100% sure. I know it uses Trick Room and it's a pretty good Stealth Rock setter. It's also very bulky. So yeah, it's its niche. Next, I'm not gonna say anything. I'll let you have your laughs. I've been here for I'm too tired for this. Fuckable. Next is Venusaur. Venusaur is a Sun Pokemon. That's really the only time I'd ever consider using it. Sun is an archetype. I'm just gonna say it now in case I never get to it. Sun is set by Torkoal and Ninetales, which are two setters, the two setters that set it up. I think about where is Torkoal? Okay, it's in the next one. Sorry. Torkoal and Ninetales are Sunsetters for Venusaur, and Venusaur has a nice ability called Chlorophyll, which doubles its speed in Sun. Yeah, it's also got some nice Sun moves like Growth, which doubles its attack and special attack, but only in Sun. Sludge Bomb, Weather Ball, Giga Drain can run lots of great coverage and can be a really strong sweeper, but you kind of need Sun, otherwise I'd never consider running this thing. Whimsicott gets Prankster, gets Defog, gets Tailwind, a lot of support moves, gets U-Turn, Moonblast is always good, Giga Drain's alright, Tailwind boosts the speed of your team, so yeah, Whimsicott, if you need the support from it, it's there. Also fast, like 364 speed. Zygarde, which outspeeds most of the metagame. Zygarde, this isn't the Zygarde I'm looking for, but you'll probably recognize it. Zygarde 10% looks like a dog version of this, and Zygarde 10%, first of all, you can't run Power Construct. If you do, instant ban, 3,000 years Clock Torture. Zygarde 10% is fast and frail. It gets Dragon Dance, it's a Dragon Ground type. It gets 1,000 Arrows, which is the best move in the game. It's an Earthquake that does 10 less damage, but it can hit flying types. So, I mean, the only thing that beats it is grass type moves. It's really, really good. It's kept in check by the fact that Zydog doesn't do too much damage, only got 100 to snow base. But if you run either Choice Band or like, you know, Life Orb Dragon Dance, you can snowball with Dragon 1,000 arrows pretty quickly. Especially since a lot of people counter ground types by using flying types like Corviknight or something. So if you have Zydog instead, it completely turns the tables because 1,000 arrows is able to hit flying types. So by hitting flying types, you're gonna be able to actually hit a Corviknight, which is a steel flying type, super effectively. I don't know how to explain that really well, but basically it's very powerful. And so we're now 2 hours and 53 minutes in, and we finally finished the tier 3. So from here on, I'm going to go very, very quickly. I'm not going to spend more than like 20 seconds on each Pokemon because I have places to be. And these ones, I'm not even sure I'm going to cover all of them because, like, holy shit, they're all like nothing mons. Anyway, let's go. Go as quickly as possible. Excelgor is really fast. It gets some bug type moves. It can use Memento. And by the way, oh yeah, for this section, the rest is you're gonna have to look this up on small if you want to learn. I'm gonna give the briefest overview. So Excelgor is very, very quick. It gets some nice moves, special moves off the top of my head. It has some nice moves. Final Gambit is a move it gets, which can be useful for some tech. That's about it. I don't think it sets up Sticky Web. Aerodactyl can set up Stealth Rocks. It has Taunt as well, so it has a good Stealth Rock lead. It's fast, it's pretty strong, gets Stone and Flying type moves, and it can also run Dragon Dance if it needs to, which means it can be a sweeper. Altaria gets Defog. Dragon Dance is really good on this Pokemon. Gets Dragon moves. It doesn't really use Flying moves very much. Maybe Fire type coverage if you want. It's mostly defensive. It also gets Reliable Recovery. Ambipom gets Technician, which means Fake Out, which is a move it uses that guarantees a flinch on the first turn. Is a very good utility move. It can also use like U-Turn. It's a pivot Pokemon. Its normal type moves also become very strong because of the same type of attack bonus it gets. Appletun is got Thick Fat, which means only 2 times weak to ice instead of 4 times. Just a general defensive Pokemon that can actually hit pretty hard with grass and dragon type moves. If you need this defensive typing, then definitely use this Pokemon. That's it. Archeops has an insane like 140 attack, but when it goes below half HP, its attack is halved and its special attack is halved. So it's really strong and it gets Stealth Rock, but once it's damaged a lot, it stops working. So you need heavy duty boots. Arctovish is a hail Pokemon that uses Fish's Friend instead of Volbeak. You're gonna have to look that up for yourself, but it's another Pokemon that abuses hail, gets faster in hail, and has a move that's really strong in hail. Aromatisse is a defensive wall that gets Wish, it gets Moonblast, and it can use a couple of support moves as well, like Aromatherapy to heal its teammates. Mainly just a Cleric Pokemon uses. You need a defensive Fairy type, I suppose, and haven't drafted one yet. I've used this Pokemon before. Where are we? Barbaracle gets Shell Smash, which is a great sweeping move, plus 2 attack, defense, special attack speed, only costing defense and special defense. It's not super strong, it won't always kill things in one hit, but a cleaned up team, and this thing's pretty fast, so its combination of rock and water type stat can make it pretty good. It also gets fighting type moves. Whoa. Next is Beware. Beware has a nice ability called Fluffy that makes it double resistant, makes it automatically resistant to all contact moves, but it makes it weak to fire type. It's also got a high attack stat, and normal and fighting coverage is pretty good. It's just alright. It gets Sword Stance, I think, but I never really use it as sweeper. It's mainly a physical wall. Why do I keep doing that? Blastoise also gets Shell Smash. I'm not explaining that again. It uses Surf, Ice Beam, Dark Pulse. If you want to see Shell Smash explained again, go to the Barbaracle section. Boltund is a fast electric type that can use Bulk Up to boost attack and defense. Strong Jaw makes its biting moves better, so in combination with that you can use like Fire Fang and Thunder Fang and a couple other Ice Fang as well, I think it gets, to give it a really strong combination of biting moves that can make it a pretty potent Pokemon, I guess. Not too strong. Braviary is just alright. It gets Brave Bird, it gets Close Combat, it gets Bulk Up. Defiant's a really nice ability. Also Roost to heal itself. Defiant is a really nice ability it gets. which, you know, if it gets default on, it raises the attack by 2 stages, it loses a stat, raises the attack by 2 stages. So you have to be careful on this one. Kind of slow though, so watch out for that. Bronzong. Bronzong gets Stealth Rocks. It's also gets Levitate or Heat Proof, which means it can either make itself immune to ground or make itself neutral to fire type moves. It's also got a nice neutral psychic move in Psy Wave. Can spread Toxic. It's got Protect as well. It's very, very bulky. So Steel Psychic's a pretty good defensive type. So you can use a defensive Stealth Rocker if you want. Bruxish. No idea what the fuck this Pokemon does. It gets Strong Jaw, gets Water and Psychic type moves. I guess it's kind of strong or whatever. Cincino. Cincino has skill. Cincino has Skill Link. Cincino has Skill Link, which means that all of its multi-hit moves will hit a lot. So you can use like a normal type multi-hit move called Tail Slap in conjunction with a Choice Band to give itself some surprising strength. You use other multi-hit moves with that. That's really the only moveset you'll ever see for Cincino. It's not a very good Pokemon. Pulwitzer makes all Pulse moves do 1.5 times damage with Mega Launcher. So you'll see Water Pulse, Dark Pulse, Ice Beam, and then like Aura Sphere or something on this Pokemon. And those Pulse moves, they become pretty strong coming from Pulwitzer. Definitely kind of a niche option, but when it does shoot off those moves with Choice Specs, which I mostly see, oh man, it does a lot of damage. Colossal. Gets Rocks. Don't use this Pokemon though, it's a VGC Pokemon. I really don't know why. When it's hit by a Water or Fire type move, its speed is increased by 4 times. But to be honest, without G-Max or anything like this Pokemon is, I don't know why I'd ever use it. Cofagrigus. Cofagrigus is a nice defensive ghost type, kind of a rare typing to have, to be honest. It also retains some offense. Can spread burns with moves like Will-O-Wisp. I think it gets access to Toxic Spikes. Beyond that, I've also seen Memento, which decreases the opponent's attack and speed, special attack by 2 stages in exchange for you killing yourself. So if you need to gain back the momentum in a game and kill yourself and switch something in quickly, you can give something an opportunity to set up as well. So Cofagrigus is alright. Some good defenses for what it offers. Charizard. Run this thing in Sun or don't run it at all. I don't know why else would you run it. It gets an ability called Solar Power, multiplies the strength of Sun, but beyond that, it's very bad. Creogonal. This thing gets Rapid Spin. It's a fast Ice type that gets Rapid Spin. Very weak on the physical side. Gets Freeze Dry, which is a really, really good Ice type move because it's super effective against water as well, and it also gets Reliable Recovery. But it's a pure Ice type that's weak to Stealth Rock and it's weak to physical moves, so I can't justify putting it any higher than tier 4. Delphox. Delphox has fire and psychic coverage and is kind of strong. So Choice Scarf or Choice Specs, whatever, figure it out. Drapion. Drapion runs a Sword Stance set usually. It's got strong knockoffs because it's Dark type as well as good Poison type coverage, which means it can deal with things like Clefable and such in common. It's pretty good at dealing with common Fairy types actually. Only weakness is Ground, I think, which is really good for it. What else? I know this Pokemon's a little bit better than all the other ones, so consider drafting him. I don't have too much time to say anything about him, but he's cool. Yeah, that's pretty much the only set he does. Unless you want to run Choice Banded. Dreadnought. Dreadnought runs Sword Stance, best in Rain because it gets a Rain boost. Rock type moves in Rain are pretty unique. It also gets Fighting coverage, so it's kind of like Barbarical, but instead of being boosted by Shell Smash, it gets boosted by Rain. Has Sword Stance. Druddigon. Druddigon is poor man's Garchomp. It gets Rough Skin, so it's hard to hit, or Mold Breaker if you want. Glare is another move it gets. Paralyzes everybody except electric types. Very coveted move because usually you can't paralyze ground types. Also, pretty good coverage. Gets Stealth Rocks, it's important. Can hold Stealth Rock up because it's got good defense and decent offense. So, again, I've used this thing before. It's one of my tier 4 Pokemon, and surprisingly good at holding up Stealth Rock, and it can do a lot of chip damage. So, definitely worth considering. Dugtrio. Dugtrio can trap things. I don't know if Arena Trap is banned in this, but I'm pretty sure it traps anything it comes in with. So, and it's got 100 attack and really bad HP, so that's really bad. But the trapping function alone makes it worth justifying. If not, if there's no trapping function, don't draft this thing. It's got like high speed and like 100 attack, but beyond that, it's pretty garbage. I know I'd ever draft Dugtrio, to be honest. Yeah, I think trapping's allowed in this, but Yeah, it's pretty weak, but it makes up for that because if you catch a Pokemon off guard, you can use Choice Band or something to either like memento it, force it to, and then force a setup, or you can just Earthquake it and kill it if you're strong enough, or if the Pokemon's weak enough. Durant, I don't know Durant's tier 4. Durant's awesome. It's got Hustle, which is an off like the 1.5 times damage, 0.8 times accuracy ability, but it's really strong already. It's fast. It's got 108 speed. It's got like 100 something attack, so it's pretty strong. You can even use Hone Claws to boost your accuracy and attack, which means that you basically will never die, or never be killed unless something's faster than you. So it's a great late game cleaner. You really have to rely on your luck with the 80% thing, but Durant, when it does hit its moves, is super great. Dusclops. Oh fuck Kevin Durant. Dusclops is another Eviolite Pokemon because it's not fully evolved, so it gets 1.5 times in both of its defense, special defense if you run that item. This thing is just like a wall that runs like Pain Split to heal itself, which steals some HP from the opponent. Will-O-Wisp to spread burns. It's another defensive ghost type. If you want to read more about that, go to the Corsola section. There's definitely better defensive ghost types than Dusclops. I would consider Cofagrigus before this. Dusknoir. This is an offensive ghost type that kind of sucks at being an offensive ghost type because its HP is really bad. It's supposed to be bulky and strong at the same time, but it isn't. Its speed is middling, and its ghost type move pool is very lacking, but it gets some pretty decent like ice and fire type moves, I guess. So if you really need it, then you can run it, I suppose. It's like a surprise pick. Electros is unique in that it has no weaknesses because of Levitate and pure electric type, which is only weak to ground. So Electros can run Assault Vest sets where it just runs 4 attacking moves, Volt Switch, Thunderbolt, maybe a grass type move, maybe like some random coverage, ice type move to deal with ground types. So it's actually a pretty cool Pokemon because it's not super bulky, but it's not weak to anything, so you can't be preyed upon. Eldegoss gets Regenerator 33% every time it switches out. Gets some nice grass type moves like Spore, Giga Drain, Rapid Spin, I think. So it's a spinner, that's the most important thing about it. Not much else to say. Electivire is an offensive Pokemon. It runs Life Orb, and it can be a pivot with electric type moves, physically or specially. So it gets Wild Charge, which is like a electric type move. It gets like Ice Punch, I think, Fire Punch, or some coverage, and then you can also run like Volt Switch, which is what I usually see to get out of situations as well. Often electric types will run a physical set with Volt Switch because Volt Switch is such a useful move. So yeah, that's what Electivire runs. Ice Cube. This Pokemon's really wacky. It has an ability where if it's hit by a physical attack, it'll get absorbed by this face and it'll break and it'll become a faster Pokemon that's frailer. It also gets a Belly Drum, so if you want to try and work around that, be my guest, but it's such a complicated mechanic, there's really no point in doing so, and beyond that, it's a useless Pokemon. Emboar gets Reckless, which means its recoil moves are boosted, and since Flare Blitz is a recoil move, it has pretty strong Flare Blitzes, and it gets firefighting coverage, you'll get your close combat, so this Pokemon's pretty strong, if kind of slow. Escavalier is very strong and very slow, actually. It's something like, what, 20 speed maybe, but high attack and high defense. Also, Bug Steel is a great defensive combination, only weak to fire. So you can use Sword Stance and it can try and get damage that way. One thing is always, it's never going to be able to get over the fact that it's super slow. You can try and use Trick Room to alleviate that, but I wouldn't recommend using Trick Room just for this Pokemon. There's something else about this Pokemon, I forget what it is though. Exploud gets Stab, Boom, Burst. That's it. It's Choice Spec Stab, Boom, Burst. It's the only thing you're ever going to run. It's kind of slow. Its special attack isn't too great, but Choice Spec Stab, Boom, Burst is 210 base power. That's too strong not to ignore. Phalanx. Phalanx's signature move gives it a boost in every single one of its stats, but it stops it from switching out. That's its whole gimmick, basically. Nothing else worth using about it, but it's strong. It makes it kind of strong, and if you want to go for a late game sweep, go for it with this Pokemon. Flygon. Flygon is a Dragon Dance user, and it gets Levitate as well, so it's immune to ground. So it's not too weak to anything, or it's got some pretty good resistances. It can get Earthquake, it's got Fire Punch, got Outrage, it's got a pretty big move pool. Just a general Dragon Dance sweeper, but poor man's, it's in tier 4, only 100 attack. Fortress Fortress gets Stealth Rock, Spikes, and Rapid Spin and Explosion, so this thing makes for a really good lead Pokemon because you can set up Stealth Rocks and Explode or something if you want to. Or you can use a defensive Pokemon because it's Bug and Steel type, but I mainly see it as a lead Pokemon because of its utility with Rapid Spin, which means it can keep rocks off while also keeping its own rocks up. Frostmoth. Frostmoth is a Ice Bug type, as you can see already. Frostmoth uses Quiver Dance to boost itself, plus special attack, special defense, speed. It's kind of slow. Also has a really nice ability in Ice Scales, which doubles its special defense. But beyond that, it's not too remarkable because it's kind of weak and slow. Frostlass. Frostlass can set up spikes, I'm pretty sure. Destiny Bond, it's pretty fast, so it can use Destiny Bond, and when it gets hit and dies, it can take someone down with it. It's got Ice type moves, which are pretty strong, and it got Ghost type coverage as well. So Ice Ghost coverage is also pretty strong, so it makes for a good lead Pokemon. Galarian Articuno. So Articuno Galar. Galarian Articuno is kind of the worst one of the two. It gets competitive, which is basically Defiant, but for special attack. So if it gets hit by default, its special attack will be raised. So it can become a nice special sweeper that way. But Psychic Flying is never too great coverage, and it's kind of frail. But if you manage to get to sweep, I mean, honestly, I think it's underrated a little bit here. Its Psychic type moves come out pretty strong with 125 special attack, and Hurricane is doing a lot of damage from this thing if it hits. Plus, it has Recover to heal itself. Yeah. Here. Gallade. Gallade is a physical Pokemon. I don't know what else to say about it. Use Sword Stance, maybe Choice Band. Psychic Fighting coverage, not much else to say. Gigalith. Gigalith sets up Sand, it's the last Sand setter. And it's probably the worst of the few, but it's cheap. It's a rock type, so it gets decent special defense bonuses. It can set up Stealth Rocks by itself as well. It can explode if you needed to. It's pretty strong. Its offensive strike is pretty strong. Its crippling factor is that it's slow and it has no reliable recovery, so this thing gets whittled down very easily. Still, if you want to run a Sand setup, then no problem. Golisopod. Golisopod is a really nice, cool Pokemon, Water Bug with some nice Water Bug moves, and it's very strong. It's held back by its ability, which automatically switches it out when it's below 50% HP, but it gets a move called First Impression, which always goes first on the first turn, and is a Bug-type move. It gets Stab on that. So it's a signature move, that's pretty strong. So Golisopod's pretty cool to run, even with the ability. You just have to run heavy-duty boots for it. Choice Banded Golisopod's really great. Golurk either runs Rock Polish or Choice Band, gets really nice ground ghost coverage, so the moves it runs are super strong. Either you can run ghost type moves to hit its really strong straight off the bat, or Rock Polish takes its awful speed and makes it a little bit better. Then once you do that, you can start running super strong offensive attacking moves, and you can just fire them off like willy-nilly. And in addition, you can switch on what move you want. Coupled with Life Orb, this makes the Pokemon super strong. You'll see that in random battles. Gourgeist. All I know about this Pokemon is it like uses Leech Cheat and stalls or sometimes, I don't know, as knockoff maybe, whatever. Guzzlord. Guzzlord is super bulky, I guess, kind of. It's got high HP, decent defenses, very weak to fairies, but it has an expansive move pool. It can run a mix set as well with knockoff as physical attacks, and then like Draco Meteor, Earthquake, Sludge Bomb. Gets a lot of moves. It runs Assault Vest often because it likes attacking moves, and Assault Vest boosts its special defense and make it really impenetrable on the special side. On the physical side, it's a bit weak, especially since it's weak to U-turn, but yeah, it's a pretty good Pokemon. It's really big as well. Hariyama, it's like the Helena Pokemon. Hariyama, he fakes out and he's a bulky fighting type. And he has some fighting type moves, like close combat or whatever. There's nothing special about him at all. Heliolisk. Heliolisk is a sun or rain Pokemon, which is interesting, I suppose. It has an ability called Dry Skin, which heals it in rain, when rain is going on. It also runs Surf, but it also has Solar Power, which boosts its power in Sun. So you can run this on a Sun team or a rain team. Beyond that, I wouldn't really recommend it. Get some nice pivoting moves, but no reason to not use it over like Jolteon. Where are we? Hitmontop. This Pokemon gets Rapid Spin, Fake Out, and Toxic, and some nice other moves. Also decent defenses. Yeah, Rapid Spin is really its only real main trait. It also spins, that's cool. Houndoom. Houndoom gets access to Nasty Plot. Dark Fire is good coverage. alleviates its U-turn weakness with fire types. That's okay. It's very frail, but its attacking stats are pretty good. So if you want to use it as like a special attacker on the dark side that you don't, with using dark type moves that you don't have yet, it's a pretty good option. Jellicent. Jellicent gets water absorbed, so it's great for sponging water type attacks. Also gets a nice recovery and recover, and then it gets water ghost type moves. Another fat water type to add to your arsenal. Kabutops. Kabutops works under rain, but it's one of the worst rain sweepers. That's why it's so low in the tier, because it's kind of slow. Regardless, it gets rock type moves, it gets water type moves. It's kind of another Dreadnought. It gets sword stance, gets fighting type moves. Almost a carbon copy of Dreadnought. You actually pick your poison. Kling Clang. This Pokemon is This Pokemon is 2 gears. It's awesome, I guess. It gets some gear-related moves. This Steel type offers no real utility, to be honest. It has a sweeping potential with Shift Gear, which boosts its speed by 2 and its attack by 1, and then you can use whatever electric steel coverage. This is a really wonky mon. Lantern. Lantern can be immune to either water type moves or electric type moves, depending on your choice. I would recommend electric type moves. Gets Wish, I think, gets Scald, it gets Volt Switch, and it gets Toxic, so another bulky water type with a new niche. Lanoon. Lanoon can Belly Drum, which multiplies attack by 4 times, and then also gets Extreme Speed, which is a priority move that's priority of 2, and it's a normal type move, and it's also got 80 base power. It's actually a pretty good priority move, but if you can't hit the opponent with Extreme Speed, you have to use Throat Chop or Stomping Tantrum, which are 2 really, really mediocre coverage moves, and so basically either stuck with those, or you can't really use Lanoon at all, because Lanoon's attack stat is really, really low. Ludicolo. Ludicolo is another rain Pokemon. Gets faster in rain. Grass type in rain is pretty unique, and its special attack isn't bad at all. I would use it if you're low on points and need some more coverage for your rain team. So it's alright. Definitely, I would rate it. Luxray. Luxray can run Guts and status effects. So Guts is, once you get hit by a status effect and you have Guts, your attack is multiplied by 1.5 times. So Luxray can take advantage of that. That's its real only thing. And the electric type moves, no, it's not a pivot at all. I guess it can deal with, I don't think it can really deal with ground types, but Facade from coming from it is super strong. Lycanroc, Midday, so this Lycanroc form, I don't know what to say about it. It's like Lycanroc Dusk, which I mentioned earlier. It gets Stealth Rocks, I think. It's got Snow Edge. It's got a couple of useful moves, I suppose. It can use Sword Stance if you want. It gets faster in sand. That's about all I can say about it. Machamp also has Guts. If you want to hear about Guts and you just haven't, go to the Luxray section. It gets Close Combat and Facade, which are 2 really strong moves. It's not too fast, but it's pretty bulky. Its attack is nice, so Guts boosts it even further. Epitome of like a cool fighting guy. Magmortar. Magmortar is Electivire but fire type, so it's got nice fire type moves. Doesn't really have any pivoting potential, but its fire type moves are super strong. It looks sick. Like, come on, look at this arm cannon. It's got a lot of coverage moves as well. I think it gets grass type moves. It gets some other ones. It works well as this. I've seen it most often use a choice specs attacker, even though it's weak to Stealth Rock, because it doesn't really, like, a lot of its fire attack attacks switch super hard, hit super hard, but if you want to run heavy duty boots, it also offers you the privilege of switching attacks. So this works pretty well against standard high special attack, high speed Pokemon. Malamar. Malamar's cool. He gets Contrary, which means that his stat boosts get reversed. So, and his stat decreases also get reversed. So you run Superpower, which is a move that decreases your attack and defense to slowly build up attack and defense. You can also run Rest and Knock Off to heal yourself. It's not a very reliable strategy because Malamar is super weak, but if you can manage to boost it up, if your opponent gives you a chance to boost it up, or if you catch him by surprise, Malamar can end up like sweeping an entire team, especially if you can manage to heal it up and if you don't get obliterated by a Fairy type or a Bug type. Medicham. Medicham gets huge power, which doubles its attack from like 80 to 10 million, but it's still, but it's still kind of slow, so that's what holds it back, only 80 speed. You can run Choice Scarf, I suppose, but then it's locked into one move, and it's kind of predictable once you've done that. So it's alright. I think, yeah, tier 4 is a good place to be, but it's an upper echelon at tier 4. Meloetta is a special attacker. I know what else this thing does. It's kind of dumb. It like switches forms or whatever. It's a mythical. It's got 100 in every stat, so that's pretty good. Look this thing up if you want more information. I've never used it. Mesprit. This is the worst of the Pixies. It's in a trio with Uxie and Azelf. It sets up Stealth Rocks, I suppose. It can pivot with U-turn. It's got like alright psychics, but it's like a mix between the two Pokemon. Ends up being weaker than both of them, so it's pretty pathetic. It's poor man's Stealth Rock setter, Uxie or Zelf. I don't know if it gets Trick Room or not. Maybe it might. If you really can't afford a good Trick Room setter, there you go. Miltank can set up Stealth Rocks, and it's actually pretty fast. It's a nice healing move in Milk Drink. Can use Toxic, Body Slam. It's normal type defensive Pokemon. Pretty interesting. This one's pretty alright because it can hold up Stealth Rocks, so if you need a setter, and you also need a normal type, and you also need reliable recovery, this offers some roll compression. I don't know why you would need that combination of things, but if you do, you know, there you go. Minior is cool. It has an ability called Shields Down, or once it drops under 50%, it drops these shields, and in exchange for losing defense, it gains attack, special attack, and speed. It also gets Shell Smash, so you can get attacked, and then you can use Shell Smash, and then all of a sudden you're fast, and you're free from your form, and you use that to try and sweep. Shell Smash, I've mentioned it so many times in this video already, there's probably no way you haven't seen it, but just in case, +2 attack, +2 special attack, +2 speed, incredible, you know, makes it very, very, makes it strong and fast, and, you know, there you go. Gets flying type moves, gets rock type moves, the whole shebang. Mismagius, it's a fast ghost type, that's all I know about it. Maybe Choice Specs. Morpeko gets a nice ability called Hunger Switch, and this move called Aura Wheel. Aura Wheel is a physical move that's either electric or dark type, depending on what turn the turn is. Every turn it alternates, and Morpeko switches types, and Aura Wheel switches type with it. It's 110 base power, so it's pretty damn strong. Yeah. Beyond that, that's basically its only gimmick. Aura Wheel also raises the speed by 1 stage. Mr. Rhyme is a rapid spinner, and I think it also gets a healing move, so that's pretty unique. You never expect it from this Pokemon, but its spinning is alright because it gets Freeze Rai as well, which is a super good move. It gets Psychic and Focus Blast, so its coverage is good. Psychic, Fighting, Ice. Mudstill's a rock setter. It's also got an ability called Stamina, where every time it gets hit, its defense increases. So it can kind of snowball that way. It's never going to sweep, but you can make it annoying to deal with leftovers and such. It gets Earthquake, you know, the general bulky ground type fare, except each time the bulky grounds get worse and worse. Ninetales is one of the Sun setters. As I've said, Sun is an important weather because there's certain Pokemon that are affected by it. As I mentioned, Venusaur, some other Sun benefiters. You've got Darmanitan, which loves Sun, I suppose. You've got basically all Pokemon that have strong fire type attacks can benefit from Sun. There's certain Chlorophyll Pokemon. Look for the ability Chlorophyll. Venusaur, Shiftry, all these Pokemon can sort of appreciate Sun. Yeah, beyond that, it doesn't do anything else. Omastar, another Rain Pokemon that also gets Shell Smash, so you can choose to run Rain Omastar, Shell Smash Omastar, or both. Shell Smash, really, really good boosting move. Makes this Pokemon super, super strong. Yeah, Lord Helix, very cool. Beyond that, doesn't really have much else of a niche. Gets Stealth Rock, yes, but you're never going to use it on this Pokemon. Orbeetle sets Sticky Web, hazard that decreases the opponent's speed. That's it. All it's known for. Palisand. Whoa. Palisand is a bulky ground type that sets rocks, but is also ghost type and has reliable recovery, but also has this cool ability called Water Compaction. If it's by a water type move, its defense goes up by 2 stages. So another gimmick of a bulky ground type to pick your poison, you know. Pangoro has Scrappy, so its fighting type moves hit ghost types. Fighting Dark is really good coverage, again obliterated by fairy types, but it actually has poison type moves to get rid of fairy types. So Parangoro, you'll see either Choice Band or Choice Scarf sets. I think Choice Band is better because you sacrifice the speed for taking advantage of its crazy power. You can always run faster Pokemon, so yeah. Berserker. Berserker is super slow, but has the strongest, has Tough Claws or Steely Spirit, which either gives it the strongest Steel type moves in the game, or is general really strong contact moves, but it's slow and kind of frail, so it's hard to use. Even so, it's got decent coverage, got fighting type moves, got Steel type moves. So Choice Banded Steely Spirit Berserker is like, I mean, the damage it does is ludicrous. I've never used it though, so I wouldn't know. I've never been threatened by this thing. It's really theoretical only that this Pokemon is super strong. Quagsire. Quagsire has Unaware, coveted ability because it ignores stat change, which means if a physical, this Pokemon primarily uses a physical wall, so if a physical Pokemon boosts really highly, you can use Quagsire to come in and block it. It's also water ground type, that's great. It's got reliable recovery, that's great. It's another bulky water type, but this one is Unaware. This is one I definitely recommend. This is one I give a look. Raboot. It's Cinderace, but smaller. And it gets Libero. Libero is an ability that changes you to match the type of whatever move you're using, so you always get same type attack bonus. And it's so good that even Raboot was considered for this tier. So Raboot is actually usable. That's kind of crazy. Anything I said about Cinderace though, this thing Pokemon gets as well. Regirock. Regirock, in theory, looks great because it's bulky, it can set Stealth Rocks or whatever, but I wouldn't recommend using it even over these Pokemon because it has no passive, Rock is an awful typing, and has no passive regeneration, so this mon really falls flat. Rhydon, these nuts. Rhydon gets Violite because it's not fully evolved, so it's able to sponge hits better than you would expect, and it gets Stealth Rock as well, and it's actually pretty strong, so it's got a couple of boons, but as always, it's slow. There's better Stealth Rock setters out there, there's better rock types out there. If you need a tier 4 one, you could not do, I mean, you definitely couldn't do worse, I suppose. This one's fine. This one's pretty good. Gets Mega Horn as well, so nice coverage move to consider. First Pokemon ever made. Rotom Fan. Oh, here. This is Rotom. Same thing as all the other Rotoms which I've already mentioned, but it's an electric type. I'm going to search this up. I'll actually just go through these Rotoms in quick succession. Rotom Fan is Rotom, but it's a electric flying type. Rotom Frost is a electric ice type, and Rotom Mow is electric grass type. So each one of these, I mean, they all have their own niches. Just think about it. Do you want that type on your team or not? Sableye. Sableye gets Prankster, so it can heal itself quickly, can spread Will-O-Wisp, spread Toxic, taunt things. It's also Dark Ghost, which is only weak to Fairy, so it's got a pretty unique typing there. Mainly it's just used for Prankster. Sceptile. Sceptile's got high special attack, can use Leaf Storm and such. I've seen sets where because it's so fast, it's got 120 speed, which is pretty good. You can use Substitute and Leech Seed, and then just keep spamming Substitute with leftovers over and over to slowly whittle down your opponent. You can use 2 other attacking moves, whichever 2 you choose. I've seen this in random battles before. It's a pretty good strategy, especially if your opponent's not prepared for it. Scyther. Scyther is bug flying, so it's really weak to Stealth Rocks, but it can use, it's a pre-evolved Pokemon, so it can use a Violite, though I'd recommend heavy duty boots unless you have crazy default support for it. It gets Sword Stance, and it gets Dual Wing Beat, I suppose, so you can use flying type moves on it. It gets Knock Off, it gets bug type moves, it gets a whole array of moves you can use to sweep, I suppose. Sharpedo. Sharpedo gets a speed boost every turn it exists, or it can use Rough Skin, Garchomp's ability. So it has 2 really great abilities. Water Dark is good coverage. This thing has no bulk though, it'll die in 1 hit basically to anything. It's pretty strong if you can get a Sword Stance up, which I think it gets. It's strong. I've never really seen that used. It's either like Life Orb with Destiny Bond to kill something while you die, like Hydro Pump, Close Combat Crunch, like mixed attacking sets. That's what I've mostly seen on Sharpedo. You're gonna have to look this one up as well. Shuckle. Shuckle has the highest defense and special defense in the game at 230 and 230, but its HP is only 20 and its attacks are 10 each, so it's got very lopsided stats. It sets up Stealth Rock and Sticky Web, so it's a really good lead Pokemon, and it can use Toxic, I suppose, to spread damage, and Knock Off or Encore to annoy other Pokemon. Encore forces them to repeat the same move over and over. So Shuckle is some pretty wacky tech up its sleeve, definitely most notable for its sticky web setting. Sigilyph has the distinction of having 3 really good abilities. I think Tinted Lens, Magic Guard, and Tinted Lens and Magic Guard are the main ones. Magic Guard protects it from Stealth Rock and the adverse effects of the item it usually holds, which is a Life Orb. So that makes it immune to rocks and boosts its attack for no cost at one fell swoop. Also, Tinted Lens, if you want to opt to use that, it means that attacks that are resisted, it does double damage to. So basically, it ignores resistances. So those are 2 really great abilities. Beyond that, though, Sigilyph isn't like, it's alright, I guess. It's got it's got decent special attack and speed, but it's very, very reliant on its combination of Magic Guard and Life Orb. It gets Psychic moves, Flying moves, and Fire moves in the main combination you're gonna see. Okay, I'd take a long break from that because holy shit, I'm so tired. But we're almost done. Once I finish tier 4, I'm gonna go through tier 5 really, really quickly, like a couple words per Pokemon. So Sigilyph, as you can see here, okay, it's got special attacking. Fuck. Yeah, you get the idea. Skuntank, okay. Skuntank is cool. It's a poison dark type, which means only weak to ground type attacks. It's acts as a sucker punch. It's got a cool ability in Aftermath because when it's killed, it does 25% damage if you attack with a physical attack. In addition, also gets some fire type coverage. So got a couple really cool moves you can use. Okay, I'm gonna cut this on just so I don't go insane. So it has a couple of cool physical attacks you can use. It can run a mix set sometimes with Sucker Punch, Dark type moves, so Skuntank is alright. Smeargle is a very, very interesting Pokemon because Smeargle can learn any move in the game. And when I say any move in the game, I mean literally any move in the game. So I really cannot tell you how to use this Pokemon. Its stats are garbage, but its moves are great. Usually the best thing people do is use it to run Sticky Web, use it to run leads, they use it to put things to sleep. Smeargle has a bunch of different uses you can use, but I wouldn't rely on the stats themselves because the Pokemon itself is garbage. It's just the moves you can get that are great. Where is it? Smeargle. Stoutland. Stoutland is a pretty great Pokemon. It's alright, I mean, I guess. It's got Scrappy, which means the normal type attacks can hit ghost types. So normal type attacks gain a little bit more weight as a consequence. It's not that strong. You can run Choice Scarf or Choice Band, to be honest. There's really only 2 sets you're going to get. It's kind of a nothing Pokemon. Yeah. Swellow's actually very good. Swellow also gets Scrappy, which is if you just skip to Swellow, go back to the Stoutland section for an explanation on what Scrappy is. It's one section behind. It also gets access to Boom Burst, and it's a normal type, so it gets Stab Boom Burst. Even though its special attack is not that great, it still does quite a bit of damage. In addition, I'm pretty sure it gets some pretty good normal type moves and flying type moves. So Swellow is actually a very workable Pokemon, especially if you gain the flying type coverage. Not really worth running Roost because of how frail it is. Tangela is Tangroth's little child, and it can hold the Eviolite, so it can get really, really bulky because it's not fully evolved. It's got the same 2 sets as Tangrowth does. If you want to learn about Tangela, just go to Tangrowth section, which should be in, I think, tier 2. So yeah, looks like a bigger version of this with more spaghetti. Tauros has Sheer Force, Life Orb, which is a combination I've already explained. Sheer Force means it does extra damage, secondary moves, and Life Orb also gives it more damage, while Sheer Force negates the recoil from Life Orb. So Tauros can also get pretty strong. It also hits a pretty respectable 350 speed. Its attack at 100, I think, just isn't the greatest, but it's still definitely solid. There's some moves like Earthquake, Body Slam, which it uses a lot. You can even get like certain special, I think it's like fire type moves it appreciates. So Tauros is a pretty diverse move pool, usable. Torkoal is the other Sunsetter, and by far the more popular of the 2 between it and Ninetales. So Torkoal is probably the most important Pokemon in tier 4. Torkoal has both access to Rapid Spin and Stealth Rock, which means it gets rocks up while also keeping rocks at themselves. It also has Lava Plume, which is a fire type move that has a 30% chance to burn. So that's pretty cool. And then for its last move, it can run like anything. It can run yawn, it can run body press for fighting coverage. This thing has really, really good physical defense, so that's Charcoal's biggest boon. Toxicroak is a poison fighting type that also gets access to Dry Skin or Poison Touch, two really good abilities. Dry Skin means water moves will be absorbed by it, and Poison Touch means that it has a chance of poison on Inflate. It's got pretty good moves. It has access to Sword Dance, Sucker Punch, Poison Jab, fighting type moves. It's a very unique Pokemon. If no other Pokemon has this type combination, only really weak to Ground and Psychic as usual. So yeah. Next is Trevenant. Trevenant sits around and harvests berries. There's a more detailed explanation online if you want to look for it. Also has access to Leech Seed to heal itself and some strong ghost type moves. Yeah, that one's a little bit weirder. Type Null is still valid but worse. Don't draft this Pokemon. Actually, you can run a Violet, you can run a bulky Swords Dance set. That's the only niche Type Null has. Typhlosion. Typhlosion actually is the exact same stats as Charizard, so that's pretty funny. It can run a Choice Spec set. That's the only thing I'd ever really recommend. It's not as weak to Stealth Rock as Charizard. You can run Eruption. It gets Eruption, which is a really good move. It's 150 base power if it hasn't taken any damage, but it decreases with damage. So if you want to run a Sun team with Typhlosion, go ahead. I don't know if I'd recommend it. Eruption itself, a decent move, but this Pokemon isn't anything special, obviously. Venomoth. Venomoth is cool because I'm pretty sure it gets Sleep Pattern, also gets Tinted Lens, and Tinted Lens is a great ability because it doubles the damage you do if the Pokemon resists the hit. So it basically ignores resistances, and that's a really, really important trait. So Venomoth is pretty cool in that regard. It also has Quiver Dance, so it can set up a sweep because Quiver Dance boosts special attack, special effect, and speed. It's the best boosting move in the game, or second best boosting move in the game. Vikavolt has a really high special attack stat. It can Volt Switch and it can set up sticky webs. So that's about it. But it's really slow. Virizion, this is the final one of Terrakion, Cobalion, and yeah, Virizion. It's probably the worst one. It's kind of bulky, but doesn't really do anything with the bulk. So really all it can do is Swords Dance and try and kill with Close Combat and Leaf Blade. It's pretty fast, so it's workable, but it's not that strong. So, and its typing isn't the greatest, so as long as you have something that can take advantage of its grass fighting type, you can get rid of it. Very weak to flying. But if otherwise it's good. Weezing. This is non-Galarian Weezing. It's a poison type that's very, very physically bulky. Not worth being a tier 3, but it's not a bad Pokemon by any means. It can spread Toxic Spikes, it can put Will-O-Wisp up. Toxic Spikes, poisonous spikes basically. They're Will-O-Wisp, which burns things. Pain Split to heal itself. Sludge Bomb is your general poison type move. So Weezing's pretty decent. Xatu. Xatu has Magic Bounce, so it bounces back any Stealth Rocks that are toxic that come towards it. And it's beyond that, it's really not that useful. It gets Teleport, I suppose. It's mainly just used for Magic Bounce. Yanmega. Yanmega gets Speed Boost and Tinted Lens as well. If you want explanation of Tinted Lens, go to Venomoth. It's like 2 Pokemon behind. It doubles the effect of resisted moves. Speed Boost, boosted speed every turn. It's pretty fast, it's pretty strong. It runs a great Choice Spec set with like Air Slash and Bug Buzz. Can really break through a lot of things. This is definitely a Pokemon to consider. And finally, Zoroark. Zoroark's super unique because Zoroark can switch its typing. Zoroark has this ability called Illusion where it looks like one of the Pokemon in your team. Like it pretends to be one of them. But it's actually just a Zoroark, and that illusion is not broken until it's hit. So you play mind games with your opponents by tricking them into thinking there's somebody else. Also, Zoroark's pretty fast and strong as well, so it rocks pretty good Choice Specs with the added benefit of illusion, so it's a pretty cool Pokemon to run. That concludes all the tier 4s, so I'm going to speed through these tier 5s because most of these are garbage. Abomasnow sets up Hail, Grass, Ice type, use physical special moves pretty decent. Absol, Dark type, Swords Dance, Sucker Punch, you get the idea. It's a physical Dark type attacker. Aggron can set up Stealth Rock to Steel Rock type. Rock Head lets get a really fast, really strong Head Smash. Alchemy is just a Fairy type. Alchemy is Alchemy is a pretty good Cleric Pokemon, like a defensive Pokemon. It gets access to a decent Calm Mindset as well with Acid Armor, so you can look into this one a little bit more. I'd say it's one of the better tier 5s. By the way, Abomasnow is the other Hail set if you don't want to use Alolan Ninetales. Alolan Dugtrio has hair. It's not really that good. It's just a pretty fast steel and ground type. I think it's Earthquake and stuff. I think it gets rocks as well, so it's alright, I suppose. Bad defense. Alolan Executor is a grass dragon type. It's really slow, so it works best on Trick Room teams. It can set its own Trick Room, but its special attack is kind of mediocre. Alolan Golem is a rock electric type, and all of its normal moves become electric moves, which is a cool niche, I suppose. You can also put up Stealth Rocks, but it's not a particularly impressive Pokemon by any means, except that it gets an electric type explosion, which is pretty cool. Alolan Persian. Alolan Persian has an ability called Fur Coat, which doubles its physical defense, so that's pretty cool. Beyond that, whatever. I mean, it gets like Fake Out U-Turn. It's a decent enough pivot, I suppose. Maybe Hypnosis. Alolan Raticate, I don't know shit about this Pokemon. Alolan Sandslash is a Hail Sweeper. It gets a speed boost and hail, can set up Sword Stance and try and sweep a team like that. Ampharos is an electric type, I don't know what it does. Arbok, I have no idea what it does either. These two Pokemon are like nothing Pokemon. Ariados sets up Sticky Web, that's its only thing. Armaldo can Rapid Spin and has decent attack stats. Also, it has some pretty cool moves. Articuno is, in theory, a decent defensive mon, but it's crippled by the fact that it's an awful defensive typing, and it's also super weak to Stealth Rock. You never want ice types of defensive Pokemon. It's also not even that strong. So Articuno is a real dud. Audino gets Regenerator. It's a normal type with Wish, but it has no offensive presence at all. The only thing it can do to hurt you is Toxic or Knockoff. It's very, very passive, and it's not that bulky, so it's not too great. But you can use it to Wish Pass because it's high HP. Aurorus is, I think, another Hail Setter. And it's got, it's a rock ice type. Wouldn't recommend using it. Avalugg is actually very good. It's a really high defense ice type Pokemon, like 200 defense. It's got no special defense at all, but it's a very, very good at its very hyper specific role, which is walling physical attackers, and you can heal them off. It's also got pretty decent ice type moves to retaliate with, and it can heal itself. Also super slow, because it's basically an iceberg. Basculin, it's a fish that gets adaptability, so it's pretty strong because it gets adaptability, which boosts its attack. It boosts its water type stab from 1.5 times to 2 times. Bastiodon gets Stealth Rock, don't use this Pokemon though, garbage. Actually, it's not that bad. It's Rock and Steel type. It's got good defenses, I suppose, not much else, not strong. Beartic is an ice, this Hail Sweeper that gets Sword Stance and Icicle Crash. It's not bad, it's kind of slow, that's all. Beautifly, don't use this Pokemon. Behem is a really slow Psychic type that actually benefits from being slow because it does more damage if attacks last. But that's kind of bad because it gets hit, and Psychic is a really weak type, but it does a lot of damage, that's alright. Blossom's niche is using Sleep Powder and Quiver Dance and Strength Sap, which are like 3 utility moves that go well together. If your opponent's really weak to grass types, or if you need like a grass type attacker, you can consider it. But Barrel gets, its cool thing is it gets Simple, which is an ability that basically doubles the effects of all stat changes, which means that I think its Sword Stances are pretty good, but it's pretty weak Pokemon, so you're not going to get getting a lot of damage output. Buffalant, it's like Tauros but worse. Butterfree, don't draft this Pokemon. I think it gets Sleep Powder, Quiver Dance as well. I'm not entirely sure about Butterfree. Cacturn, Grass Dark type, very slow, quite strong. I know I'd ever want it though. Very weak to U-Turn. There's so many better Pokemon out there. It's alright, I suppose, if you need it for tier 5 with the Grass and Dark typing. But again, slow, strong, weak typing. Camerupt, very slow, Fire Ground type. I think it's access to Stealth Rock as well. And its fire moves aren't particularly underpowered. It's just defensive typing is pretty lacking. It's also not very defensive. Calyrex base, Psychic Grass type. No reason to draft this Pokemon unless you want some wacky Combine bullshit that you can't get with Selby already. Carbink, this is Mini Diancie. It's also Rock Fairy type. This one's actually worth drafting. It gets Stealth Rock. It can get Misty Explosion to gain momentum. It has Reflect and Light Screen, so it can reduce the incoming damage from physical and special attacks. So Carbink is actually worth looking into. Carnivine, sorry, I think I confused Cacturn and Carnivine. No. Cacturn is that one. Carnivine is a pure grass type Pokemon, I think. I don't even know what it does. I've never seen it used in my entire life. Whatever, you can look it up if you want. Caracosa is a super slow Pokemon, water rock type that gets Shell Smash. It's a turtle. And it also has Solid Rock, so it maintains decent defense, but super weak to grass moves. It's alright, I suppose, if you need some really, second-rate Shell Smasher. Castform, it's bad, don't use it. Chatot, Has a signature move called Chatter, which has a 100% confuse chance. Beyond that, not really very impressive. I think it's Boom Burst as well. It's a flying normal type, and its special attacks, I don't think they're that bad. Actually, Chatter could be worth it. Charger Bug, don't even know why you'd use this. Maybe get Sticky Web. It's an electric bug type. That's all I know. That's a pretty cool ability that only works in doubles. So don't know why Charger Bug is here. Cherim, good on Sun teams, sort of. Wouldn't recommend using it. Chimecho, I think gets healing moves like Heal Bell. It's a Bell Pokemon, so it can heal your teammates' status effects. Might be able to heal itself as well. Don't know what else it does besides that. Maybe it gets rocks, not sure. Claydol can spin, I think. I'm not 100% sure, and it gets rocks. Also, it gets levitate, so it offers some decent defensive utility. And since it's a ground psychic type, it gets like ground ice psychic moves. This Pokemon's alright. Clefairy, Clefairy's a smaller Clefable that can run a Violite, so it has the same thing where it's like a soft dragon check. It's not as good as Clefable, obviously, and I don't think it gets unaware. You have to run a Magic Guard, I think. It's also weaker, obviously, because it's a baby Pokemon. It's kind of got pathetic stats. Combuskin is Blaziken, but higher. Whatever. I didn't know Blaziken was banned in this one. So. Sorry, we're back. So I realized that this draft doesn't have Blaziken included in it, so I'll explain that later. Anyway, Combuskin is a smaller Blaziken. It gets speed boost. It can use Sword Stance as opposed to set up. It's kind of weak though, because the baby Pokemon. Again, run a Violite. Check Clefairy's entry to understand what that is. Corsola. Don't use this Pokemon. It's like a rock water type, with very bad typing. Gets Stealth Rocks, I suppose, so it can be alright. Recover as well. It's just kind of unreliable. Crabominal's cool. It's an ice fighting type, pretty rare coverage. Cool ability in Iron Fist, good damage. Consider this one. Cradily, Storm Drain, so it's immune to water type moves. Also gets Recover. I think Stealth Rock, Rock and Grass coverage isn't a bad Pokemon by any means. Cramorant's a really unique one. I don't have time to explain. Check this one out. It's a water flying type Pokemon with a Defog, Roost, and a really, really cool gimmick. This one's awesome. Crustle gets Shell Smash as well. It's a little bit faster than Caracosta. It's a pretty good Shell Smash Pokemon for tier 5. Gets a bug type coverage, I suppose. It's alright. Stealth Rock, maybe. Dedane, electric fairy type. Not much to say about this one. Dies to Earthquake in like one hit. Some good for some cheese strategies, nothing else. Don't use Delcatty, don't use Delibird. Dugong, water ice type, bulky water type. That sucks, don't use this. Dodrio, like pretty strong normal flying type. Well, pretty strong for tier 5, that's about it. Yeah. Like Brave Bird, Double Edge, your normal thing. Pretty fast, actually. Dragonair, not worth you. I've never used it. I don't know if it's worth using. Maybe it's good with a Violite. Who knows? Not going to use this. Drampa is really slow dragon that gets a cool ability called Berserk at under half HP. It gets a boost to its special attack. Beyond that, not worth using. It's fine, actually. It's pretty strong. Drifblim, cool ability, Unburden. After it loses its item, it doubles in speed. You can set up like Calm Mind with this, with certain strategies. Drifblim's worth using because Ghost Flying is a really nice typing to have. Drompa's Dragon normal, by the way. Double normal type that gets access to a really nice move in Cotton Guard, which increases attack by defense by 2.5 times. I think it gets Fur Coat as well, or Fluffy, which doubles its defense again. So the thing becomes a defensive monster. It's pretty good, yeah. Weak to special attacks, but always good. Dunsparce seems bad, but has Serene Grace, which means secondary effect chances are doubled. So you can headbutt things and you can flint them a lot. Duosion, no idea what this does. I think it's pretty strong special attacker. It's Reuniclus's younger form. It's psychic type, and with a Violet it can be pretty bulky, so that can be pretty good. Dustox, never used it, don't use it. Electabuzz, electric type that gets like pretty decent attacking moves and Volt Switch, so it makes for a alright pivot, I suppose. Not so lopsided stats. Electrode has like 140 speed, which is really, really fast if you need electric speed control and you only can afford a tier 5. It's not a great Pokemon. I wouldn't really recommend it. Yeah, it doesn't have too many moves. It's very, very old. Explosion's cool. Emolga, electric flying type, I think gets Defog, so that's worth considering. Poor man's Zapdos, very poor man's. Executor, grass psychic type, and it can farm its berries over and over again. It's alright in the sun, actually. It's a pretty decent sun Pokemon, I think. Farfetch'd, don't use this Pokemon. Fearow, Fearow's alright. I've never used it, but it's a bird that flies, so maybe it gets Defog or something. Don't know. Ferroseed's the smaller version of Ferrothorn. Within a Violet, it's pretty bulky. Grass Steel typing is always pretty good. It gets some nice utility moves like Leech Seed. Reliant on its item, but if you can get it to work, it's alright. Flareon is a Guts Pokemon. You can run Toxicroak to poison it, and then it'll increase the attack because of its ability. And so they can be pretty strong with that stuff. That's alright. Don't use Fletchinder. Floatzel is a Water type Pokemon. Pure Water type that gets Swords Dance. And Waterfall is just completely mediocre. I don't know why you'd ever use Floatzel. Fracture, another not fully evolved Pokemon that gets Dragon Dance. It's from it's a Haxorus pre-evolution. Don't know why you'd ever want to use it. Don't use it. Frogadier, some Water type that came that Greninja came before. I wouldn't really use it if I was you. Furfrou has a nice ability in Fur Coat, double defense. Don't know what it does beyond that. Furret, don't know what this Pokemon does. Don't use it. Gabite can set up Stealth Rocks, has a Violet potential with defensive damage. Has a Rough Skin, I think, so that's pretty decent. It's alright. Galarian Mr. Mime, again, same thing for Violet potential. Coverage is alright. I don't know what else it does beyond that. Galarian Sunfist is a cool typing in Ground and Steel, and a nice ability in Mimicry, which mimics the terrain around it, I think. It gets Stealth Rock, and it's pretty bulky actually. This one's fine. Galarian Rapidash is Psychic Fairy type, and it's very fast. Its attack is mediocre. You can set up Sword Stance with this thing, so it's totally usable. Garbodor is actually good. It sets up Spikes and Toxic Spikes. It's a pure Poison type, which is pretty good for its defensive typing. It's got Aftermath as well, which is a nice ability. Yeah, this one's alright. Look for it. Giraffe, don't know what this thing does. Normal Psychic type, probably garbage. Go-Go, Grass type. I think it like sets up Sword Stance or something. It's not a very good sweeper, and it's pure Grass type. Golbat, it can hold in the Violet, but it's weak to Stealth Rock, so that's a problem. It defogs, I suppose. It can U-turn, it can Brave Bird or whatever. It's not bad, I suppose. Golduck, another really weird rain Pokemon to use because it gets Swift Swim, but it's not that strong, so you're not be getting much mileage out of it. Golem is a Ground Rock type used for Stealth Rocks. Don't use this Pokemon. There's so many better setters. Gorbis, it's just some Water type that I don't know what it does. Water type number 357. Gothitelle, it's a decent Psychic type Pokemon that can yeah. Don't use Gothorita, by the way. I don't even know why it's here. It's a pre-evolved version of Gothitelle. Gothitelle is a I don't know. She's like big. I don't know why I'm saying this. I'm very tired. Her special attack is fine, I suppose. Not too fast. Gets a nasty plot. Used to be able to trap Pokemon, but that ability was banned, so not too great. The Glalie, Ice type Pokemon with 80 stats across the board, is garbage. With Moody, it's not garbage, but it's garbage because it doesn't have it. Gloom, don't use this Pokemon. Vileplume exists and it's the all version. Granbull, I think it runs like Sword Stance or something. It's a Fairy type, pure Fairy type. Wouldn't use it. Graplocked is a Graplocked has a cool move that lowers the opponent's defense by 1 stage every turn. So you only need to use it once. So that's a cool thing about Graplock. That's all I know about it. It's fighting type. Greedent gets Sword Stance, pretty good with Body Slam moveset, usable. Grumpig, never used it, probably not usable. Gumshoes, it has a nice ability in Stakeout. When things switch in, it does more damage. This can be pretty good with a Choice Band, I suppose. Girder is the less evolved form of Conkeldurr. Holding in a Violet using Bulk Up, this can get really bulky, and it can heal a lot of health with Drain Punch. Haunters, like weaker Gengar, works well with Choice Specs. I've used them before. Not too awful, just very, very frail. Heatmore can run a mixed moveset, Fire type, Grass type. It gets a lot of moves, so Heatmore is a totally workable Pokemon. Hippopotas is a Sand Setter, but it's a baby Pokemon, so it's actually really good value if you want Sand but don't want to draft like a really crazy Sand Setter. It also gets Stealth Rocks. Hitmonchan, don't know what this Pokemon does. Iron Fist maybe. Fighting Pokemon, don't use it. Don't use Hawn Edge. Don't use Huntail. Hypno, I think Psychic type Pokemon, never used before. Don't use it. Illumise, I think has Prankster, one of them. So Illumise is alright. You're gonna have to search this one up yourself. Don't use Jumpluff. Jinx has Lovely Kiss, which puts things to sleep, and you can ice and ice psychic moves. That's pretty good. Kadabra, Kadabra is the less evolved version of. It's the same thing as Haunter. It's a workable less evolved version of Alakazam. Very, very frail. Kangaskhan actually pretty good. Gets scrappy, so it's normal type attacks into everything, so it's alright. Kecleon, don't use this Pokemon. Kingler has Sheer Force and Life Orb with Liquidate. So this is actually a hidden gem right here. This should be tier 4. Kingler's a really strong water type Pokemon, so you can use this. Komala's always asleep, which means it has a couple really cool strategies revolving around it, using the move Last Resort. If you want an explanation of this, you can talk to me about it if you're even listening to this anymore. So yeah, it's there. Kricketune, don't use this. Lampent, don't use this. Lapras is a bulky water type that gets Toxic Salt. You get the whole idea, but no reliable recovery, and it's an ice type, so it's kind of bad. Leafeon can use Sword Stance set with Leaf Blade and such. Leavanny can do the same thing. Don't use Ledian. Don't use Lickitung. Licky's alright because you can use Sword Stance, Wish, Body Slam, Knockoff. This Pokemon's pretty good. Normal type. Liepard is Prankster, so it can use Knockoff. It can use Thunder Wave. It has a lot of priority when you use with Prankster. So Liepard's a usable Pokemon. Lilligant uses Sleep Powder, Quiver Dance as a grass type that increases special attack, special defense, and speed. Lilligant's usable. Don't use Lopunny. Don't use Lumineon. Lunatone has Levitate and some pretty strong special attacks with Nasty Plot, so Lunatone's usable. Lurentis has Contrary, which means its Leaf Storms will give it +2 special attack instead of -2 special attack, and its superpowers will boost its attack and defense, so it's actually very usable. Don't use Love Disc. Don't use Lycanroc Midnight, at least. I don't think so. Don't use Machoke. Don't use Macargo. Magmar is like Magmortar, but weaker. You can use that, I suppose you can try it. Manectric is actually a pretty good pivot. It has access to some pretty cool moves. It's not that strong or fast, but it also gets Intimidate, so it's worth trying. Maractus is immune to water type moves, and you can use Leech Seed and Spiky Shield, so there's a couple cool moves because it's a cactus Pokemon. That's alright. Marowak has Thick Club, which is an item that doubles its attack and only works on it, so Marowak's a usable Pokemon. Masquerain gets Intimidate, so that's alright. Mawile gets Intimidate, and it also can use Sheer Force Life Orb, but it's really weak, so that's a chance. I don't know what Meganium does, but it's alright. Meowstic can get Meowstic can use priority screens and also has Prankster, so that's good. Don't use Metang. Mightyena, I don't know much about it. Don't use it. Don't use Mime Jr. This is a joke. Don't use Minun. Don't use Mothim. Don't Mr. Mime. I can use Nasty Plot and Psychic, so he's alright. Muck is fine, I guess. It's pretty good defensive, physically defensive Pokemon. Murkrow gets Prankster, so it's a good mon. It can use Prankster Defog, I think. Thunder Wave. And there's a couple of options open to it. Murkrow's pretty cool. Musharna is really slow, but can set up Calm Minds. Works well under Trick Room. Can get really bulky and can actually sweep if you're smart about it. It's not a bad Pokemon. Ninjask gets Speed Boost and Sword Dance, so even though it's really frail and really weak, it can get really fast really quickly. It's already one of the fastest Pokemon in the game. So Ninjask is super fire. Noctowl is Noctowl can run Nasty Plot and Heat Wave and Hurricane, so it's got a pretty good special set. Octillery has a couple of awesome cool moves it can use. It's got a wide move pool, you can try that out. Orangurus is slow, but it's normal Psychic type, so has some cool moves as well. Oricorio, don't use it. Pachirisu, don't use it. Palpitoad, don't use it. Parasect, immune to water type moves. I've used this thing in a pinch because it's about grass types, so that's some useful resistances, but it's pretty bad. Passimian, this is actually a very good Pokemon. It's fighting type and it's fast. It's the Passimian is fast. It's got a lot of super effective moves. It can run Choice Scarf or Choice Band. It gets Defiant. I might move this one up a tier because Passimian is actually a really good Pokemon. Persian is a pretty bad Pokemon. Normal type, not got too great attack, was only good in Gen 1, don't use this. Fione, don't use this. Pidgeot, don't use this. Pikachu, Pikachu gets Light Ball, which doubles its special attack and special defense. This is actually a usable Pokemon. Piloswine, if you really want a bulky ground ice type with a Violet, you can use this. Pinsir, you can run Choice Scarf Pinsir if you want, it's pretty strong, it's got some nice moves. That's what I've done once in a draft league, that's it. Plusle, don't use this. Poliwrath, a Rain Sweeper that gets water type moves, fighting type moves, and can actually be pretty strong in Rain. I don't know if it doesn't get any boosting moves though, so you have to work around that. Primeape, random fighting type. I don't know, Choice Bandit maybe if you want, not good. Don't use Prinplup. Probopass is alright, I suppose. It's pretty bulky, I think it gets Rocks, has Toxic, some other cool moves. You can check this one out. Purugly, very fast, normal type, this is alright. Pyroar, normal fire type, if you need some fire type coverage, this is there. Pyukumuku is interesting, it gets Unaware, but it doesn't have any attacking moves at all. It just has Toxic, Recover, and then a couple of random other shits. This is a very passive Pokemon, but yeah, so it's a problem. Quillfish is poison, water, and it gets Spikes and Toxic Spikes, so it's alright. It also gets Intimidate. This is a good Pokemon, good value. Raichu, don't use it. Rampardos, really high attack, shitty every other stats, like 165 attack, that's pretty good. So it's alright, I suppose. Risk reward. Might be good on Sticky Web. Rapidash, high. It's got high speed and decent attack, that's all. You can Sword Stance with it, that's alright. Don't use Raticate. Reggie, that's like highly specially wall. It's got really high special defense, but its typing is so bad it's not worth using at all. It's pretty bad. Regigigas, this Pokemon, you probably know about Regigigas, it's not a joke, don't use it. Relicanth, its niche is that it gets Rock Head and Head Smash. Rock Head reduces recoil to 0, and Head Smash is a 150 power move that has a lot of recoil, so this thing can get pretty strong. Don't use Roselia. Rotom, Electric Ghost type, if you need that coverage, go for it. Samurott, water type that gets swords and can use special moves. My favorite Pokemon in the whole game, or was my favorite Pokemon. I love this guy, but he's not good. He's just like a personal favorite from when I was a kid. Sandslash, Stealth Rocks, I suppose. Earthquake, maybe use Sand Team, doesn't really work, not a great Pokemon. Sawk, I think you can run a Gut set with Flame War, and then that multiplies attack by 1.5 times because it's been status affected. Not a great Pokemon though. Actually, it's alright for this tier. Sawsbuck is bad. Seeking is good. It can be pretty good under rain. It gets Sword Stance as well. This Pokemon can boost itself. Servine gets Contrary, and it boosts itself by +2, which means Leaf Storms boosts it by +2 as well, just like Superior in Tier 1. So Servine's actually usable. Plus, it gets Defog, so it can be able to get rid of hazards as well. It's more of a support Pokemon with a Violite. So Viper, never used it. I think it's fine. Shedinja is immune to all attacks that aren't super effective against it, but has 1 health and not many other good moves. So this is a really niche Pokemon, but it's a cool one. Don't use Shelgon. Don't use Shelmet. Shiftry is a good Sun Sweeper because it gets Chlorophyll, and Dark type and Grass type coverage is pretty good. Shiinotic is Grass Fairy type, which is unique, and it also gets some really cool moves like Strength Sap, like Sleep Powder. This is usable if you need the protection. It's pretty decently bulky. Simipour, Simisage, Simisear, don't use these 3. Slacking, you probably know about Slacking as well, don't use this. Sliggoo, don't use this. Sneasel is a weaker version of Weavile. It's still pretty fast and pretty strong, so it might be worth using. This is a Dark Ice type that gets access to Knockoff. Solrock, don't use this. Spinda gets Contrary as well, but it's so weak it doesn't matter. Don't use this. Spiritom's pretty good. It's Dark Ghost type. It's really slow, but has pretty strong attacks and pretty good defense. You can use a Calm Mindset if you want to try and boost it up. So Spiritom's workable. Don't use Stantler. Steelix has Stealth Rocks. It's Steel Ground type, so it's pretty good typing to have. I don't know what else to say about Steelix, to be honest. It's got Heavy Slam as well. Pretty strong move. That's good there. Sojourner, fast Pokemon with pretty good attack, but with only like 20 special defense. That's how weak it is. Pathetically weak on that side. So yeah, it's kind of like a stopgap Pokemon. Sunfisk, Electric Ground type, very unique, very bad because all it can do is really set up Stealth Rocks. Doesn't really have any other niches. It's pretty weak. Sudowoodo, Rock type, looks like a tree. Very funny Pokemon. I think it's the Rock Head Smash combination as well that Relicanth did. See Relicanth if you want information on that. Yeah. Sunflora, don't use this Pokemon. Swalot can set up a move called Stockpile, but if you want any more information about that, you're going to have to look that up on Smogon. Swanna, another water flying type Defogger, Rooster, another bulky type like that. Swoobat gets Simple, so its Calm Minds give a +2 on each stage instead of +1. That's Swoobat's only niche, and it also gets a Roost, I suppose. Thievul, it throws off like weak Dark type moves. You can boost with Nasty Plot. I don't know anything about Throw. Thwackey is Rillaboom, but like weaker, so it has Grassy Surge and Grassy Glide. So go to Rillaboom if you want more information about that. Togedemaru has defensive barbs that when it gets hit, it can damage you, and then in addition has Spiky Shield, so if you attack it while it's shielding, it'll damage you. So this Pokemon's good at protecting itself. Very weak to Earthquake because Electric Seal, but it has some nice strength, I suppose. You can use it to Toxic Stall maybe. Togetic, don't use this Pokemon. Torterra, this is a Grass Ground type with Stealth Rock. That's fine, I guess. Toucannon, this Pokemon's cool. It's normal flying, but it's a signature move called Beak Blast. Look it up if you want. It's a pretty alright move. Tropius, don't use this Pokemon. Turtonator gets Shell Smash. It's pretty slow, but because it's Dragon Fire, it gets pretty good coverage on that. Unfezant has a certain strategy you can use. Look up Super Luck Unfezant, otherwise don't use this thing. Unknown, don't use this thing. Ursaring, never heard it. You can use Guts Flame Warp. Again, 1.5 times attack from being burnt. So Ursaring is pretty strong. Vanillux summons Snow as well and has pretty strong Blizzards. This is a Pokemon worth considering. It's actually really good. Its special attack is very, very high. It's Vespiquen, Pokemon's dog. Yeah, it's bug flying. Nothing worth doing about it. Victreebel, Grass Poison. I guess it can set up a Sword Stance. Beyond that, I don't know anything. Vigoroth, don't use it. Vileplume. and I can run like Sleep Powder in a defensive sense, so this is actually usable. What's that noise? Anyway, Pavilion, unless you know what you're doing, don't use this Pokemon. It's another bug, but it gets Hurricanes, that's alright, I suppose. Volbeat, don't know anything about this Pokemon, probably pretty bad. Wailord gets access to Water Spout, which is a 150 power water type move, so Wailord is actually pretty good. Yeah, Wailord is great. He's really funny looking as well. Walrein, water ice type Pokemon, bulky. Don't use this thing. There's so many better other ones. Watchawk is stupid. Don't use it. Which gets the ground water type, which actually gets pretty strong with Dragon Dance. Or you can use Stealth Rock. I think it might get it. I'm not entirely sure. Either way, this thing is pretty good defensive typing, so it's alright. Wigglytuff can set up screens. Otherwise, don't use it. Wishy-Washy is like a funny gimmick where over 25% health it's a beast, and under 25% health it's garbage. So you have to be careful with this Pokemon, but it's alright. Wobbuffet traps Pokemon. Wobbuffet traps Pokemon, and I believe I don't know what Wobbuffet, when it has Shadow Tag, traps Pokemon and can retaliate with counter or mirror code, but I'm pretty sure it's banned. So Wobbuffet here can't switch, so it's not worth it. Don't draft this Pokemon. Don't draft Wormadam. There's multiple forms, but unless you're really sure you want a Wormadam, which are like emergency picks, if you have no Steel type and Bug type after all of these, then don't draft Wormadam. Zangoose can run a Guts set. Like, go to any of these other, like, go to Earth Ring if you want to learn what Guts is. And Zebstrika, don't know what this does, it's an electric type. And with that, we are done with every single Pokemon. Holy shit, it has been 4 hours and 3 minutes. I'm fucking done.